Section 16 of the final report from the National Commission on the BP Deepwater Horizon oil spill and offshore drilling. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by P.J. Landau. Final report from the National Commission on the BP Deepwater Horizon oil spill and offshore drilling. Chapter 5, Response and Containment, Part 3. The Top Kill and Junk Shot, May 26 to 28. Throughout May, the federal government increased its presence in Houston, the hub of the well control effort. In early May, scientists and engineers from 3 Department of Energy national laboratories began to work on-site with BP on containment. On May 7, Secretary Salazar asked McNutt, who had traveled to the Gulf with him on May 4, to remain in Houston. Finally, on May 10, President Obama directed Secretary Chu to form a team of government officials and scientists to work with BP on source control. On May 11, Secretary Chu called several prominent scientists and asked them to join him the next morning for a meeting in Houston. The May 12 meeting signified the beginning of an oversight role for Secretary Chu and his team of science advisors. Secretary Chu is a Nobel Prize-winning physicist who had previously directed the Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory, where he had led an effort to expand research into synthetic biofuels. Though well known for his wide-ranging intelligence, Secretary Chu was not an oil and gas or drilling expert. During the following weeks, he immersed himself in the finer points of petroleum engineering and became intimately involved in decision-making with respect to containment of the well. Although they were highly respected within their fields of study, the members of the advisory team had limited experience with well control and varying levels of experience with petroleum engineering generally. Secretary Chu assumed, correctly, that BP had already hired a host of containment experts, and he wanted advisors known for creative thinking. His principal deputy on the team, Tom Hunter, was about to retire from his position as director of Sandia National Laboratories. Along with McNutt, Hunter served as a link between the on-site government scientists and engineers and the rest of Secretary Chu's science advisors, who were for the most part based elsewhere. Another team member, Richard Garwin, helped design the world's first hydrogen bomb and had worked to extinguish oil fires in Kuwait following the first Gulf War. Alexander Slocum, an MIT professor who holds about 70 patents, had done some previous work on drilling design. George Cooper had been the head of the petroleum engineering program at the University of California, Berkeley. The role of both the National Laboratory scientists and Secretary Chu's advisors took time to evolve from helping BP diagnose the situation, for instance using gamma-ray imaging to show the position of the BOP's rams, to substantively overseeing BP's decisions on containment. In part, this was because the Secretary of Energy, his team of advisors, and the National Laboratory's personnel lacked a formal role within Unified Command. Their supervision was informally grafted onto the command framework. In addition, the National Laboratories team did not immediately integrate itself into the existing source control structure led by MMS and the Coast Guard. While MMS, the Coast Guard, and McNutt worked out of offices on the 3rd floor of BP's Houston headquarters, the National Laboratories team sat on the 18th floor. One MMS staff member, who was in Houston from late April through early July, said that he never interacted with the National Laboratories team. They never reached out to him, and he had no idea what they were working on. Perhaps because the lines of authority were unclear, BP's sharing of data with the government science teams was uneven at first. BP gave information when asked, but not proactively, so government officials had to know what data they needed and ask for it specifically. Finally, both the National Laboratories team and the science advisors had to educate themselves on the situation and on deepwater petroleum engineering before they knew enough to challenge BP and participate in high-level decision-making. With more substantive government oversight on the way, but not yet in place, BP moved toward its first attempt to kill the well completely via procedures called the quote, top kill and junk shot. Those names were fodder for late night comics. Jay Leno suggested that the top kill sounded like some bad Steven Seagal movie from the 80s. In fact, both procedures are standard industry techniques for stopping the flow from a blown out well, though they had never been used in deep water. A top kill, also known as a momentum or dynamic kill, involves pumping heavy drilling mud into the top of the well through the BOP's choke and kill lines at rates and pressures high enough to force escaping oil back down the well and into the reservoir. A junk shot complements a top kill. It involves pumping material, including pieces of tire rubber and golf balls, into the bottom of a BOP through the choke and kill lines. That material ideally gets caught on obstructions within the BOP and impedes the flow of oil and gas. By slowing or stopping the flow, a successful junk shot makes it easier to execute a top kill. BP's top kill team began work in the immediate aftermath of the initial efforts to trigger the BOP. In planning the operation, both BP and federal engineers modeled different scenarios based on different rates at which oil might be flowing from the well. National Laboratories engineers used the then current flow rate estimate of 5,000 barrels per day. Paul Toombs, BP's vice president of engineering, recalled that given the planned pumping rates, the top kill was unlikely to succeed with flow rates greater than 15,000 barrels of oil per day. A senior administration official similarly recalled being told by a BP engineer that the top kill would not work if the flow rate exceeded 13,000 barrels per day. With the approval of the federal on-scene coordinator, the top kill began on the afternoon of May 26. Secretary Chu and some members of his science team were in the command center in Houston. During 3 separate attempts over 3 consecutive days, BP pumped mud at rates exceeding 100,000 barrels per day and fired numerous shots of junk into the BOP. During each effort, pressures within the well initially dropped, but then flattened, indicating that the top kill had stopped making progress. After the third unsuccessful attempt, BP and the government agreed to discontinue the strategy. As with the Coffer Dam, BP struggled with public communications surrounding the top kill. At the time, both industry and government officials were highly uncertain about the operation's probability of success. One MMS employee estimated that probability as less than 50%, while a BP contractor said that he only gave the top kill a tiny chance to succeed. But BP's Hayward told reporters, quote, "We rate the probability of success between 60 and 70%, end quote. After the top kill failed, that prediction may have lessened public confidence in BP's management of the effort to control the well. The federal role increases. Late May. By late May, the competence and effectiveness of the federal response was under assault. Polls showed that 60% of adults thought the government was doing a poor job of handling the spill. News articles chronicled local anger that BP appeared in charge of cleanup efforts. The government's estimate of the flow rate was climbing, and with the failure of the top kill, no end to the spill was in sight. On May 28, President Obama made a second trip to the region to see response efforts and meet with state and local leaders. Plaquemines Parish President Billy Nungesser would later claim incorrectly that he had not been invited to this important meeting. He told the Plaquemines Gazette that he had smuggled himself and another parish president across bays and bayous and through an armada of state boats, gaining access only after threatening to call Anderson Cooper. The meeting with the president occurred at the Coast Guard station in Grand Isle, Louisiana, and included, among others, Governor Jindal, Florida Governor Charlie Crist, Alabama Governor Bob Riley, Louisiana Senators David Vitter and Mary Landrieu, Louisiana Congressman Charlie Melancon, New Orleans Mayor Mitch Landrieu, Lafourche Parish President Charlotte Randolph, and Parish President Nungesser. President Obama emphasized the seriousness with which the government was treating the spill, announcing at a press conference after the meeting that he would triple the federal manpower and equipment involved in the response. Though Coast Guard responders believed they were already dedicating every available resource to the spill and did not see across the board tripling as the best use of resources, they dutifully attempted to triple the personnel engaged and boom employed. They chronicled their progress in Louisiana in a report titled, quote, "Status on Tripling," end quote. While in Grand Isle, President Obama also received an earful about Louisiana's proposal to build massive offshore sand berms as a physical obstacle to oil, which the National Incident Command had declined to approve in its entirety. Parish President Nungesser, seated immediately to the president's left, was the first attendee to speak at the meeting and was adamant about the need for the entire berms project. Governor Jindal echoed him. In line with the federal government's effort to be more responsive to local demands, President Obama turned to Admiral Allen and asked him in front of the berm's strongest proponents to figure out a solution. The tripling order and promise to promptly reevaluate the berms project were only two of many actions at the end of May by which the federal government attempted to demonstrate its focus on the Deepwater Horizon disaster and commitment to the communities in the Gulf. The President signed the executive order creating this commission on May 21. On May 27, he announced a moratorium on offshore deepwater drilling and held a press conference about the administration response. The same day, Elizabeth Birnbaum, the head of MMS, resigned, quote, "on her own terms and on her own volition," end quote, according to Secretary Salazar. Most symbolically, the federal government stopped holding joint press conferences with BP. From June 1 on, Admiral Allen gave his own daily press briefing, but local officials continued to attack the adequacy of the federal response and to assert that BP was running the response effort. The battles over boom and berms, May to June. While the response had many dimensions, local communities fixated on the deployment of boom to prevent oil from washing ashore. Although not the most effective response tool, boom is a measurable physical object that visibly stops oil. Residents could not see source control efforts on the ocean floor or skimming far out on the Gulf, but they could see boats laying ribbons of bright orange or yellow floating boom to protect their shorelines. According to one Terrebonne Parish resident, boom was eye candy. Seeing it gave him a sense of satisfaction, even if it did not do much. The moratorium. On May 27, after a 30-day interagency examination of deepwater drilling operations, Secretary Salazar directed MMS to issue a 6-month moratorium on all drilling at a water depth of more than 500 feet in the Gulf of Mexico and the Pacific Ocean. Department officials justified the moratorium as providing time for this commission to do its work and for MMS to undertake needed safety reforms. The moratorium took effect on May 30 and halted work on 33 offshore deepwater rigs in the Gulf. The oil and gas industry, local communities, and elected officials from the region immediately criticized the action. Senator Landrieu testified before this commission in July that the moratorium was, quote, unnecessary, ill-conceived, and has actually created a second economic disaster for the Gulf Coast that has the potential to become greater than the first, end quote. On July 30, BP established a $100 million charitable fund to assist rig workers experiencing economic hardship because of the moratorium. The federal government concluded that the moratorium's impact would be less severe. On September 16, a federal interagency report stated that the moratorium, quote, may temporarily result in up to 8,000 to 12,000 fewer jobs in the Gulf Coast, end quote, with these losses attributed mostly to small businesses. Louisiana elected officials criticized the report's methodology and the decision to conduct this analysis after, instead of before, the moratorium began. A group of companies that provide support services for deepwater drilling vessels challenged the moratorium in federal district court in Louisiana. On June 22, the court ruled that the moratorium violated the Administrative Procedure Act and enjoined its continued enforcement. The federal government asked the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals to stay the district court's ruling, but the Fifth Circuit denied that request on July 8. The Department of the Interior then issued a revised moratorium on July 12, which limited drilling based on the equipment a rig used rather than the depth of the wellhead. Neither the first nor the second moratorium provided a company with the option of avoiding the bar on drilling by proving the safety of its rig operations to the government. A second group of offshore support companies challenged the revised moratorium. Before the district court could rule on this new lawsuit, the department lifted the moratorium on October 12, 7 weeks ahead of its scheduled November 30 expiration. On September 30, a few weeks before lifting the moratorium, the department promulgated new regulations on topics such as well casing and cementing, blowout preventers, safety certification, emergency response, and worker training. Compliance with the new rules is a prerequisite for both shallow and deepwater drilling permits. Some companies called these new requirements a, quote, de facto moratorium, end quote, because of the time needed to meet them and for the department to verify compliance. Boom became a symbol of federal responsiveness to local communities. NOAA scientists worked through the night, every night, to prepare oil trajectory forecasts for federal responders to review as they began their days. Responders used these forecasts to plan their actions, including where to place boom. Federal responders thought that officials and residents complaining about lack of boom did not understand their strategy for deployment. Officials and residents thought that federal responders were inattentive to local needs. The National Incident Command was not deaf to these complaints and gave an unofficial order to, quote, keep the parishes happy, end quote. Coast Guard responders distributed many miles of boom according to political rather than operational imperatives. They felt hamstrung by the outrage that resulted when a parish or state felt slighted by allocation decisions, so they placed boom wherever they could. Every governor wanted more boom. When the oiling risk was highest in Louisiana, the Coast Guard directed boom there. Governor Riley of Alabama contended that this decision left his state's shoreline in danger. At a press conference in mid-May, Governor Jindal said that the containment boom provided to Louisiana by the Coast Guard and BP was inadequate, while local officials behind him held up pictures of oil-coated pelicans. Florida Department of Environmental Protection Secretary Mike Sowell told reporters, quote, a lot of the decisions about Florida are being made in Mobile, end quote. He said that he had warned the federal on-scene coordinator, quote, Florida is important. We have 770 miles of shoreline to protect. I'm concerned that we're not getting enough focus on Florida, end quote. The competition for boom occurred at the parish and town levels as well. St. Bernard Parish had its own contractor bring in boom. It then sought to make the Coast Guard purchase and deploy that boom locally. Some parishes reportedly ordered boom directly from suppliers and told them to, quote, send the bill to BP, end quote. Lafourche Parish kept demanding more boom until it realized that certain skimmers were more effective and began demanding those skimmers instead. Unified Command struggled to track how much boom was deployed and where. Initially, responders made booming decisions based on their knowledge of the region's geography, the location of environmentally sensitive areas, and NOAA's oil trajectory forecasts. The oil spill planning documents did not lay out a specific booming map because the coastal ecosystem, particularly in the marshes, frequently changes. Unified Command eventually brought the parish presidents together to review boom plans that each parish had created. Some were infeasible, for instance, requesting that boom be placed in tidal passes where currents would drive oil under the boom or else damage it. In addition to worrying about useless or unnecessary boom, responders were concerned that storms could blow it into delicate marsh habitat. They deployed boom based on local pressures, only to pull it away during bad weather. Once parishes had boom, they did not want to let it go. On July 22, Parish President Nungesser threatened to blow out the tires of trucks carrying away boom as the Coast Guard prepared for Tropical Storm Bonnie. Though he claimed that he was joking, the FBI called to reprimand him. Other parish presidents issued orders prohibiting the removal of response equipment from their parishes and threatened Coast Guard responders with arrests. Officials asked responders to measure feet of boom deployed, a statistic that was time-consuming to generate and had little value in assessing response efforts. All of these problems distracted responders from their focus on cleaning up the spill. The boom wars never reached a resolution. Responders knew that in deploying boom, they were often responding to the politics of the spill rather than the spill itself, and the miles of boom along the coastline did not prevent oil from washing up on the shore. The boom wars were relatively civil, however, compared to the struggle among the state of Louisiana, the Army Corps of Engineers, the National Incident Command, and ultimately the White House over berms. Reinforcing barrier islands had long been a component of Louisiana's and Plaquemines Parish coastal restoration plans. But by early May, Governor Jindal and Parish President Nungesser had seized on an idea originally proposed by Del Taris, a Dutch independent research institute, together with Van Oord, a Dutch dredging and marine contractor, to construct massive linear sand berms along Louisiana's barrier islands for spill response to guard the coastline from oil. The berms project presented an opportunity for Louisiana to take the lead on a large-scale response measure, with BP footing the bill. Moreover, after the spill ended, the berms' purpose could pivot from response to coastal restoration. On May 11, Louisiana's Office of Coastal Protection and Restoration applied to the Corps for an emergency permit to construct berms to enhance the capability of the islands to reduce the inland movement of oil from the BP Deepwater Horizon oil spill. Colonel Alvin Lee, 2 months shy of the end of his 3-year tour as the commander of the Corps for the District of New Orleans, canceled a long-scheduled vacation, and the Corps immediately sought comments on the proposal from relevant federal and state agencies. The patience of Louisiana officials quickly wore thin. On May 17, Governor Jindal's office summoned Colonel Lee to the New Orleans airport for a meeting that included 3 parish presidents, the chairman of the Office of Coastal Protection and Restoration, the adjutant general for Louisiana, and the governor himself. The group's message to Colonel Lee was clear: approve the berms project and do it quickly. The entire Louisiana congressional delegation wrote Colonel Lee on May 20 to implore him to immediately approve the emergency authorization request for the Louisiana berms. In a May 21 letter to President Obama, Senator Vitter asked the president to stop the, quote, tragic bureaucratic stranglehold, end quote, and to make this happen now. The Corps reviewed agency comments, conducting its own evaluations of the project and engaged in dialogue with state officials. On May 27, just 16 days after it had received Louisiana's application, the Corps approved the issuance of an emergency permit for a significantly scaled back berms project, 6 reaches totaling 39.5 miles in length. During the review process, commenting agencies expressed skepticism that the berms could be constructed in time to be effective for spill response and concern that partially completed berms would do more environmental harm than good. The Corps' job, however, was to analyze the feasibility and environmental impacts of the berms. The National Incident Commander had the task of determining whether the berms would be, quote, effective in combating the oil spill, end quote. That determination was necessary to make BP pay for the project as a response measure. The same day the Corps approved the 6 reaches, Admiral Allen authorized one of the 6 as a prototype oil spill response mechanism. Earlier in May, an interagency task force had advised the National Incident Command that the project would not be an effective spill response measure, in part because the berms could not be constructed in time to fight the spill. But public and political pressure had been unyielding. In an attempt to balance both sets of concerns, on May 22, Admiral Allen emailed an idea to his deputy, quote, "What are the chances we could pick a couple of no-brainer projects and call them prototypes to give us some trade space on the larger issue and give that to Jindal this weekend?" End quote. 5 days later, the National Incident Command announced its approval of one prototype berm to cost $16 million. The accompanying press release promised that additional berms could be constructed if the approved section proved effective. Building even one prototype segment would take months, however, and the segment would then need to be analyzed. Any further construction, therefore, would not begin until the fall. But because of the meeting in Grand Isle on May 28, where Parish President Nungesser and Governor Jindal urged President Obama to approve the entire project, the National Incident Command would change course. At the meeting, the President turned to Admiral Allen, and in front of the assembled governors and other leaders, asked him to assemble a group of experts to examine the merits of Louisiana's proposal as a spill response measure. Admiral Allen replied that this might take some time. It was the Friday afternoon before Memorial Day weekend, but the President pushed, asking, quote, "Can you do it next week?" End quote. Admiral Allen, put on the spot, pledged to do his best. After the meeting, Governor Jindal immediately announced that the President had, quote, "agreed that work on the first segment must begin immediately," end quote, and that the federal government would decide, quote, "within 2 or 3 days," end quote, whether the additional 5 segments should proceed. Parish President Nungesser told a similar story to Anderson Cooper on CNN that evening, saying, quote, "The President committed by early next week. We will have an answer, and I believe that he's going to task BP." End quote. On June 1, Admiral Allen convened a summit in New Orleans which included members of academia, one from Louisiana State University and a second from the University of New Orleans, federal trustees, Fish and Wildlife Service, and NOAA, as well as Governor Jindal and Parish President Nungesser. Although some experts at the summit expressed concern about causing harm to the environment, the discussion focused on the berm's potential to protect marshlands. The politics of the project remained close at hand. Parish President Nungesser walked out, calling the meeting a dog and pony show, only to return in time to speak at the end. Governor Jindal continued to express his frustration and pressed for approval of all 6 reaches covered by the Corps permit. In the face of the spill, and in front of the Louisiana politicians, no one directly opposed the berms, and a, quote, "preponderance of opinion," end quote, at the summit, suggested the berms would be an effective response measure. That evening, following the summit, Admiral Allen and BP's Hayward had dinner together in New Orleans to discuss the berms. The following afternoon, Admiral Allen gave the go-ahead to all 6 reaches approved by the Corps to be funded by BP. BP estimated the cost to be $360 million, double the entire amount it had spent as of early June in helping the region respond to the oil spill. The Corps pegged the cost at $424 million. Louisiana awarded contracts for the project to Shaw Group, a Baton Rouge-based engineering, construction, and environmental services firm, and C.F. Bean, LLC, a dredging contractor based in Plaquemines Parish. Shaw estimated that 5 of the 6 berm reaches would be completed by November 1, and that the 6th would be completed by the end of November. The National Incident Command estimated that the construction time for all 6 reaches would be 6 to 9 months. Even if those estimates had been correct, the project would have been nowhere close to complete by the time the government expected BP to kill the Macondo well with a relief well. As it happened, All of the estimates were far too rosy. Only a fraction of the planned reaches would be finished before the spill ended, and very little oil would be captured. End of section 16. Section 17 of the final report from the National Commission on the BP Deepwater Horizon oil spill and offshore drilling. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by P.J. Landau. Final report from the National Commission on the BP Deepwater Horizon oil spill and offshore drilling. Chapter 5, Response and Containment, Part 4. From containment to collection, late May to early July. Following the unsuccessful top kill, BP teams in Houston met through the night of May 28 to assess the operation. Some meetings occurred behind closed doors without government participation. At one point, Herbst of MMS and Admiral Kevin Cook, who had been dispatched by Admiral Allen to be his representative in Houston, entered a meeting and stated that they had a right to be present. Apparently, government officials had not previously insisted on joining these types of meetings, and BP personnel were surprised by the interruption. The failure of the top kill marked a turning point for the government science teams, with the government significantly increasing its oversight of the containment effort. The next morning, BP presented its analysis of why the top kill failed to stop the flow of oil. The analysis focused on the well's 16-inch casing, the outermost barrier between the well and the surrounding rock for more than 1,000 vertical feet. That casing was purposely fabricated with 3 sets of weak points called rupture discs. During the well's production phase, the hot oil coursing through the production casing, which is inside the 16-inch casing, would lead to a buildup of pressure in the well. If the pressure buildup was too high, it could cause the collapse of one of the 2 casings. The discs were designed to rupture and relieve this potential buildup of pressure before a casing collapsed. The discs could rupture in 2 ways. If pressure between the 16-inch casing and the production casing were too high, the rupture discs would burst outward before the production casing collapsed. If pressure outside the 16-inch casing were too high, the rupture discs would collapse inward before the casing itself collapsed. Once ruptured, the discs would create small holes in the 16-inch casing, bleeding built-up pressure off into the rock. According to BP's top kill analysis, pressures created by the initial blowout could have caused the rupture discs to collapse inward, compromising the well's integrity. BP believed that the mud it had pumped down the well during the top kill could have gone out into the rock through the rupture discs instead of staying within the well and pushing oil back down into the reservoir as intended. Collapse of the rupture discs was only one of BP's possible explanations for the unsuccessful top kill, but the company presented it to the government as the most likely scenario. Although the government science teams did not fully accept BP's analysis of what happened to the mud, they agreed that the rupture discs could have collapsed during the blowout and that the integrity of the well had to be considered in future containment efforts. In retrospect, government officials have suggested that the top kill likely failed because the rate at which oil was flowing from the well was many times greater than the current 5,000 barrels per day estimate. Because BP did not pump mud into the well at a rate high enough to counter the actual flow, oil and gas from the well pushed mud back up the BOP and out of the riser. BP had previously said that if the top kill failed, its next step might be to install a second BOP on top of the existing one to shut in the well. But now, the company engineers viewed the possibility that the rupture discs had collapsed as a reason to discard capping the well as an option. If BP shut the well in, oil and gas could flow out the rupture discs and into the rock surrounding the well in a broach or underground blowout. From there, the hydrocarbons could rise through the layers of rock and flow into the ocean from many points on the seafloor. This would make containment nearly impossible, at least until the completion of a relief well. Thus, in the aftermath of the top kill, BP and the government focused on trying to collect the oil, with the relief wells still providing the most likely avenue for killing the well altogether. BP had a team ready to proceed with new collection tools almost immediately. On May 29, the company and the government announced that BP would attempt to cut off the portion of the riser still attached to the top of the BOP and install a collection device, the top hat, which would then be connected via a new riser to the Discoverer Enterprise above. BP began installing the device on June 1 and had the top hat in place and functioning by 11:30 p.m. on June 3. Having learned from its cofferdam experience, BP injected methanol to prevent formation of hydrates. By June 8, the Discoverer Enterprise was collecting nearly 15,000 barrels of oil per day. BP also developed a system to bring oil and gas to the surface through the choke line on the BOP. BP outfitted the Q4000, a vessel involved in the top kill effort, with collection equipment, including an oil and gas burner imported from France. After it became operational on June 16, the Q4000 system was able to process and burn up to 10,000 barrels of oil per day. On occasion, BP was overly optimistic about the percentage of the oil it could remove or collect. On June 1, Suttle said that he expected the top hat, when connected to the Discoverer Enterprise, to be able to collect the, vast majority, of the oil. Within days, it became apparent that the top hat and Discoverer Enterprise were inadequate. On June 6, Hayward told the BBC that with the Q4000 in place, we would very much hope to be containing the vast majority of the oil, But when the Q4000 came online in mid-June, the two vessels' joint capacity of 25,000 barrels per day was still insufficient. It is unclear whether BP could have increased its collection capacity more rapidly than it did. BP's Lynch said that the speed at which the company brought capacity online was limited solely by the availability of dynamically positioned production vessels. One senior Coast Guard official challenged BP's definition of availability. He suggested that BP did not consider options such as procuring ships on charter with other companies until the government pushed it to do so. Obtaining another production vessel might have enabled BP to collect oil through the BOP's kill line at a rate comparable to that of the Q4000. Continued conflict about dispersant use, May 10 to July 14. Because of the insufficient collection capacity, oil continued to flow into the Gulf. Though the subsea use of dispersants proved helpful in preventing huge surface slicks, it did not initially have the predicted effect of reducing the total volume of dispersants applied. At a May 24 press conference, EPA Administrator Jackson announced that the government was instructing BP to, take immediate steps to significantly scale back the overall use of dispersants, and expressed EPA's belief that, we can reduce the amount of dispersant applied by as much as half, and I think probably 75%, maybe more, A Coast Guard EPA letter and joint directive issued 2 days later instructed BP to, eliminate the surface application of dispersants, except in, rare cases where there may have to be an exemption, Despite this directive, surface use of dispersants continued. When surveillance aircraft spotted oil and no other method of cleaning it up was available in the area, BP would ask for an exemption from the federal on-scene coordinator, who would then seek EPA's approval. The Coast Guard could not unilaterally allow the exemption. EPA had the final vote. EPA expressed frustration that BP sought regular exemptions, and it repeatedly asked for more robust explanations of why BP could not use mechanical recovery methods, such as skimming and burning, instead of dispersants. Coast Guard responders who viewed dispersants as a powerful tool to protect the coastline wondered why EPA wanted to cast aside the advanced planning that went into the pre-authorization of surface dispersant use. These different perspectives on dispersants led to conflicts between EPA and the Coast Guard. For example, on June 7, BP requested permission to spray dispersants on several large slicks. Despite Federal On-Scene Coordinator Rear Admiral James Watson's statement that he had, quote, determined aerial dispersant the best and only way to mitigate the pending landfall effect of the oil spotted, end quote, EPA would not approve the exemption. The Coast Guard captain leading the majority of frontline operations was furious. Quote, it would be a travesty, he wrote, if the oil hits the beach because we did not use the tools available to fight this offshore. This responsibility needs to be placed squarely in EPA's court if it does hit the shoreline, end quote. Later that day, without having received responses to its requests for additional data, EPA threatened to issue a directive, quote, to stop the use of all dispersants, end quote. The working relationship between the agencies improved over time, with more complete justifications for dispersant use included in the daily requests for exemptions. But disagreements came to a boil again in mid-July. By this point, EPA had finally installed a senior official, Assistant Administrator for Solid Waste and Emergency Response, Matthew Stanislaw, on the ground at Unified Area Command. On July 13, BP's head of dispersant operations made a request to apply 10,000 gallons to slicks. The request ultimately went to Stanislaus, who denied it, noting that skimming in particular had been extremely effective over the past few days. The Federal On-Scene Coordinator, by this time Rear Admiral Paul Sukunft, replied that he could not, quote, take the dispersant tool out of my kit when, end quote, oil threatened to hit environmentally sensitive areas in Louisiana. Quote, we spent over a month cleaning Barataria Bay with over 1,500 people and 600 vessels, he added, and still incurred significant wildlife kills while exposing these cleanup crews to extreme heat conditions. That is the trade-off option where dispersants come into play, end quote. The back and forth continued, with BP ultimately prohibited from using dispersants on July 14. The capping of the well the next day tabled the conflict. Months later, Admiral Allen and Administrator Jackson would say that they had cooperated closely, nearly attained the goal of a 75% reduction in dispersant use, and were satisfied with the use of dispersants to mitigate the spill. The well is finally capped, late June to July 15 and beyond. Meanwhile, in Houston, the government continued to develop a more effective structure for oversight of well control. The basic elements of the structure were in place by mid-May, and the roles of the different government teams were better defined by mid-June. MMS and the Coast Guard continued to focus on identifying hazards in BP's technical procedures. Personnel from the national laboratories and the U.S. Geological Survey provided information and analysis to the science advisors and BP, and the science advisors conducted their own independent analyses and helped inform the government's ultimate decision makers, including Secretary Chu, Secretary Salazar, McNutt, Hunter, Carol Browner, Director of the White House Office of Energy and Climate Change Policy, and Admiral Allen. Following the failure of the top kill, BP began presenting its source control plans for review by these government teams. The science advisors would question BP's assumptions, forcing it to evaluate worst-case scenarios and explain how it was mitigating risks. The government saw its pushback as essential because BP would not on its own consider the full range of possibilities. According to one senior government official, before the increased supervision, BP, quote, hoped for the best, planned for the best, expected the best, end quote. BP often found the supervision frustrating. Toombs, BP's vice president of engineering, believed that the government science advisors unnecessarily slowed the containment effort, arguing that scientists consider risk differently than engineers and that BP had expertise in managing risk. BP, however, was not in the best position to tout that expertise. Its well had just blown out. In mid to late June, government teams also began to seek more frequent input from other oil companies, primarily through large conference calls of 30 or more people. Although BP had previously turned to others in industry for advice, it had generally asked discrete questions about aspects of source control. The government teams, by contrast, asked other companies to comment on BP's overall plans and to help force BP to consider contingencies. BP, which believed its competitors suffered from a conflict of interest, did not appreciate the increased industry involvement. After one meeting in which BP's competitors aggressively challenged its plans, BP refused to meet with them again, forcing the government teams to schedule separate meetings. The conference calls were somewhat disorganized, with no agenda and participants sometimes not knowing who was speaking. One industry participant recalled an instance where he was chagrined to learn he had been talking to Secretary Chu without realizing it. A senior government official noted that some colleagues viewed BP's conflict of interest concerns as valid and took the competitor's advice, quote, with a grain of salt, end quote. But government personnel generally found the industry participation helpful. The science advisor's oversight increased substantially during June. On June 18, Secretary Chu sent an email to the advisory team, as well as some national laboratory scientists, describing their expanded role. The email cited a scene from the classic World War II movie The Guns of Navarone and quoted the character played by Gregory Peck. Quote, "Your bystanding days are over. You're in it now, up to your neck. They told me that you're a genius with explosives. Start proving it." End quote. Recognizing that there were, quote, "probably no shape charges to be used on this mission," Secretary Chu wrote that "the rest rings true." End quote. He enclosed a directive that Admiral Watson, the federal on-scene coordinator, would issue the next day, formally requiring BP to submit any, quote, "pending decision," end quote, on containment to the government for review. The role of the science advisors and the on-site scientists increased just as the source control effort approached a critical phase. By late June, BP was well on its way toward deploying a, quote, "capping stack," end quote, which once installed on top of the BOP would enable BP to shut in the well. The capping stack was essentially a smaller version of a BOP, similarly designed to stop the flow of oil and gas. BP had internally discussed installing a tight sealing cap within a week of the blowout. Following the top kill, however, BP and the government had shelved the idea of shutting in the well, in part because of concerns that the rupture discs in the well's 16-inch casing had collapsed, potentially allowing oil to flow out of the well into the rock. The government and BP had to take these concerns into account when planning for use of the capping stack. Secretary Chu and Hunter briefed the president on the capping stack in late June or early July, and he approved its use. The government appears to have delayed installation for a few days, however, to continue analyzing the significant risks of shutting in the well. One critical analysis involved the geology surrounding the Macondo well. The government's scientific well integrity team concluded that it would take a total of approximately 100,000 barrels of oil flowing through the rupture discs into the surrounding rock for oil to create paths through the rock to the seafloor. The team further concluded that such paths were likely to close or heal if BP and the government detected oil flow into the rock and reopened the capping stack with sufficient speed. To spot any problem quickly enough to avoid lasting damage, the team recommended monitoring shut-in pressure at the BOP, as well as visual, seismic, sonar, and acoustic data. Because shutting the capping stack would increase the pressure inside the well, The government was also concerned about bursting either the rupture discs, if they had not already collapsed, or another weak point in the casings. One industry executive recalled discussing this issue on a conference call with the science advisors. He expressed his view that allowing the pressure to climb above the level recorded during the top kill would be traveling into uncharted territory with uncertain risks. On July 9, as analysis of these risks continued, Admiral Allen authorized BP to install the capping stack, but not to close it. The extremely complicated operation began the next day. After removing the top hat from the top of the riser, remotely operated vehicles had to unbolt the stub of riser connected to the top of the Deepwater Horizon BOP stack, remove this stub, look for any pieces of drill pipe sticking up through the top of the BOP stack, slide the capping stack into place, and bolt it to the BOP stack. The process went smoothly, and BP finished installing the capping stack without incident by July 12. Suttles described this installation as the best operation of the entire source control effort. BP next prepared to temporarily close the capping stack in a planned, quote, well integrity test, end quote, to determine whether the well had been compromised and oil would flow into the rock formation. In a July 12 letter, Admiral Allen formally authorized the test to begin, but it did not. About 2 hours before the test was supposed to start, the government teams met with BP and industry representatives, including from Exxon in person and Shell by phone. Secretary Chu and Admiral Allen were both present in person. BP faced significant criticism of the wisdom of attempting the test, with Exxon and Shell raising concerns associated with shutting in the well that had yet to be considered by BP or the government. In the most extreme scenario, one industry expert suggested that an underground blowout could cause the sands around the wellhead to liquefy and the entire BOP to disappear into the seafloor. Because Secretary Chu and the science advisors believed that these risks required further study, Admiral Allen delayed the test to allow for 24 hours of additional analysis. Overnight, the government science teams reached out to industry and academia for help. By 10 o'clock the next morning, experts had reassured the government that catching a leak early enough would prevent catastrophic consequences. With the government teams satisfied, Admiral Allen reauthorized the well integrity test. The test was to last from 6 to 48 hours, and BP had to monitor pressure, sonar, acoustic, and visual data continuously, as recommended by the well integrity team. Secretary Chu required BP to dedicate 2 remotely operated vehicles to visually monitor for leaks at the wellhead. Although the well integrity team had calculated that it would take a leak of approximately 100,000 barrels for oil and gas to reach the seafloor, the government was prepared to permit a leak of only 20,000 barrels before requiring the capping stack to be reopened. Using an estimate for the expected pressure at shut-in derived from BP's modeling of the reservoir, the team developed guidelines for the length of the test. If the pressure at shut-in was less than 6,000 pounds per square inch, major well damage was likely. BP would have to terminate the test within 6 hours and reopen the well. If the shut-in pressure was greater than 7,500 pounds per square inch, the risk of a leak was low, and the test could proceed for the full 48 hours. Finally, if the shut-in pressure was between 6,000 and 7,500 pounds per square inch, the risk of a leak was uncertain. Either there was a medium-sized leak or the reservoir was highly depleted. Under this scenario, the test could proceed for 24 hours. If the pressure was too high, there was also the risk of causing a new rupture. After a 24-hour delay to repair a minor leak, BP shut the stack and began the well integrity test at about 2:25 p.m. on July 15. For the first time in 87 days, no oil flowed into the Gulf of Mexico. Initial wellhead pressure readings were just over 6,600 pounds per square inch. in an uncertain middle range that one senior administration official termed, quote, purgatory, and rising slowly. Later that afternoon, the science advisors, including McNutt and Hunter, met with Secretaries Salazar and Chu to determine whether to keep the well shut in. Based on the early pressure data, the group appears to have been firmly in favor of reopening the well. Garwin, who had opposed even undertaking the well integrity test, voiced the strongest opinion, arguing BP ought to stop the test immediately and wondering whether it was already too late. No one at the meeting appears to have argued in favor of keeping the well closed. Following the science team meeting, Admirals Allen and Cook, Browner, Secretaries Chu and Salazar and McNutt had a series of conversations to determine how to proceed. Keeping the capping stack shut could cause an underground blowout, and in the worst case, loss of a significant portion of the 110 million barrel reservoir into the Gulf. This risk had to be balanced against the benefit of stopping the spill, a continuing environmental disaster. The government decision makers recognized that the public wanted the well plugged and the flow of oil into the Gulf stopped, but the risk of causing greater harm was real. Admiral Cook made the argument that eventually prevailed. He reminded the others that before the test began, BP and the government had considered the possibility of pressure measurements like those being observed. Both had agreed that in such a case, the test should last 24 hours, with consultation between the parties before reopening the well. The government leaders decided that they should follow this protocol. The stack would stay closed overnight. This additional time proved critical. Using a single cell phone photograph of the plot of initial pressure readings, Paul Shea, a U.S. Geological Survey scientist, then in Menlo Park, California, worked overnight to develop an explanation of the results of the test, including the lower than expected shut-in pressure. Pre-test expectations had been based on an incomplete understanding of the reservoir's geometry and on pressure readings from a single gauge at the bottom of the BOP, which was only accurate to plus or minus 400 pounds per square inch and functioning sporadically. At the government's behest, BP had equipped the capping stack with pressure gauges. Following the shut-in of the well, those gauges provided accurate pressure data for the first time. Using that data, along with a flow rate estimate of 55,000 barrels per day, and BP's estimate that the reservoir contained 110 million barrels of oil, Shea was able to generate a model that predicted the observed shut-in pressure without having to assume a significant oil and gas leak into the rock formation. The next morning, the government principals and the science advisors, who had been convinced that reopening the stack was necessary, hosted a meeting. Both BP and Shea made presentations explaining the observed pressures at shut-in, with BP arguing that the well should remain capped. Participants had different recollections as to whether Shea's or BP's presentation carried more weight, but the outcome of the meeting was clear. The stack would stay shut, with the government reevaluating that decision every 6 hours. While it went unrealized at the time, a critical point had passed. As intense monitoring of the area around the wellhead continued over the next several days, Shea's model continued to predict the behavior of the well, and a leak in the formation became progressively less likely. Although the well integrity test had originally been scheduled to last a maximum of 48 hours, Admiral Allen began to extend it in 24-hour increments, beginning on July 17. At his July 24 press briefing, he stated what was by then plain, quote, "Our confidence in the capping stack is increasing, and we have better integrity in the well than we may have guessed," end quote. Meanwhile, on July 19, BP publicly raised the possibility of killing the well before completing a relief well through a procedure called a static kill. Like the top kill, the static kill involved pumping heavy drilling mud into the well in an effort to push oil and gas back into the reservoir. But because the oil and gas were already static, the pumping rates required for the static kill to succeed were far lower than for the top kill. The primary concern with the static kill was the pressure it would put on the well. On July 28, BP received an unsolicited letter from Pat Campbell, a vice president at Superior Energy Services, which owned BP contractor Wild Well Control, recommending in no uncertain terms that the static kill not proceed. Campbell, who had worked with legendary well control expert Red Adair, reiterated a point already raised by others in the industry, that the only pressure the well would withstand for certain was the current shut-in pressure, approximately 6,920 pounds per square inch at the time he wrote. Despite these issues, after some delays caused by weather and work on the first relief well, the government approved the plan for the static kill on August 2. A mud injection test began on August 3, and pressure at the wellhead increased only slightly before beginning to drop. Based on the positive results of the test, BP began slowly pumping more drilling mud into the well later that same day. By 11 p.m., the static kill had succeeded. The following evening, Admiral Allen authorized BP to follow the mud with cement. BP finished cementing the next day. On August 8, Admiral Allen reported that the cement had been pressure tested and was holding. The fate of the oil, August 4. On August 4, the same day it announced the static kill's success, the federal government released a 5-page report titled BP Deepwater Horizon Oil Budget, What Happened to the Oil, as well as a 10-page supporting document titled Deepwater Horizon MC-252 Gulf Incident Oil Budget. The oil budget provided the government's first public estimate of the total volume of oil discharged during the spill, roughly 4.9 million barrels. The government arrived at this number using its current flow rate estimate, which ranges from 62,200 barrels per day on April 22 to 52,700 barrels per day on July 14, just before the capping stack stopped the flow. The oil budget also described the efficacy of different response methods. The oil budget was originally an operational tool, intended as a guide for responders, not as the basis for a scientific report on what happened to the oil. Nonetheless, in late July, the White House decided to publicly release the oil budget and asked NOAA to take the lead on drafting a short report to introduce the tool. The budget cleared the interagency review process in time for its August 4 release. The White House's Browner appeared on 6 morning newscasts on August 4 to discuss both the successful static kill and the oil budget report. On NBC, MSNBC, and ABC, she told viewers that according to the report, quote, the vast majority, or approximately 3/4 of the oil, is gone, or appears to be gone, end quote. The budget, however, did not show that most of the oil was gone. The 3/4 of the oil not in the remaining category included dissolved and dispersed oil that was potentially biodegrading, but not necessarily gone. By 9 a.m., NOAA Administrator Jane Lubchenco emailed Browner's deputy and other officials to express her concern, quote, that the oil budget is being portrayed as saying that 75% of the oil is gone, end quote. Quote, it's not accurate to say that 75% of the oil is gone. 50% of it is gone, either evaporated or burned, skimmed or recovered from the wellhead, end quote. Lubchenco asked the officials to help make sure the error was corrected. She had made the same point to the White House before the budget rollout. A July 30 email to Browner's deputy had emphasized that Lubchenco opposed grouping dispersed oil with recovered oil because the former was, quote, still out there or was being degraded, end quote. At a press briefing that afternoon, Browner said that the report had, quote, been subjected to a scientific protocol, which means you peer review, and peer review, end quote. Earlier in the same briefing, Lubchenco had said, quote, the report was produced by scientific experts from a number of different agencies, federal agencies, with peer review of the calculations that went into this, by both other federal and non-federal scientists, end quote. The budget, however, was not, quote, peer-reviewed, end quote, as the scientific community uses that term. Many of the outside scientists listed as reviewers had not even seen the final report. The rollout of the oil budget drew immediate criticism, with scientists pointing out that Browner's optimism about the percentage of the oil that was gone was unsupported, especially because of the uncertain rate of biodegradation. Moreover, after a summer of ever-increasing official estimates of the spill's size, the public was dubious of the government's conclusions. As a Times-Picayune editorial noted, quote, "From the start of the disaster, the government has badly underestimated the amount of oil spewing from the runaway well. That poor track record makes people understandably skeptical of the oil budget report." End quote. Lubchenco has since acknowledged that she was in error when claiming that the oil budget had been peer-reviewed. NOAA has emphasized that the report's, quote, "purpose was to describe the short-term fate of the oil and to guide immediate efforts to respond to the emergency, rather than to provide information about the impact of the oil or indicate where the oil is now." End quote. NOAA supplied these explanations on November 23, when it released a new version of the oil budget, Oil Budget Calculator Technical Documentation, a peer-reviewed report of over 200 pages that gave the formulas used and updated the percentages in the original budget. The new version's biggest change was its estimate of the amount of oil chemically dispersed, which doubled from 8% to 16%. Of this additional 8%, 3% came from the naturally dispersed category, 2% from the evaporated or dissolved category, and 3% from the residual category. These changes brought the total amount of residual oil down from 26 to 23%. As a tool for responders, the oil budget indicated that response and containment operations collected, eliminated, or dispersed about 41% of the oil, with containment, direct recovery from the wellhead, the most effective method, and chemical dispersants breaking down a substantial fraction. Response technology, skimming or burning, removed, as opposed to dispersed, only 8% of the oil. Dispersion of the oil before it reached the surface limited the amount that responders could skim, burn, or disperse at the surface. Nevertheless, responders considered burning an important success. It had never before been attempted on this scale, and burning techniques advanced during the spill. Skimming was less of a success. Despite the participation of hundreds of ships and thousands of people, it collected only 3% of the oil. The least effective response technology was the berms, which the oil budget documents do not even mention. By the time BP capped the well on July 15, day 44 of the berm construction project, Louisiana's contractor estimated that 10% of one reach, 6% of the total project, had been completed. In late May, Governor Jindal had asserted that we could have built 10 miles of sand berms already if the Corps would have approved our permit when we originally requested it. In fact, it took 5 months to build roughly 10 miles of berms at a cost of about $220 million. Estimates of how much oil the berms collected vary, but none is much more than 1,000 total barrels. On November 1, Governor Jindal announced plans to convert the berms into part of a long-term coastal restoration project, which BP would continue to fund. In his recently released book, the governor maintained that the berms were, quote, one of the most effective protection measures, end quote, against oil reaching the Louisiana coast. The end of the well, but not the end of the response. In mid-September, the first relief well, which BP had begun drilling in early May, finally intercepted the Macondo well, allowing BP to pump in cement and permanently seal the reservoir. On September 19, 152 days after the blowout, Admiral Allen announced, quote, "The Macondo 252 well is effectively dead," end quote. But fears about health and safety did not die with the well. Some Gulf residents continued to believe that BP had used dispersants onshore, near shore, at night, and without government approval, and that it had continued using them after it capped the well. The Commission has not seen credible evidence supporting these claims. NOAA reopened one-third of the area closed to fishing on July 22 and continued to reopen additional sections based on a testing and sampling protocol developed and implemented with the Food and Drug Administration. But some scientists questioned the protocol, while some fishermen were hesitant to give up income from the Vessels of Opportunity program and return to their regular jobs in the midst of public concern about Gulf seafood. Chapter 6 discusses seafood safety. Residents also had to cope with the miles of used boom and other debris. Despite the typical spill responder uniform of rubber gloves and protective coveralls, BP planned to send the thousands of tons of oily debris generated over the summer to ordinary municipal landfills. Wastes from oil exploration and production are classified as non-hazardous by law and do not require specialized disposal. Although the federal government generally does not supervise the disposal of non-hazardous waste, on June 29, the Coast Guard and EPA issued a directive requiring BP to test its waste for hazardous elements, publicize the results, and consult with the communities where the waste was to be stored. In addition, EPA announced it would conduct its own twice-monthly testing of the debris and would post the results online. BP was initially slow to release its testing data. After receiving a sternly worded letter from Federal On-Scene Coordinator Admiral Zukunft on July 24, however, it started regularly posting the results on its website. EPA began sampling the waste and posting the test data as well, after some criticism and delay. As of November 17, EPA's tests had not shown any of the waste to be hazardous. As BP and EPA implemented the waste directives, environmental justice activists argued that BP was dumping the debris disproportionately in poor and non-white communities. Residents of Harrison County, Mississippi, fiercely opposed the disposal of oiled waste in their Pecan Grove landfill, and BP agreed not to use it. Environmental justice advocate and scholar Robert Bullard contended that the racial makeup of Harrison County was a factor, and EPA objected to BP's decision. The Federal On-Scene Coordinator instructed BP to follow the approved waste plan, noting that, quote, allowing one community to reject acceptance of waste may complicate remaining waste disposal efforts, end quote. BP began to use the site for waste staging, though not for disposal. With the well sealed, the number of responders in the Gulf decreased. The National Incident Commander officially stood down on October 1. Admiral Allen turned over the remaining tasks to Federal On-Scene Coordinator Admiral Zukunft and finally retired. BP started to shut down some of its programs, and Coast Guard responders started to head to their next posts. The spill and the emergency response had ended. Figuring out the extent of the damage and how to repair it had begun. End of section 17.
Section 18 of the final report from the National Commission on the BP Deepwater Horizon oil spill and offshore drilling. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Final report from the National Commission on the BP Deepwater Horizon oil spill and offshore drilling. Voices from the Gulf, 2. I have to make house payments and boat payments. Vay Van Wyn, oysterman, Buras, Louisiana. Vay Van Wyn was an oysterman working for one of the suppliers to P&J Oyster Company. A Vietnamese refugee who fled his homeland with his wife and young family in a boat in 1978, Van Wyn had made it to the United States. He eventually settled in Buras, located in Plaquemine Parish, in 1983, Joining a large Vietnamese and Cambodian community that had found limited English skills no impediment to earning a living fishing and shrimping. He had been a fisherman in Vietnam, and as he explained in his native language, "I grew up near the sea and I'm used to eating seafood. I wanted to live where there's lots of seafood." He and his wife had both worked on the water, and in recent years they had purchased 2 specially outfitted oystering boats, in addition to 2 other boats used for gill fishing. They had loans to repay. In 2009, when they had $80,000 in income from harvesting oysters, this was not a problem. Their 4 children were grown, with 1 still at home. When Van Wyn heard on television about the oil spill, he recalls, "I felt that I was going crazy and was really worried that I can't work any more. I was afraid that the oil would spread and people can't eat what we catch, so I wouldn't be able to work. So I was going through a mental crisis." Louisiana has about 25,000 Vietnamese Americans. All through May, the Macondo well gushed oil as the government was closing Louisiana oyster beds. Van Wyn and his wife both found interim work using their boats to install booms against the spreading oil slicks, as part of BP's cleanup. But he made nowhere near as much money as he would have harvesting oysters. Like so many others around the Gulf, he said, "I worry about myself and my wife. I don't know how we can make it." He had received some BP payments, but wondered how long those would go on. "I have to make house payments and boat payments." At age 60, he was no longer young, but certainly expected to continue oystering. But now, if BP does not compensate him for an amount similar to the lost income, "I can't do anything except for applying for welfare and food stamps." He had had his 4 boats towed back to his house. The future? "Everyone is worried and scared about that. They are scared of poisoning, so we have to rely on the government to take care of it. I don't know what will happen." We were called liars when we said we didn't have oil on the beaches. Patricia Denny, Destin, Florida. On May 2, 1985, Patricia Denny took a job as a secretary in a brand new real estate company in Destin, Florida, a small Emerald Coast family beach town proud of its white beaches and green waters. She married, had 2 girls, and worked hard at Holiday Isle Properties, rising to general manager, where she managed 177 vacation rentals. In 2009, her longtime boss retired, and Denny became the owner. I was beyond excited. My dream was coming true. All the late hours, 7-day work weeks. Something I felt so passionate about was finally happening. In her 24 years as a property manager, Denny has weathered some tough years. "I truly never thought things could be worse than 2004-05. Not only did the real estate market come to an abrupt halt, we had hurricane after hurricane, but we rebounded on our own. No handouts, no help from government or our insurance company." In late April 2010, when Denny saw the news on TV about the Deepwater Horizon explosion, "I remember thinking, how awful, but the news reported that BP was going to stop the oil from spewing and all would be well. Then NOAA predicted a shift in the weather and that impact from the oil was imminent. I was devastated. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't eat. It was the worst time of my life. Everything was at risk, my home, my income, my children's education, my 3 employees who are like a family to me." In early May, to show that their pristine beaches were still sugary white, "We started filming daily and sometimes twice daily a video for YouTube called 'Shore Shots.' It involved one of my employees standing in front of the camera and showing the Gulf of Mexico and the lack of oil despite being told otherwise. It was not always well received. We were called liars when we said we didn't have oil on the beaches and told we were poisoning people with Corexit for our own greedy gain. It was definitely tough. By July the oil was here. No way I could prevent it from coming on. Revenue dropped significantly. By August it was awful. No one, I mean no one, believed that we weren't covered in oil similar to the Exxon Valdez." Denny's older daughter was a junior and biology major at the University of Alabama in Birmingham. As the cancellations rolled in, the young woman withdrew from college in July for what would have been her senior year. She moved home to help her mother run the company. "It breaks my heart to see her do this," says Denny. "I am hoping she can go back sometime in the future, but at this time I don't know when that is." Note: In early December 2010, Denny received compensation for her losses from the Gulf Coast Claims Facility, administered by Kenneth Feinberg and funded by BP. End note. End of section 18.
Section 19 of the final report from the National Commission on the BP Deepwater Horizon oil spill and offshore drilling. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pamela Laborde. Final report from the National Commission on the BP Deepwater Horizon oil spill and offshore drilling. Chapter 6, Section 19. Chapter 6. The worst environmental disaster America has ever faced. Oiling a rich environment. Impacts and assessment. When President Barack Obama addressed the nation from the Oval Office on June 15th, nearly 2 months after the Macondo well began gushing crude oil and 1 month before engineers subdued it, he said, "Already this oil spill is the worst environmental disaster America has ever faced. And, unlike an earthquake or a hurricane, it's not a single event that does its damage in a matter of minutes or days. The millions of gallons of oil that have spilled into the Gulf of Mexico are more like an epidemic, one that we will be fighting for months and even years." The Deepwater Horizon blowout produced the largest accidental marine oil spill in U.S. history, an acute human and environmental tragedy. Worse still, as discussed in Chapter 7, it occurred in the midst of environmental disasters related to land-based pollution and massive destruction of coastal wetlands, chronic crises that proceed insidiously and will require not months, but decades of national effort to address and repair. Laws guide resolution of damages from the spill itself. There is a suite of policies and programs aimed at improving discrete environmental issues within the Gulf and along its coast. The law also provides compensation for direct economic impacts. This chapter analyzes these immediate impacts, not only on the national environment, but also on the economy and on human health in the affected region. Unfortunately, the human health effects are the least recognized fallout from the spill, and those least well addressed in existing law and policies. The impact on nature. The Deepwater Horizon oil spill immediately threatened a rich, productive marine ecosystem. To mitigate both direct and indirect adverse environmental impacts, BP and the federal government took proactive measures in response to the unprecedented magnitude of the spill. Unfortunately, comprehensive data on conditions before the spill, the natural status quo ante, from the shoreline to the Deepwater Gulf, were generally lacking. Even now, information on the nature of the damage associated with the released oil is being realized in bits and pieces. Reports of visibly oiled and dead wildlife, polluted marshes, and lifeless deepwater corals. Moreover, scientific knowledge of deepwater marine communities is limited, and it is there that a significant volume of oil was dispersed from the wellhead, naturally and chemically, into small droplets. Scientists simply do not yet know how to predict the ecological consequences and effects on key species that might result from oil exposure in the water column, both far below and near the surface. Much more oil might have made landfall, but currents and winds kept most of the oil offshore, and a large circulating eddy kept oil from riding the loop current toward the Florida Keys. Oil-eating microbes probably broke down a substantial volume of the spilled crude, and the warm temperatures aided degradation and evaporation, favorable conditions not present in colder offshore energy regions. Oil-degrading microbes are still active in cold water, but less so than in warmer water. However widespread, and in many cases severe, The natural resource damages those observed so far have fallen short of some of the worst expectations and reported conjectures during the early stages of the spill. So much remains unknown that will only become clearer after long-term monitoring of the marine ecosystem. Government scientists, funded by the responsible party, are undertaking a massive effort to assess the damages to the public's natural resources. Additionally, despite significant delays in funding and lack of timely access to the response zone, independent scientific research of coastal and marine impacts is proceeding as well. A rich marine ecosystem. Particularly along the Louisiana coast, the Gulf of Mexico is no stranger to oil spills. But unlike past insults, this one spewed from the depths of the ocean, the bathypelagic zone, 3,300 to 13,000 feet deep. Despite the cold, constant darkness and high pressure, over 150 atmospheres, scientists know that the region has abundant and diverse marine life. There are cold-water corals, fish, and worms that produce light like fireflies to compensate for the perpetual night. Bacteria, mussels, and tube worms have adapted to life in an environment where oil, natural gas, and methane seep from cracks in the seafloor. Endangered sperm whales dive to this depth and beyond to feed on giant squid and other prey. Higher up the water column, light and temperature gradually increase, and the ascending sperm whales and Macondo whale oil encounter sharks, hundreds of fish species, shrimp, jellyfish, sea turtles, and dolphins. As the sperm whales surface for air at the bright and balmy Gulf surface, they pass through multitudes of plankton, floating seaweed beds, and schools of fish. Some of these fish species spend their early lives in the coastal waters and estuaries. Others travel along annual migration routes from the Atlantic Ocean to the Gulf. The floating seaweed beds, sargassum, fish larvae, and plankton drift with the surface currents and are driven by the wind, as is the oil rising from below. The critical sargassum habitats lure sea turtles, tuna, dolphins, and numerous game fish to feed on the snails, shrimp, crabs, and juvenile species that seek shelter and food in the seaweed. Overhead are multitudes of seabirds, among them brown pelicans, northern gannets, and laughing gulls, that in turn feed in the ocean and coastal estuaries. Dozens of bird species fly the Mississippi migration route each year, a major attraction for bird watchers who flock to coastal Louisiana and Texas to catch a glimpse of migrating and resident shorebirds and nesting seabirds. Some of these birds feed on estuarine shrimp, fish, and crabs. Others depend on shellfish and other small organisms that populate the expansive mudflats. Larger wading birds stalk their prey in the shallow water of mangroves, marshes, and other habitats that shelter fish and frogs. Raptors, including ospreys, bald eagles, and peregrine falcons, also pluck their prey from any of these environments and carry it to their perches. As the unprecedented volume of oil gushing from the Macondo blowout reached the surface, it had the potential to affect all of these marine and coastal organisms and to wash into the salt marshes, mudflats, mangroves, and sandy beaches, each in its own way an essential habitat at one or more stages of many species' life cycles. And these marine and coastal species are so interdependent that a significant effect on any one has the potential to disturb several existing populations in this complex food web. Encountering oil. Organisms are exposed to oil through ingestion, filtration, inhalation, absorption, and fouling. Predators may ingest oil while eating other organisms or mistaking oil globules for food. Filter feeders, including some fish, oysters, shrimp, krill, jellyfish, corals, sponges, and whale sharks, will ingest minute oil particles suspended in the water column. Surface-breathing mammals and reptiles surrounded by an oil slick may inhale oily water or its fumes. Birds are highly vulnerable to having their feathers oiled, reducing their ability to properly regulate body temperature. Moderate to heavy external oiling of mammals can inhibit their ability to walk, fly, swim, and eat. Similarly, oiling of plants can impede their ability to transpire and conduct photosynthesis, and oiling of coastal sediments can smother the plants they anchor and the many organisms that live below. Americans watched as the oil eventually came to rest along intermittent stretches of the Gulf Coast. Before it arrived, scientists rushed to collect crucial baseline data on coastal and water column conditions. Some of the oil propelled up from the wellhead was dispersed by natural and chemical means, as described in Chapter 5, creating a deep ocean plume of oil droplets and dissolved hydrocarbons. A portion of the oil that rose to the surface was also naturally and chemically dispersed in the shallow water column. The oil that made landfall was fairly weathered, consisting of emulsions of crude oil and depleted of its more volatile components. More than 650 miles of Gulf coastal habitats, salt marsh, mudflat, mangroves, and sand beaches, were oiled. More than 130 miles have been designated as moderately to heavily oiled. Louisiana's fragile delta habitats bore the brunt of the damage, with approximately 20 additional miles of Mississippi, Alabama, and Florida shorelines moderately to heavily oiled. Light oiling and tar balls extended east to Panama City, Florida. Except for occasional tar balls, Deepwater Horizon oil never reached Texas or the tourism centers along the southwest Florida coast. Assessing the mixture of oil and life at the water's edge. The most biologically productive area along a sandy beach occurs where seaweed and other organic materials wash up just above the high tide line in the rack zone. Here shorebirds forage for insects and other small organisms. As oil moves onto a beach with the rising tide, it is deposited in the rack zone. Removing oiled rack is the most prudent means of removing the oil, but doing so removes the living community too. As the response to the spill proceeded, the Audubon Society evaluated rack density along shorelines. It found that the rack density on beaches east of the Mississippi River, where cleanup activities occurred, was nearly absent, indicating diminished habitat quality. Few beachgoers realize that millions of microscopic organisms live in the Gulf's soggy sands between high and low tide. By comparing samples taken before and after beaches were oiled, Holly Bick of the University of New Hampshire's Hubbard Center for Genome Studies, together with scientists at Auburn University and the University of Texas, hopes to determine the impact on this understudied community of sediment-dwelling microfauna. Tidal mudflats, generally devoid of vegetation and exposed at low tide, are more sensitive to pollutants than beaches. The Louisiana Delta and the estuarine bays of Mississippi and Alabama have large expanses of tidal mudflats, which support dense populations of burrowing species, vulnerable to smothering, foraging birds, crabs, and other organisms. As oil settles on the flats, crabs and other burrowing animals help mix the oil into the sediment layer, an ecological process called bioturbation, extending the potential damage below the surface. Salt marsh and mangroves are both highly productive and sensitive habitats. Marsh grasses tolerate surface coating by weathered oil fairly well, but they will die if oil penetrates the saturated sediments and is absorbed by the root system. When that happens, the plant's root systems degrade, making the marsh much more susceptible to erosion and threatening the habitat on which a wide variety of animals depend. People and equipment deployed in response to the spill can themselves damage the marsh. For example, summer storms pushed boom, used to corral waterborne oil, deep into the marshes, from which it could only be removed by intrusive methods that caused additional harm to the marsh topography. Scientists working in oiled marshes observed new plant growth during the summer of 2010, a positive sign that oil had not penetrated into the rich organic soils and inhibited root systems. Professor Eugene Turner of Louisiana State University's Coastal Ecology Institute plans to study the effects of oil on the local salt marshes for at least the next year. His preliminary observations through the fall of 2010 indicate some stress resulting in loss of marsh along its edge, but the estimated loss pales in comparison to the annual loss associated with dredging and flood protection, described in Chapter 7. The marine impacts. When water temperatures warm in the late spring, female oysters release millions of eggs into the water column. The timing of the Macondo oil spill may have been detrimental to oyster reproduction and the spawning of many other species. Submerged oil floating in the nearshore water column poses potential threats to diverse shellfish and fish species. Although the impacts are not yet known, the presence of oil in the nearshore environment has been documented. Oil that reached the Gulf's estuarine waters forced closures of and likely damaged substantial tracts of Louisiana oyster beds. Oyster mortality observed in the highly productive areas of Barataria Bay and Breton Sound, estuaries that flank the lower Mississippi River, appear to be due, in large part, to the flood of fresh water introduced through river diversions in what many believe was a futile attempt to keep oil from entering the estuarine areas. Beyond their commercial import, oysters are a keystone species, an organism that exerts a shaping, disproportionate influence on its habitat and community. A single adult oyster can filter more than a gallon of water per hour, effectively removing impurities, including oil, from the water column. Oyster reefs established on an estuary's muddy bottom can increase the surface area 50-fold, creating intricate habitats for crabs, small fish, and other animals, which in turn sustain larger species. Harriet Perry, director of the Center for Fisheries Research and Development at the University of Southern Mississippi, and scientists at Tulane University are studying the potential effects of oil on larvae of blue crabs, another keystone species. The slick from the Macondo oil spill ultimately covered about 40% of the offshore area used by larvae of the northern Gulf's estuarine-dependent species. The Gulf Coast blue crab population had already declined considerably during the past 8 to 10 years as a result of a regional drought. Perry and other scientists raced to take samples before the oil arrived, and then after, hoping to be able to separate the oil-related impacts on wildlife from climate-related changes. Many large fish species are dependent on the health of the estuarine and marine habitats and resources. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, noted that species with essential fish habitat near the oil spill included scalloped hammerhead, short-fin mako, silkie, whale, big-eyed thresher, long-fin mako, and oceanic white-tip sharks, and swordfish, white marlin, blue marlin, yellowfin tuna, bluefin tuna, longbill spearfish, and sailfish. Other important Gulf fish include red snapper, gag grouper, gray triggerfish, red drum, vermilion snapper, greater amberjack, black drum, cobia, and dolphin, mahi-mahi, coastal migratory open water species such as king and Spanish mackerel, and open water sharks. Oil in the water column affects fish and other marine organisms through dermal contact, filtration, or ingestion. How much oil they accumulate depends on its concentration in food, water, and sediments they encounter, time and exposure, and the characteristics of each species, particularly the extent of their fatty tissue. Although oil is not very soluble in water, oil and lipids do mix very well, so high concentrations of petroleum can be found in the fat-rich tissues of the liver, brain, kidneys, and ovaries. Muscle generally has the lowest lipid concentrations, but fish with fatty flesh can accumulate more oil than leaner species. Oil constituents can be transferred through the food chain. Heavier hydrocarbons can be passed from water to phytoplankton and then to zooplankton, or from sediments to polychaete worms and eventually to fish. Because animals that are several steps up the food chain, like small fish, have the capability to metabolize hydrocarbons fairly rapidly, their predators will actually not accumulate much from eating them. Accordingly, bioaccumulation of toxic oil components does occur in fish, but biomagnification, with increasingly higher concentrations in animals at each level, does not occur. It would be impossible to sample and assess each of the thousands of marine fish and other species inhabiting the open ocean water column. But scientists monitoring the spill along the shorelines and aboard research vessels have sampled plankton, shellfish, fish, water, sediment, and other environmental media to better understand the potential impacts on all terrestrial and marine organisms. Tens of thousands of samples have been collected. They will likely analyze the samples to determine concentrations of oil and dispersants, and combine that information with existing data on species populations and distributions to model the potential impact of contamination in the water column on different species. In addition, large fish, like bluefin tuna and whale sharks, the world's largest fish, mammals, and turtles are being tagged with tracking devices so scientists can follow their movements in the hope of learning how they have been affected by the spill. By overlaying maps of the extent of the oil spill, derived from satellite images from the European Space Agency, with simulations of bluefin tuna spawning grounds and models of larval development, the Ocean Foundation estimated that the spill could have affected 20% of the 2010 season's population of bluefin tuna larvae, further placing at risk an already severely overfished species. Birds, mammals, turtles. Oiled birds are often the most visually disturbing and widely disseminated images associated with a major oil spill, as in the landmark Santa Barbara accident of 1969. Through November 1, 2010, wildlife responders had collected 8,183 birds, 1,144 sea turtles, and 109 marine mammals affected by the spill, alive or dead, visually oiled or not. Given the effects of hiding, scavenging, sinking, decomposition, and the sheer size of the search area, many more specimens were not intercepted. Therefore, scientists will assess the estimated total damage by applying a multiplier to the final observed number of casualties, and will likely issue separate estimates of sublethal effects and the impact of the spill on future populations. In September 28 testimony before the Commission, Jane Leiter, Deputy Assistant Secretary of the Department of Interior for Fish and Wildlife and Parks, said that, with more than 60% of the data verified, the three most affected bird species appear to be brown pelicans, northern gammets, and laughing gulls. She added that the fall migration is underway. Songbirds and shorebirds begin their migration to the Gulf Coast in July. Waterfowl begin arriving in late August and early September. We know there are significant impacts to marsh and coastal wetland habitats along sections of the Louisiana coast, particularly near Grand Isle, Louisiana. We are continuing to monitor what the full impact will be to migratory birds and other wildlife. The potential impact on marine mammals and sea turtles is harder to assess. Tim Reagan, Executive Director of the Federal Marine Mammal Commission, testifying before a House of Representatives subcommittee on June 10, 2010, could only conclude, unfortunately, the scientific foundation for evaluating the potential effects of the Deepwater Horizon spill on many marine mammals inhabiting the Gulf is weak. According to NOAA, of the 28 species of marine mammals known to live in the Gulf of Mexico, all are protected, and 6, sperm, sei, fin, blue, humpback, and North Atlantic right whales, are listed as endangered under the Endangered Species Act. Also of note, at least 4 species of threatened endangered sea turtles, Kemp's ridley, green, leatherback, and loggerhead, are residents of the northern Gulf of Mexico and are represented by all life stages. A 5th species, the hawksbill turtle, can be found in the southern Gulf. The only nesting beaches in the world for Kemp's ridley turtles are in the western Gulf of Mexico. As of November 1st, the Unified Area Command reported that 9 marine mammals had been collected alive, and 3 were released. 100 mammals were collected dead, though only 4 of those were visibly oiled. Most of the marine mammal mortalities were bottlenose dolphins. Also among the dead was 1 juvenile sperm whale. It was found floating more than 70 miles from the source of the spill, reportedly unoiled. More than 600 dead sea turtles were collected. Deepwater plumes of dispersed oil. The highly visible damage to wildlife aside, public and scientific concern about the Deepwater Horizon spill at unprecedented water depths has for some time focused on the impacts of an invisible subsurface plume, or more accurately, clouds of minute oil droplets moving slowly over the seabed. As of November 2010, 3 independent peer-reviewed studies confirmed the presence of a deepwater plume of highly dispersed oil droplets and dissolved gases at between 3,200 and 4,200 feet deep and extending for many miles, primarily to the southwest of the wellhead. How will such substances affect the deepwater environment? One concern centered on decomposition and the resulting depletion of the oxygen supply on which aquatic species depend. Bacterial decomposition begins quickly for the light hydrocarbon gases, propane and ethane, but more slowly for the heavier hydrocarbons, typically present in a liquid form, and for the predominant gas, methane. The blooms of bacteria stimulated by lighter hydrocarbons prime the populations for degradation of other hydrocarbons. The degradation rates are sufficient to reduce the dissolved oxygen concentrations in the plume, but not to harmfully low levels associated with dead zones, where aquatic species cannot survive. Subsequent mixing with adjacent uncontaminated waters by slow-flowing currents appears to have been sufficient to prevent any further depletion of dissolved oxygen in the aging plumes. These findings do not rule out potential impacts of deepwater oil and dispersant concentrations on individual species. Chemical analysis of water samples taken from the established deepwater plume in May 2010 suggests that hydrocarbon concentrations were high enough at the time to cause acute toxicity to exposed organisms, although concentrations declined over several miles from the well as the plume mixed with the surrounding water. Federal scientists have estimated that about 15% of the oil escaping the wellhead was physically dispersed by the fluid turbulence around the flow of oil and gas. The deepwater plume would have formed even if chemical dispersants had not been injected at the wellhead, but the addition of 18,379 barrels of dispersants to the discharging oil and gas stream may have increased the volume of oil in the deepwater plumes to a degree comparable to that from physical dispersion alone. As of late 2010, there have been unconfirmed reports of oil deposited on the seafloor in the vicinity of the Macondo well. If confirmed by chemical analyses, this would not be particularly surprising, because oil droplets can become entrained in denser particulate matter, including the flocks of organic matter referred to by scientists as marine snow, that characterize open ocean waters and settle on the ocean floor. There have also been recent reports of dead or dying deepwater corals living on rock outcrops that could have been impinged by the deep plumes. Because the Deepwater Horizon spill was unprecedented in size, location, and duration, deepwater ecosystems were exposed to large volumes of oil for an extended period. It would take further investigation and more time to assess the impacts on these ecosystems, their extent and duration. Unfortunately, except for studies that have focused on rare and specialized communities associated with rocky outcrops or seeps, scientific understanding of the Deepwater Gulf ecosystem has not advanced with the industrial development of deepwater drilling and production. Natural Resource Damage Assessment. The Federal Oil Pollution Act, OPA, or the Act, creates a process for assessing the damages caused by an oil spill and then the expenditure of monies collected to address those damages. To that end, the Act formally designates natural resource trustees, who are responsible for assessing the natural resources damages of the spill. Figure 6.1. The trustees accordingly prepare a natural resource damage assessment that seeks to quantify oil spill damages to 1. Public natural resources, 2. The services they provide, e.g. oysters provide water filtration, and 3. The public's lost use of those resources. For the Macondo spill, NOAA and the Department of the Interior are leading the effort as trustees on behalf of the federal government. The Department of Defense will also participate on behalf of affected military property along the Gulf Coast. The federal representatives will be joined by natural resource trustees from the 5 Gulf states. Identifying and quantifying damages, particularly where complex ecosystems are involved, present enormous challenges. Developing sound sampling protocols that cover adequate timescales, teasing out the effects of other environmental disturbances, and scaling the damages to the appropriate restoration projects often takes considerable time. A typical damage assessment can take years. 2 sets of determinations, one concerning the baseline conditions against which damages to each species or habitat will be assessed, and another concerning the quantifications of those damages, are particularly difficult and consequential in terms of the overall results. The goal of a natural resource damage assessment is to make the environment and public whole for injuries to natural resources and services resulting from an oil spill. The injury is quantified by reference to baseline conditions, the condition of the natural resources and services that would have existed had the incident not occurred. But making this determination is often inherently difficult and highly contentious. Without well-established baseline conditions, there can be inaccurate quantification of damages or required restoration. Given that the ecological baseline can vary seasonally, annually, and over much longer timescales, it can be difficult to pinpoint the exact condition of an ecosystem prior to a spill. Because long-term historical data are often non-existent or discontinuous, natural resource trustees are likely to be disadvantaged by a lack of sufficient information to fully characterize the condition of relevant ecosystems prior to the incident in question. As OPA regulations indicate, baseline, for purposes of damage assessment, is generally considered to be the condition of the resource just prior to the spill. The precise application of this definition has particular importance in the Gulf of Mexico context, where many coastal habitats have been substantially degraded over decades, even centuries, under the pressure of ever-expanding industrial, commercial, and residential development. The Natural Resource Damage Assessment Regulations, as generally applied, require that BP and other potentially responsible parties restore Gulf resources to their functioning level as of April 19, 2010, by which point the Gulf ecosystem in April 2010 was already weakened. In this context, effective long-term restoration will require the stabilization and eventual reversal of a number of long-standing damaging trends. The effort to thoroughly address the ecological impacts of this historic pollution event is unprecedented in scale. Thousands of samples have been collected from dozens of research cruises. Hundreds of miles of coastline have been observed and sampled. Marine mammals and turtles are being observed aerially and monitored by satellite or radio tracking devices. The assessment of natural resources damages is the largest and most complex that the government has ever undertaken to assess oil spill impacts. Supporting independent scientific research. Apart from these governmental efforts, independent scientists have also sought to study the spill's impacts, but funding for academic and other scientists in the days and weeks immediately after the spill was limited. As a result, the nation lost a fleeting opportunity to maximize scientific understanding of how oil spills, particularly in the deep ocean, adversely affect individual organisms and the marine ecosystem. Such research depends on sampling, measurements, and investigations that can be accomplished only during and right after the spill. The National Science Foundation tried to fill the gap by funding studies under its Grants for Rapid Response Research (RAPID) program, aimed at better understanding potential impacts to coastal and marine habitats and resources. Through September 2010, the Foundation funded 167 Deepwater Horizon research projects, totaling $19.4 million. The Foundation became practically the sole provider of emergency funding for independent scientists as the disaster unfolded. Nevertheless, the program was not a panacea. Because individual rapid grants cannot exceed $200,000 per year, many scientists were left to seek additional funding to pay for the necessary, costly chemical analyses of their environmental samples. In May, BP committed to provide $500 million for independent research on ecosystem assessment, impacts, and recovery efforts. Unfortunately, for multiple procedural and political reasons, by late November 2010, BP had only allocated a small portion of that money. BP has since announced that it intends to work through the Gulf of Mexico Alliance, an organization led by the 5 Gulf Coast governors, to implement this research program. Here, too, meaningful scientific inquiry will need to include long-term monitoring of the impacts of the spill on the Gulf's marine and coastal ecosystems. With numerous studies underway through both the government's damage assessment process and independent scientific research, the published literature regarding environmental impacts from the Macondo blowout can be expected to grow substantially. Major research commitments totaling hundreds of millions of dollars have already been made. End of section 19. Recording by Pamela Laborde.
Section 20 of the final report from the National Commission on the BP Deepwater Horizon oil spill and offshore drilling. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by M. Rembrandt. Final report from the National Commission on the BP Deepwater Horizon oil spill and offshore drilling. Oiling a Rich Environment. Impacts and Assessment, Part 2. Economic Impacts. The Deepwater Horizon oil spill put at risk two enormous economic engines that rely on it: tourism and fishing. The industries affected as collateral damage were highly sensitive to both direct ecosystem harm and, indirectly, public perceptions and fears of tainted seafood and soiled beaches. For this reason, whatever uncertainty may exist about the immediate and long-term adverse environmental impacts of the oil spill, no such uncertainty exists in terms of the significant adverse economic effects, especially from loss of confidence in commercial fishing. The Gulf Coast economy depends heavily on commercial fisheries, tourism, and energy production, each directly and immediately affected by the oil gushing from the Macondo well. Federal and state closures of commercial fisheries, a precautionary health measure, at once suspended much of the fishing and processing industry. Public concern nationwide that seafood was not safe to eat further compounded the economic impact along the Gulf. Similarly, public perception that otherwise clean beaches were or would become oiled, or that air quality during peak vacation season was impaired, led to declines in hotel bookings, restaurant seatings, and a wide array of coastal activities. Claims for losses have been submitted by real estate agents and developers, fishing charters, and even an Alabama dentist who alleged a loss of summer customers. And the Gulf oil and gas industry, its workers, and the regional economy were affected as the federal government imposed a memorandum, described in Chapter 5, on deepwater drilling intended to prevent another disastrous spill, while the causes and consequences of the blowout were evaluated. That BP agreed to place in escrow a $20 billion fund to help address financial losses at President Obama's urging indicates the magnitude of the economic impact from the loss of control of this one deepwater well. In its first 8 weeks of operation, as of November 23rd, the independently administered Gulf Coast Claims Facility had paid out more than $2 billion to approximately 127,000 claimants. By comparison, during its 2-year lifespan, the September 11th Victim Compensation Fund awarded just over $7 billion to 5,560 individual claimants. It is currently not clear, however, the extent to which the enormous indirect economic impacts associated with loss of consumer confidence and injuries to the Gulf Coast brand will ultimately be deemed compensable, and that resulting uncertainty has generated intense debate among diverse government entities, local communities, interest groups, and BP. The Federal Oil Pollution Act, for instance, does not expressly recognize the appropriateness of compensation for loss of profits or impairment of earning capacity resulting from property loss or natural resource injury. But there is no easy legal answer to the question of how closely linked those lost profits or earnings must be to the spill before they should be deemed compensable. The search for such a rational endpoint for liability has already stymied the Gulf Coast Claims Facility in its processing of claims. The absence of clear and fair procedure for systematically evaluating such claims deserves focused attention as the lessons from the Deepwater Horizon oil spill are learned. The major industries in the hardest working basin. Florida State University oceanographer Ian McDonald has called the Gulf of Mexico the hardest working of our ocean basins. The southern coast of the United States produces more than 1/3 of the nation's domestic seafood supply, including most of the shrimp, crawfish, blue crabs, and oysters. It produces 1/3 of all domestic oil and claims 4 of the top 7 trading ports by tonnage. The Northern Gulf also produces diverse fish nursery and feeding grounds in the form of expansive marshes, mangrove stands, swamp forests, and seagrass beds, and boasts some of the best beaches and waters in the United States for recreation and tourism. Coastal tourism and commercial fisheries generate more than $40 billion of economic activity annually in the 5 Gulf states. In 2008, according to the NOAA, Gulf commercial fishermen harvested 1.27 billion pounds of finfish and shellfish that earned $6,509 million in total landings revenue. Other contributors to the total Gulf fishing economy are seafood processors, warehouse distributors, and wholesalers. Gulf fishermen land 73% of the nation's shrimp, half from Louisiana waters. Louisiana accounts for 67% of the nation's oyster production and 26% of the blue crab production. As described in Chapter 5, NOAA and state fisheries agencies responded to the Deepwater Horizon oil spill by closing huge portions of the Gulf to commercial and recreational fishing. At the most extensive point, 88,522 square miles of the Gulf of Mexico were closed to fishing, 1/3 of the U.S. portion of the Gulf of Mexico, an area larger than the 6 New England states. In mid-June, NOAA and the Food and Drug Administration, FDA, released a protocol for reopening fisheries that would apply consistently to state and federal waters while striking a balance between keeping tainted seafood from market and unnecessarily crippling the seafood industry. What ensued was likely the most rigorous seafood testing campaign in U.S. history. By late September, when nearly 32,000 square miles of the Gulf were still closed to fishing, government officials made strong statements about the safety of seafood caught in reopened areas. The shrimp, fish, and crabs are perfectly safe to eat, claimed Bob Dickey, Director of Seafood Science and Technology at the FDA. Bill Walker, Executive Director of the Mississippi Department of Marine Resources, pronounced that based on credible scientific data collected using federally approved sampling and analytical techniques, Mississippi seafood has been safe and healthy to eat throughout the entirety of this event. The NOAA Administrator, Jane Lipchenko, stated, "I have confidence in our protocols and have enjoyed Gulf seafood each trip I've made to the region." But despite these assurances, some citizens continue to doubt the safety of Gulf seafood. Everybody's credibility has been damaged by all of this, said Ian McDonald. He continued, the many changes of course that NOAA took, the great concern about the Environmental Protection Agency, and the licensing of dispersant use, the fact of the way it was handled has undermined public confidence. Florida journalist Travis Pillow asked, if people couldn't believe the government's estimate of how much oil was gushing into the Gulf, how could they believe their reassurance that beaches were clean or seafood was safe? Constant media coverage about the spill also plainly shaped citizens' perception of the risks to public health. According to Timothy Fitzgerald, senior policy analyst for the Environmental Defense Fund's Ocean Program, most people have very little connection to or understanding of the fish they buy, increasing their reliance on mass media to inform their decisions. Scott Deckel, general manager of the Versa Cold Atlas Seafood Warehouse, noted that news of the spill got plastered all over the local and national media day after day after day. No one sees Anderson Cooper now standing outside Southern Seafood saying, "This is great." As a result, the public has come to associate Gulf seafood with oil. In August, Jonah Berger, a marketing professor at the University of Pennsylvania's Wharton School, said of Gulf seafood, Right now, the only association is a negative one, and so it's going to be much harder for that association to disappear. Most commercial Gulf seafood species seem to have emerged from the oil spill without any clear evidence of taint or contamination. The real impact here is the reputational damage to Gulf seafood as a safe brand. Continuing government testing, improvements on public outreach, and a coordinated marketing campaign may be needed to expedite its recovery. After several requests over several months, BP relented in early November and agreed to give Louisiana $48 million and Florida $20 million for seafood testing and marketing. As of early December, BP is considering a similar request from Alabama. Coastal tourism. The Gulf Coast generates an estimated $19.7 billion of tourism activity annually. Florida accounts for more than 50% of the total and, accordingly, attributes enormous actual and potential losses in tourism-related revenues to the oil spill. Quantifying such losses and the value of reputational damage may be even more difficult than assessing the value to the indirect losses suffered by the Louisiana fishing industry. Furthermore, responsibility for compensating those who may have suffered the indirect financial losses poses challenges of law, administration, and equity. Floridians expressed frustrations with the news coverage of the oil spill, not all of it accurate. As described by Keith Overton, chairman of the Florida Restaurant and Lodging Association and chief operating officer of the Tradewinds Island Resorts in St. Pete Beach, in testimony before the commission in July 2010, these losses have occurred to our area, in the Tampa Bay area, without a single drop of oil ever reaching our beach, and that is true for most of Florida. Pensacola has had some oil, but the rest of the Panhandle is in pretty good shape right now. But you wouldn't know that if you looked at the national news media or you read the newspaper each day. With dismay, he described a newscast that showed footage of President Obama walking along an unoiled Pensacola beach in mid-June, but with superimposed oil dripping down the screen behind him. Just as the potential extent of the spill's impact was coming into focus, Michael Hacht, president of Greater New Orleans, Inc., a regional economic alliance on southeast Louisiana, testified in July that, going forward, this perception, this brand issue, is incredibly important. A Louisiana-commissioned national poll conducted early in August 2010 found that 29% of respondents who were planning to visit the state said that they were actively canceling or postponing their visits because of the oil spill. Overton noted that the downturn in hotel reservations throughout 2010 in unoiled Pinellas County had cost roughly $70 million and could total in the billions for the Florida Panhandle. Human health. Because oil spills have historically been viewed as environmental disasters affecting nature, the Oil Pollution Act of 1990 and related policies offer fewer tools for addressing the human dimensions of such accidents. But in the case of the Macondo blowout of unprecedented size, affecting a broad area and the entire regional economy, assessment of impacts must also include the effect on human health, mental and physical. The Deepwater Horizon crew, of course, bore the immediate devastating effects of the rig's destruction. 11 deaths, 17 injuries, and the unquestioned traumas of losing colleagues, the terror of the explosions and fire, the harrowing rescue, and the sense of involvement in the wider damages that ensued, and the rigors of the investigations and recovery efforts since. But the tangible human effects are more widespread. It was certainly a cruel added misfortune that the Macondo spill bore down most heavily on southern Louisiana, less than 5 years after Hurricane Katrina ravaged the Louisiana and Mississippi coast, ruined much of New Orleans, killed hundreds, drove some of the population away permanently, including essential medical professionals, devastated the local economy, and shocked the nation with images of disorder and suffering. An unfortunate lesson of the oil spill is that the nation was not well prepared for the possibility of widespread adverse effects on human health and mental well-being, especially among a particularly vulnerable citizenry. Gulf Coast communities have longtime residents with strong roots to the region. Of coastal Louisiana residents surveyed after the spill, 60% of respondents reported living in their communities their entire lives, and another 21% had lived there almost 20 years. This context of regional and cultural ties to their communities exacerbates the worry and stress caused by the oil spill. Nearly 60% of respondents reported feeling worried almost constantly during the week prior to being surveyed because of the spill. Louisiana shrimper Donald John Fro Jr. said, "Everything I'm making now is going to pay off debt from this summer. I'm behind on my child support payments, house payments. I need money." Residents are worried about the economy, their way of life, and the stability of their communities. All of these factors play a role in affecting their health. During the Commission's first public hearing in New Orleans on July 12th and 13th, representatives of community groups focused on the psychological impacts. Our people are used to tragedies and pulling themselves up from their bootstraps, but no one is saved from depression and fear, said Sharon Goth, Executive Director of Bayou Interfaith Shared Community Organizing. Grace Skyer, Gulf Coast Regional Director for Boat People SOS, told the Commission about her experiences working with the Vietnamese, Laotian, and Cambodian communities in the Gulf. People are so dejected. It's not even the word for that. They're still recovering from Katrina. Both speakers emphasized the need for additional community mental health services. Industry and government responders did not adequately anticipate or address the magnitude of a potential health impact. Meanwhile, many citizens were coping with physical ailments, for example, respiratory problems, headaches, and stress. Though health agencies eventually issued personal protective equipment guidelines for response workers and created a registry of these newly trained personnel, they missed the crucial window for screening their baseline physical health before the workers were directly exposed to oil products. Although many of the behavioral and psychological effects of the oil spill remain unknown, a Gallup survey of nearly 2,600 residents revealed that medical diagnosis of depressive illness had increased by 25% since the rig explosion. The well-being index included in the Gallup study showed that coastal residents reported being stressed, worried, and sad more often than their inland counterparts. There is also an indication that domestic violence increased. Between April and June 2010, the Administration for Children and Families observed a spike in calls to the National Domestic Violence Hotline from Gulf Coast states, most notably in Louisiana. Such broad community impacts suggest the need to monitor and respond to longer-term effects as warranted, and to pay special attention to especially vulnerable populations along the Gulf Coast, including children, minority fishing communities, and Indian tribes. Children and families. Children are particularly vulnerable to disruption in social, familial, and community stability as a result of disaster. A study conducted after Katrina found that children exposed to the hurricane were 5 times more likely to suffer from serious emotional disturbances than they were before the hurricane. Although the direct impacts of the oil spill, of course, cannot be compared to the utter devastation wrought on entire communities by Katrina, some studies have already begun to document the spill's impact on children and families. A telephone survey of more than 900 coastal Louisiana adults 2 months after the spill began indicated that 46% felt they were unable to take care of their families as well as they would like. In another survey of more than 1,200 adults living within 10 miles of the coast, parents from Louisiana and Mississippi reported that more than 1/3 of their children were suffering mental or physical health effects as a result of the oil spill. The most significant health impact was reported among families earning less than $25,000 annually. Exactly what proportion of health symptoms is attributed to the oil spill? Meaningful measurement is difficult at best. The preliminary findings of one academic study reported an exposure differential between exposed and non-exposed subjects. Adults and children who were directly exposed to oil were, on average, twice as likely to report new physical or mental health issues as those who were not. minority fishing communities. Another sensitive community is the 40,000 Southeast Asian immigrants who live along the Gulf Coast, primarily Vietnamese, but also Laotians and Cambodians, many of them refugees from the decades-long war in that region, 1/5 of whom are fishermen. Most of these families suffered direct, grievous harm from the 2005 hurricanes and now face the spill-related loss of their livelihoods for an uncertain duration. Many of the fishermen speak little or no English, making their access to the Gulf Coast Claims Facility especially challenging and posing difficulties in finding work outside the fishing industry. As the Commission heard in July, the cultural stigma associated with mental health problems in some of these communities complicates efforts to help those in need. Tribal communities. According to Brenda Rabaicho, former principal chief of the United Halma Nation, tribal communities on the coast are paying the ultimate price for both the mismanagement of the Mississippi River Delta over the past half-century, see discussion in Chapter 7, as well as the development of the offshore oil industry. Both activities have contributed to the loss of wetlands and the destruction of barrier islands, which play crucial roles in protecting the tribes from major storms. Just as they began to recover from 4 hurricanes in 3 years, many members of Gulf coastal tribal communities, for whom fishing is a lifestyle and a livelihood, suffered directly from the oil spill and face a difficult future. Long-term health effects. The long-term health impacts of oil spills remains largely uncertain, but research conducted in the wake of other disasters provides some insight. A survey conducted 1 year after Exxon Valdez found that cleanup workers classified as being subjected to high exposure were 3.6 times as likely to have a generalized anxiety disorder and 2.9 times as likely to have post-traumatic stress disorder as members of an unexposed group. Alaska natives were particularly prone to effects of chemical exposure and, for cultural reasons, less likely to seek mental health services. Unlike natural disasters, where mental health consequences generally dissipate relatively quickly, technological disasters are known to have chronic impacts on affected individuals and communities, a problem that is worsened as issues of fault and compensation are negotiated or litigated over an extended period. Important symptoms include depression, substance abuse, domestic violence, psychological disorders, and disruption of family structures. Evidence of these effects, as noted, have already appeared in the Gulf Coast communities most directly influenced by the oil spill. To date, the Gulf Coast Compensation Fund has maintained that it will not pay damages for mental illness caused by the spill. According to its administrator, Kenneth Feinberg, if you start compensating purely mental anguish without a physical injury, anxiety, stress, we'll be getting millions of claims from people watching television. You have to draw the line somewhere. The affected Gulf Coast states' health departments, excluding Texas, received $42 million for mental health from BP, and the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Administration received $10 million. Because no biological specimens were taken at the outset of the response, the study of future health effects will be constrained by a lack of baseline data. No biological samples were taken from cleanup workers before or immediately after their exposure to the oil. More generally, given the unreliability of surveillance in the days and weeks after the spill, the quality of any baseline data for studies on long-term health effects was compromised. For future emergency response efforts, the government should have enhanced authority to ensure adequate baseline data and surveillance measures. In the meantime, at a minimum, long-term monitoring of Deepwater Horizon responders' health and of community health in the most affected coastal areas is warranted and scientifically important. However, the focus on long-term research cannot overshadow the need to provide immediate medical assistance to affected communities, which have suffered from limited access to healthcare services. In the years following Hurricane Katrina, many of the damaged healthcare facilities were not rebuilt or replaced, including the major provider of indigent care, Louisiana State University Charity Hospital. This left coastal communities vulnerable and lacking adequate access to care. The greatest damage to Louisiana's health services infrastructure was in Region 1, Orleans, Jefferson, St. Bernard, and Plaquemines parishes. A year after the storm, New Orleans had been federally designated as a health professional shortage area, HPSA, for primary care, mental health care, and dental care. By 2008, 86% of Louisiana's partnerships were HPSA designated, with Medicaid and uninsured residents hardest hit. Resources, including federal primary care access stabilization grants, were made available to the state, and by August 2010, 5 years after Katrina, substantial progress had been made in restoring healthcare resources throughout a redesigned primary care safety net. Assessing the environmental, economic, and human health damages from the Deepwater Horizon oil spill is, of course, only the threshold challenge. The even larger challenge now facing the Gulf is how to achieve its restoration, notwithstanding years of failed efforts to recover from past destruction. End of section 20. Recording by M. Rembrandt.
Section 21 of the final report from the National Commission on the BP Deepwater Horizon oil spill and offshore drilling. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Final report from the National Commission on the BP Deepwater Horizon oil spill and offshore drilling. Voices from the Gulf 3. Louisiana is paying a grave price for what the rest of the country is enjoying. Brenda Darder Robichaux, former chief of the United Huma Nation, Raceland, Louisiana. Brenda Darder Robichaux could not help noticing as the local coastline, ditched for oil-related navigation and pipeline corridors, progressively disappeared all through Terrebonne, Lafourche, Jefferson, St. Mary, St. Bernard, and Plaquemine parishes. As principal chief, from 1997 until 2010, of the 17,000-member United Huma Nation, whose people lived in and made their livelihoods from the coastal lands of southeastern Louisiana, she said, "We have seen small canals turn into large bayous. We have watched hundreds of acres of wetlands wash away. We have seen freshwater bayous turn into salt water." And her people had become exposed to severe risks. Hurricanes Gustav and Ike destroyed our community on Isle de Jean Charles because we no longer have the barrier islands protecting us. Today Isle de Jean Charles is just a sliver of what it once was. The length of the island is still several miles, but the width is maybe an acre. When I was little there were fields that we, the Huma people, raised cattle and horses on. We had gardens and the kids played baseball. Now there is no such thing. The backyards are water. Former Chief Robichaux initially saw some possible good coming from the spill, serious attention being paid to coastal restoration. The spill certainly adds another level of awareness to the problem, like Katrina did, but we need major change now and not just little projects. When the oil spill happened, I was hopeful that all the attention it was bringing might finally wake people up. I was optimistic. I was thinking if we're ever going to get vision for coastal restoration off the ground, now is the time. But I don't see that happening. For centuries, the United Huma Nation's culture and economy have been entwined with the bounty of the Gulf. Our people follow the seasons, Robichaux explained. In the summer we catch shrimp, crabs, and garfish. In the winter we harvest oysters and trap nutria, muskrat, and otters. Huma fishermen are intimately familiar with the lakes and bayous of our region. They know the stories of how these places got their names. They know how the tides flow and the winds blow. All of these traditions are in danger of disappearing. Like all Americans, she knew well the nation's dependence on oil. Louisiana is paying a grave price for what the rest of the country is enjoying, whether it's seafood or what oil and gas provide. But our tribal citizens are paying the ultimate price, because we live along the coast of southeast Louisiana. We as a nation, not only people in Louisiana, not just people on the coast, but the nation, need to evaluate our dependency on oil and gas. We need to reevaluate our entire lifestyle. It's not just a Gulf Coast issue. An entire culture being washed away by crude oil and chemicals. Clarence R. Duplessis, commercial fisherman, Devant, Louisiana. When Clarence R. Duplessis was born in 1945 in the small Gulf Coast fishing community of Devant, just north of Pointe a la Hache, he became the seventh generation of his family to live in Plaquemine Parish, Louisiana. After high school, Duplessis joined the U.S. Marine Corps, served a tour of duty in Vietnam, and met his wife, Bonnie, who served in the Navy. Upon their return to Louisiana, Mr. Duplessis found work at the Kaiser aluminum plant in Chalmette, Louisiana. In 1989, when the plant shut, he says, "I had a young family to feed, clothe, and educate. This was a problem with a solution. I was still young and had experience with shrimping and oystering. I had salt water in my veins at birth. I went fishing, and my children paid their college tuition by working as deckhands. In 2005, Hurricane Katrina hit us with a crippling blow. Wow, a major problem. My wife and I lost everything we owned in Hurricane Katrina. Even then, though the entire region was wiped out and the insurance companies packed their bags and left us, there was still a solution. The fishing communities and people of South Louisiana are some of the hardest working, defiant, yet kindest people on God's earth. After the storm, we faced the difficult task of rebuilding, but that was the solution. Now, 5 years later, we are facing the Deepwater Horizon oil spill. This is the worst of our problems, because we have no answers, no solutions, only questions. As we watch our livelihood and even an entire culture being washed away by crude oil and chemicals that no one knows the long-term effects of, we ask, will we have the mortgage payment next month? How long will this last? Will I be able to go oystering next year, or ever again? How long will it take the fisheries to recover? Will BP do what is right, or will they pack their bags and leave us like the insurance companies did? What can I do to survive? I have 1,000 questions and no answers. Now I hope you can understand why this problem is the worst of my life. End of section 21.
Section 22 of the final report from the National Commission on the BP Deepwater Horizon oil spill and offshore drilling. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, go to LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Schneider. Final report from the National Commission on the BP Deepwater Horizon oil spill and offshore oil drilling. Recovery and restoration. Whatever the final tally of shorelines oiled, fishing days lost, and waterfowl killed, the Deepwater Horizon oil spill touched virtually every aspect of life on the Gulf of Mexico coast and far beyond. Tens of thousands of residents draw fish and seafood from the Gulf's waters, which supply much of the nation. Many thousands more produce oil and gas from its buried stores. Gulf Coast ports handle enormous volumes of grain and freight leaving American farms and factories and goods arriving from abroad. Vacationers come from across the country and around the globe to sun and swim on Gulf Coast beaches. But even before the highly visible damages caused by the spill became clear, many of those crucial Gulf resources faced long-term threats. Indeed, the Louisiana coast, that essential borderland and nursery to the nation's richest fisheries, has hit a dark trifecta. First, more than 2,300 square miles of coastal wetlands, an area larger than the state of Delaware, have been lost to the Gulf since the United States raised the massive levees along the lower Mississippi River after the devastating Great Flood of 1927. Exceptionally powerful hurricanes, always a threat to the region, struck the coast in 2005, Katrina and Rita, and 2008, Gustav and Ike, causing even more wetland loss and erosion. Second, low oxygen bottom waters were in the process of forming a massive dead zone extending up to 7,700 square miles during the summer of 2010. Referred to as hypoxia, this phenomenon has intensified and expanded since the early 1970s as a result of nutrient pollution, mainly from Midwestern agriculture. And finally, the Deepwater Horizon disaster made matters worse. 11 rig workers killed in the explosion and 17 injured, many thousands of people out of work, birds and sea animals killed, and significant habitats damaged or destroyed. These three protracted tragedies, coastal land loss, hypoxia, and the oiling itself, set up the central question for recovery from the spill. Can or should such a major pollution event steer political energy, human resources, and funding into solutions for a continuing systemic tragedy? The spill itself is a regional issue, but the slow-motion decimation of the Gulf of Mexico's coastal and marine environment, created by federal and state policies and exacerbated by energy infrastructure and pollution, is an unmet national challenge. Beyond these acute effects the wider American public might not understand, and certainly has not given high priority to addressing, the root problems affecting the interrelated Mississippi River Gulf of Mexico system that extends into the nation's heartland. Absent a comprehensive approach and national commitment to the Gulf coastal ecosystems, there are insufficient authorities and inadequate funds available to address the costly and progressive environmental losses now underway. In the aftermath of the Deepwater Horizon spill, state and federal authorities have moved to link spill recovery to more comprehensive reforms that were already in progress. A comprehensive response to the oil spill and preparedness for the future requires a national vision for restoring the waters, land, and their ecosystems to health. Restoration is the term of art for attempting to bring natural resources back after a spill. It also describes the recovery of large ecosystems by addressing the long-standing environmental problems that have caused their deterioration. The goal of any such effort is not necessarily to rebuild wetlands and barrier islands so that the coast looks like it did 100 years ago, but rather to reintroduce elements of the natural system so that the Mississippi River Delta, the epicenter of the threatened coastal region, can begin to heal itself. To that end, conversations about repairing the Gulf Coast and marine ecosystems increasingly aim at restoring the region's natural resilience. Prior to the spill, Gulf states and federal authorities were already in various stages of restoring parts of the Gulf. Numerous ecosystem challenges now face the regions of the Gulf Coast affected by the Deepwater Horizon spill. Barrier islands and shorelines are eroding from Florida to Texas. Essential habitats in coastal bays and estuaries have been lost to or degraded by pollution, energy, or other development, changes in freshwater inflows, and overfishing. The largest and most formidable challenges, however, are to bring balance and efficiency to the Gulf's shared marine resources, and to address the rapid and continuous loss of wetlands, barrier islands, and shorelines comprising the Mississippi Delta and associated Cheniere Plain of southwestern Louisiana. While many areas along the Gulf Coast require such restoration, the Mississippi Delta and the Gulf itself requires special attention. Advancing restoration options for offshore ecosystems and resources. Beyond restoration of delta and other coastal ecosystems, a broader restoration effort, guided by new research and an understanding of what long-term damages may be resulting from the spill, seeks to improve the environmental quality of the marine habitat. These issues link a complex web of problems, including the annual appearance of the low-oxygen dead zone in waters of the Louisiana-Texas continental shelf, with the continued efforts to conserve the biodiversity and resources of offshore ecosystems. Implementing the Gulf Hypoxia Action Plan. Hypoxia kills or excludes most marine animals over vast areas of the continental shelf. Scientific investigations have shown that such extensive and severe hypoxia is a recent phenomenon, fueled by the increased loads of nutrients carried down the Mississippi and Atchafalaya rivers, largely as a result of fertilizers used to support intense agriculture within the river basin. Phytoplankton bloom thanks to the nutrients, and the process of their decay depletes oxygen over thousands of square miles of seabed. These hypoxic seafloor habitats could become prime candidates for restoration efforts in the aftermath of the Deepwater Horizon disaster. A plan of action produced in 2001 and updated in 2008 by the Mississippi River Gulf of Mexico Watershed Nutrient Task Force outlines how to proceed. The action plan aims to reduce the average extent of the hypoxic zone to less than 5,000 square kilometers, 1,930 square miles, or about one-fourth the area affected in 2010, by reducing the discharges of nitrogen and phosphorus into the Gulf. The original target date for achieving this goal was 2015, but implementation has languished. As part of a comprehensive restoration program, regulations that limit discharges under the Clean Water Act could be more rigorously applied, and federally authorized conservation programs could be better targeted to achieve greater results. Hypoxia abatement should also be integrated with coastal ecosystem restoration in order to optimize nutrient removal by river diversions and to reduce the risks of injecting greater nutrient loads into the waters of the continental shelf. Marine spatial planning. The U.S. part of the Gulf of Mexico is already as compartmentalized as any water body in the world. The Department of the Interior divides the northern Gulf into a grid for administrative purposes. Oil and gas companies lease individual blocks within this grid for exploration and production. Other entities manage the Gulf to maximize their own benefit for fishing, tourism, or conservation. All this activity also makes the Gulf a crowded space administratively, with coordination insufficient to resolve potential conflicts among oil and gas development, fishing, navigation, and military operations. The Deepwater Horizon disaster occurred at a time when U.S. policy toward its waters was under significant revision. The National Oceans Council, created by executive order in July 2010, is authorized to set and manage executive branch marine policy and to implement recommendations to a task force appointed by President Obama in 2009. Among the most significant initiatives are steps that would reorganize, or in some cases organize, how Americans benefit from resources in federal waters. Scientists and policy advocates use the phrase coastal and marine spatial planning to describe a suite of technologies, best practices, and inter-industry networking to optimize the use of resources for all. In the Gulf of Mexico, where the oil and gas industry has a very large presence, marine spatial planning can help lead to better oversight and, in the event of an accident, better communication among all users. Massachusetts and Rhode Island recently formalized this approach to their state waters. Norway has implemented planning in its crowded northern waters, an area which includes oil and gas infrastructure. More a management or governance strategy than a discrete program, marine spatial planning is evolutionary in nature. The Department of the Interior is already charged to manage energy resources on the outer continental shelf in a way that is, among other requirements, consistent with the need to balance orderly resource development with protection of the human, marine, and coastal environments. Proponents expect federal and statewide marine spatial planning to bring together agencies, jurisdictions, and communities to share information and best practices, and in so doing better balance the many interests on and beneath the water. Marine protected areas. Within the context of coastal and marine spatial planning, there are opportunities for protection and restoration of resources harmed not only by the present oil spill, but also by oil and gas development generally and other commercial activities. Marine protected areas have been effective as a means to conserve marine biodiversity and enhance the resilience of fish stocks in the face of harvest pressures. Strategically selected and designated marine protected areas could be an effective way to restore offshore ecosystems within the framework of a comprehensive restoration program. Modern management tools can go a long way toward making Gulf fisheries more robust by preventing overfishing. The Deepwater Horizon disaster delayed the start of a new National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration (NOAA) fisheries management policy. On November 4, 2010, the NOAA Catch Share policy went into effect. The policy divides the total allowable catch in a fishery into shares held by individuals and various entities. The holders of the catch shares must cease fishing once they have reached their limit. This is one step toward protecting the health of commercial and recreational fisheries. Toward a functioning delta, the delta difference. The land at the mouth of the Mississippi River differs from that of neighboring regions. The underlying rock is hundreds of feet below the surface, buried by mud deposited over many millennia. Riverborne sediment has literally created the land, a coastal habitat of remarkable biological productivity, and a buffer that protects the densely settled land upriver from the full force of battering waves. But the sea constantly carries that coastal land away. The Mississippi River, extending some 2,300 miles upstream to Minnesota, runs through the heart of the third largest watershed in the world, after the Amazon and the Congo. Water enters its basin from 31 states. Water from the northern reaches of the basin can take a month to reach the Gulf. About 2 weeks after the historic rains that flooded Nashville and killed at least 31 people across the Southeast in May 2010, the water flowed past New Orleans. When it entered the Gulf, that freshwater swell may have helped keep oil-covered offshore waters away from marshes in the spill's earliest days. As the Mississippi meanders south, it picks up silt, sand, and organic materials under largely natural conditions before the 1930s. The river casts this sediment across the wetland plain before draining into the Gulf. The accumulating material attracts the microbes and marsh grasses that undergird the coastal ecosystem. During the 7,000 to 8,000 years since the end of the last ice age, the Mississippi has shaped and reshaped its delta, even on occasion carving wholly new routes to the Gulf. Beginning late in the 19th century, the Atchafalaya River in southern Louisiana captured an increasing share of Mississippi waters, greatly reducing flow into the lower part of the Mississippi. Were nature left to itself, the flow would have diverted over time primarily to the Atchafalaya, which provides a much shorter route to the Gulf. This change would have been catastrophic to communities and industry along the lower river, leaving the port of New Orleans on a silted-in bayou without a freshwater supply. To forestall that switch in river channels, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers built the old river control structures, a series of dams completed in 1963 that ensure 70% of Mississippi waters flow past New Orleans and 30% reach the Gulf through the Atchafalaya. All other distributaries of the great river have been closed. Managing the river for human ends, to improve navigation and control flooding with artificial levees, accelerates the natural deterioration of coastal wetlands and landforms. Flooding is the process that feeds this landscape, causing the accretion of sediments through which nature constructed the delta. Under human control, the river now carries that sediment out into the Gulf, where it is deposited beyond the reach of the natural delta processes. Breaking the delta's means for self-preservation. Managing the flow down the Atchafalaya was only the most recent intervention that has disrupted the natural mechanisms at work in the delta. Addressing the central issue of the delta's functioning lies at the core of strategies for long-term restoration. The sediment problem. The re-engineering of the Mississippi River system, resulting in sediment starvation of the delta, began even before the Great Flood of 1927, when 145 levees failed, At least 246 people died, and floodwaters throughout the river basin caused the modern equivalent of $2 billion to $5 billion in damage. It accelerated after that flood when the Flood Control Act of 1928 authorized an epic levee building program. The Mississippi River and Tributaries Project engaged the Corps in building levees to contain floods, constructing strategic floodways, improving the river channels for shipping and floodwater carrying capacity, and reconstructing tributary basins for flood control. The Corps now manages the resulting protective system with 2,203 miles of levees. As flooding decreased and improved river traffic and long-distance shipping allowed local communities to grow, the closure of the Mississippi's crevasses, floodplains, and distributaries had the unforeseen consequence of endangering the very communities that enjoyed those benefits. In written remarks to the Commission, Senator Mary Landrieu decried the strangulation of nature. Quote, "For more than a century, the federal government has mismanaged critical water resource projects, placing delicate ecosystems like the Mississippi River Delta at extreme risk of complete and utter collapse." End quote. The loss of protective wetlands, like a catastrophic oil spill, is a man-made disaster. In effect, the system built by the Corps is causing southern Louisiana to disappear, even though the Corps has, during the past 20 years, begun taking steps to offset these unforeseen consequences. The annual sediment load reaching the Delta has decreased from 400 million metric tons before 1900 to 145 million metric tons in recent years, and very little of that reaches the wetlands. Rising waters. Even as the altered river delivers less sediment to replenish the delta, the relative sea level is rising in southern Louisiana, the net result of land subsidence and actual sea level rise. Subsidence is a critical problem in the Gulf region, which naturally sinks 1 to 5 millimeters per year. In some places near the outer delta, subsidence is nearly 10 millimeters per year, largely from man-made impacts. It is particularly intense in the delta, where the Gulf has swallowed more than 2,300 square miles of coastal wetlands since the early part of the 20th century. Explanations for the phenomenon vary. One is that sediment-rich inorganic material behaves like a sponge. Squeeze out the water and it shrinks. Another relates to deep tectonic faulting. A third correlates hydrocarbon extraction with subsidence-driven wetland loss. Whatever the reason, the channeling of river sediment into the Gulf is interrupting natural land generation, and the region cannot keep pace with relative sea level rise. Navigation and channeling the wetlands. Relative sea level rise endangers marsh grasses and other swamp trees as they become subject to inundation by the salty Gulf. At the same time, the growing oil and gas industry dredged 10,000 miles of canals through Louisiana's wetlands in order to move in drilling barges or lay pipelines, leaving arrow-straight channels through what had been a convoluted maze. Dredged sediment lines the canal. Artificial banks change water flow and prevent flooding, so sediment mobilized by tidal waves cannot replenish the land. Water forms pools beside the banks, submerging marsh, and the channels admit saltwater flow into brackish and freshwater environments, jeopardizing the overall ecosystem. Researchers have reached no solid conclusion on how much wetland loss to attribute to the canal's direct and indirect effects, although some scientists attribute 35% to the canal's indirect effects. In 2009, a Minerals Management Service study concluded the construction of outer continental shelf-related pipelines through coastal ecosystems can cause locally intense habitat changes, thereby contributing to the loss of critically important land and wetland areas through their conversion to open water or from freshwater marsh into saltwater marsh. Congress and the Corps put the most well-known of the navigation canals out of business in 2008. The Corps in 1968 finished the Mississippi River Gulf Outlet, affectionately or derisively called Mr. Go, MRGO, a straight shot from the Gulf to the port of New Orleans. This canal story is emblematic of the larger problem of wetland canals' environmental impacts. The 66-mile outlet shortened and simplified ships' approach to the port, Heralded as a boon to economic development, the project never proved transformative except environmentally. Construction destroyed the existing ecosystems and excavated more than 270 million cubic yards of material, slightly more than was removed to build the Panama Canal. The project converted about 3,350 acres of fresh or intermediate marsh and 8,000 acres of cypress swamps into brackish marsh. Nearly 20,000 acres of brackish marsh and swamp became saline marsh. More than 5,000 acres of marsh next to the channel had disappeared by 1996. Maintenance costs increased significantly over the years, including costs related to hurricanes, even as shipping through the canal declined. The Corps estimated that the canal would require $22.1 million per year in dredging, or about $12,657 per ship every day. By the late 1990s, multiple stakeholders had pressed the Corps to close the canal. That was before Katrina. As the hurricane approached Louisiana's eastern coast, its storm surge pushed into the shipping channel, breaching levees, thereby contributing to the flooding of New Orleans. Congress deauthorized the Mississippi River Gulf Outlet Canal in 2008, and a contractor sealed off its southern entrance with rock fill in 2009. Congress has undertaken no similar effort to address the ongoing harm caused by a vast network of canals and infrastructure built into the wetlands, incursions that have hastened by decades the demise of the already sediment-starved delta. Planning without end. By the early 1950s, Gulf Coast researchers had become aware of gaps in understanding how coasts naturally worked. In 1952, Louisiana State University created a Coastal Studies Institute. Scientists there and elsewhere sought to explain the relationship between floods breaching natural levees and the health of marshland and barrier islands fed by the sediment. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service in 1959 sent the Corps a memorandum suggesting that the declining health of oyster reefs caused by increasing salinity might be addressed by diverting fresh water from the Mississippi into discrete areas. The first diversion at Caernarvon was authorized in 1965, and 2 months later Congress instructed the Corps to develop a strategy in the interest of hurricane protection, prevention of saltwater intrusion, preservation of fish and wildlife, and prevention of erosion. A 1973 report to the Corps suggested diversions to deliver sediment and lower salinity. A 1979 study examined the economic impacts of wetland loss, with guidelines that center on avoiding the disruption of wetland hydrology, and found that land loss was greater than previously measured. 8 years later, a new group called the Coalition to Restore Coastal Louisiana suggested the same strategy: fix the hydrology. In the 20 years since, a few small-scale programs and many reports have directed the state and federal governments to fix the hydrology. None approach the necessary scale for meaningful restoration, although they have provoked smaller successes and helpful organizational models. Simulations predict that at the current rate of land loss, much of southern Louisiana will disappear by 2100. The region will transition from marshy lowlands to a fully aquatic system because of erosion and submergence, leaving New Orleans an expensive island fortress. Among efforts to identify and begin to address the problems are these highlights. Louisiana Act 6. In 1989, the Louisiana legislature passed Act 6, establishing a Wetlands Authority and an executive office to prioritize and manage a restoration strategy and projects. The Coastal Wetlands Planning, Protection, and Restoration Act. The following year, Congress enacted the so-called Breaux Act, named for its sponsor, Louisiana Senator John Breaux. It authorizes civil works aimed at marsh regeneration, shoreline protection, barrier island reconstruction, hydrologic engineering, and the use of dredged material for restoration purposes. The Act has a dedicated funding source, the Sport Fish Restoration and Boating Trust Fund, which receives taxes on gasoline for motorboats and other small engines, and on sport fishing equipment. The taxes have yielded between nearly $30 million and $80 million per year. Programs under the act, which involve collaboration among Louisiana and 5 federal agencies, including the Corps, have been credited with protecting 110,000 acres of wetlands. In 1998, more ambitiously, the BRO Act agencies agreed to the recommendations of Coast 2050, an 18-month feasibility study for coastal restoration. The report was based upon original research and 65 public meetings and was supported by 20 coastal parishes. The report's recommendations were aimed at allowing healthy flows of sediment into the Mississippi, preserving salinity levels and land critical to sensitive habitats, and diverting sediment-rich fresh water to replenish starving marsh. In 2004, the Corps produced its Louisiana Coastal Area Comprehensive Coastwide Ecosystem Restoration Report, a package of projects meant to meet the coastal challenges. This led to creation of the Louisiana Coastal Area Ecosystem Restoration Program under the 2007 Water Resources Development Act. After the Office of Management and Budget opposed the high price tag of a more comprehensive proposal, about $14 billion, the Corps slimmed its initial implementation down to 15 projects that would together cost more than $2 billion. Katrina's aftermath. Weeks after Hurricane Katrina ravaged much of coastal Louisiana and Mississippi, the Louisiana legislature established a Coastal Protection and Restoration Authority that combined responses to wetland loss and hurricane risk, related goals separated in state bureaucracy. In September 2006, Louisiana approved a constitutional amendment that explicitly ties state revenues from oil and gas activities in federal waters to storm protection and rebuilding wetlands. The relative priority of the two goals is not yet certain, although one rule of thumb for the Louisiana coast holds that each 2.7 square miles of marshland reduces a hurricane's storm surge by 1 foot. The relationship has not been easy to precisely quantify. In the meantime, construction for storm protection is tangible and has been readily funded. The Corps has been able to fast-track building new levees to protect New Orleans from the projected 100-year storm. The project should be completed in 2011, just 5 years after it began. By contrast, direct instructions and guaranteed funding have mostly eluded restoration efforts. The state has engaged the Corps to design and build 2 new large levee systems, but their effects on southern Louisiana communities and wetland survival are still being studied. Traditional flood protection usually involves hard engineering, essentially levee building. Part of the promise of the state's newly organized approach is in protective soft engineering, or regenerating wetlands and barrier islands for the dual purposes of ecosystem restoration and storm protection. Congress also asks the Corps to develop comprehensive statewide hurricane protection options after Hurricanes Katrina and Rita. The Department of Defense Appropriation Act of 2006 directed the Corps to design a suite of improvements to the Louisiana and Mississippi coasts, including improvements for hurricane and storm damage reduction, prevention of saltwater intrusion, preservation of fish and wildlife, prevention of erosion, and other related water resource purposes at full federal expense. A September 2009 Chief of Engineers report suggested 12 projects for Mississippi, costing more than $1 billion, that would help restore barrier islands, beaches, sensitive habitats, and coastal ecosystems. Congress has appropriated $439 million to implement Mississippi's program so far. The Corps has also drafted a counterpart Louisiana Coastal Protection and Restoration Final Technical Report, but the future of the Louisiana program is uncertain, as the report includes a wide range of options rather than a specific plan. Other sources of funding for sustained restoration efforts include the state of Louisiana's Coastal Protection and Restoration Fund, about $25 million a year from state mineral income plus budget surpluses in 2007 to 2009, The Federal Coastal Impact Assistance Program, which authorizes $250 million split among 6 states in each fiscal year from 2007 to 2010 to fund natural resources recovery, conservation, and protective measures, and the Federal Gulf of Mexico Energy Security Act, in which participating Gulf states, all but Florida, share 37.5% of federal offshore revenue from new lease areas for use in coastal protection, including onshore infrastructure projects that mitigate the impacts of outer continental shelf energy activities. Toward coordinated strategies and action. In the fall of 2009, President Obama directed the Council on Environmental Quality and the Office of Management and Budget to co-chair Louisiana-Mississippi Gulf Coast Ecosystem Restoration Working Group, made up of federal agency and state representatives. 6 months later, about 6 weeks before the Deepwater Horizon exploded, the group presented a roadmap for federal-state collaboration and set out 2010-2011 deadlines for advancing policymaking. The President's fiscal year 2011 budget requested $19 million for construction, sediment use, and river diversion, and $16.6 million for studies of eventual restoration projects. After the spill, the President in June commissioned Secretary of the Navy and former Governor of Mississippi Ray Mabus to study Gulf Coast recovery and propose ways to address chronic Gulf marine and coastal issues. The resulting Mabus report, published on September 28, 2010, analyzed ecosystem restoration, human health, economic recovery, and the nonprofit sector. A week later, the President issued Executive Order 13554, creating a Gulf Coast Ecosystem Restoration Task Force comprised of federal agency and state representatives to coordinate intergovernmental responsibilities, planning, and exchange of information so as to better implement Gulf Coast ecosystem restoration and to facilitate appropriate accountability and support throughout the restoration process. In the course of his work, Secretary Mabus repeatedly referred to the rising public impatience with plans unaccompanied by action. As he put it in June, quote, "I also understand the people have plan fatigue. They have been planned to death." End quote. In the meantime, at current erosion rates, an area of the delta the size of a football field is consumed by Gulf waters every hour. Identifying options for funding and governance. The 20th century re-engineering of the Mississippi River Basin and subsequent piecemeal efforts to restore its nourishing flows of water and sediment teach important lessons about any future comprehensive approach to coastal management. Many of the re-engineering projects have provided only incremental gains. Discrete restoration projects, moreover, are unable to reverse the loss of delta land and habitats in the aggregate. The many layers of federal, state, and local authorities, some overlapping and conflicting, make it difficult as a practical matter to devise, implement, and make mid-course corrections to a strategy for restoration, and secure sustained sources of funding on the scale required to do the necessary work are not now in place. The contrast with the reconstruction of the protective hurricane levees around New Orleans from 2006 through 2011 could not be clearer. Estimates of the cost of Gulf restoration, including but not limited to the Mississippi Delta, vary widely, but according to testimony before the Commission, full restoration of the Gulf will require $15 billion to $20 billion, a minimum of $500 million annually for 30 years. Current funding sources do not approach these figures. Beginning in 2017, Phase 2 of the Gulf of Mexico Energy Security Act, which governs sharing of oil-related revenues, will begin to bring large amounts of money to the Gulf states. Much of this could be directed to restoration. The Deepwater Horizon disaster provides a significant opportunity to begin funding restoration sooner. It will generate monies that can be directed to jumpstart key Gulf restoration projects, and it can provide the basis for launching a long-needed federal-state entity capable of managing the restoration effort over the longer term, guided by a clear set of principles. In the aftermath of the spill, the responsible party or parties will be liable for damages in the amount necessary for restoring, rehabilitating, replacing, or acquiring the equivalent of natural resources harmed by the spill. The responsible party will also pay fines if found in violation of federal laws. The maximum civil penalties under the Clear Water Act could range from $4.5 billion to $21 billion, depending upon findings of negligence and the calculation of barrels discharged. The Act provides for a civil penalty for unpermitted discharges of up to $37,500 per day of violation, or up to $1,100 per barrel of oil discharged. In the case of an operator's gross negligence or willful misconduct, the penalty becomes not less than $140,000 and not more than $4,300 per barrel of oil discharged. Criminal fines could be large as well. A negligent violation of the Clean Water Act's criminal provision is subject to a fine between $2,500 and $25,000 per day of violation for a first violation and up to $50,000 per day for subsequent violations. For knowing violations of the Act, criminal fines range from $5,000 to $50,000 per day of violation for a first conviction, and up to $100,000 per day for subsequent violations. Civil and criminal fines are both deposited in the Oil Spill Liability Trust Fund, established after the Exxon Valdez spill, to help pay for cleanup and certain damages after a spill, but use of that fund is restricted. The Mabus report, as well as regional members of Congress and governors from the Gulf, have proposed directing a significant amount of the penalty funds to long-term ecosystem restoration in the Gulf, and in the case of the Mabus report, to economic and health recovery as well. Secretary Mabus recommended that the President urge Congress to pass legislation to dedicate some of the penalties for those purposes. Legislative proposals to establish a coordinating and decision-making council, as recommended in Secretary Mabus's report, call for a state-federal governing entity that has authority to prioritize restoration projects based on a comprehensive strategic plan. Although the details of early proposals varied, most recognized the need for a single Gulf-wide decision-making authority and a strong leadership commitment to fund only those projects that conform to an agreed-upon vision for long-term restoration. Planning and program design for any comprehensive Gulf restoration effort will have to be based on sound science. In different circumstances, the Exxon Valdez Trustee Council Science Panel reviewed all proposed projects, both for technical merit and for consistency with the overall restoration goals as set forth in the restoration plan and annual work plans. This effort, although encompassing projects of a different nature and scope than those in the Gulf, enabled effective scientific communication with the Trustee Council. A successful Gulf-wide scientific process would likewise be structured to allow meaningful and timely input by scientists into the decision-making process. Ideally, it would provide a science program with resources to evaluate individual projects for consistency with a comprehensive plan, to research long-term restoration issues, and to develop and apply performance measures and indicators of long-term restoration that allow decision-makers to adjust the plan based on new science or changed circumstances. Particularly with respect to long-term research issues, the diverse resources and expertise of the federal government should be brought to bear. Finally, no authority will succeed without the confidence and support of the citizens of the region. Leaders of restoration efforts emphasize the importance of gaining the support of those most directly affected by restoration projects. Local citizen support is important for several reasons. It can reduce delay of projects due to litigation or other opposition. It contributes to political support for overall goals and funding in short and long terms. And it contributes to overall trust in government, which results in support for local projects. Any structure should therefore include a Citizens Advisory Council to provide formal advice and a direct line to citizens' concerns. Putting restoration on the agenda. Speaking to the nation in June 2010 from the Oval Office, President Obama clearly linked spill recovery and long-term stewardship. Quote, "The oil spill represents just the latest blow to a place that's already suffered multiple economic disasters and decades of environmental degradation that has led to disappearing wetlands and habitats, and the region still hasn't recovered from Hurricanes Katrina and Rita. That's why we must make a commitment to the Gulf Coast that goes beyond responding to the crisis of the moment." End quote. In mid-July, Louisiana Governor Bobby Jindal announced his agenda for revitalizing coastal Louisiana, which extols Louisianans' resilience both in general and in recovering from the 2005 and 2008 storms. Quote, "There is not a doubt in my mind that we will recover and restore our coast and our wetlands to not only be sportsman's paradise again, but to be an even more plentiful source of abundant natural resources than ever before." End quote. Restoration itself has several specified meanings. NOAA defines post-spill restoration under the Oil Pollution Act as the goal of a natural resource damage assessment, which involves rehabilitating, replacing, or acquiring the equivalent of injured natural resources and the services they provided. In some cases, after an oil spill, natural resource trustees, such as the involved state and federal agencies, and the party responsible for the spill, can alter the charge. For example, the concept of enhancement that emerged after Exxon Valdez gave trustees additional latitude in restoring Prince William Sound and its ecological region. This addition enabled planners to strive for improvements rather than returning to a baseline. Nature has no baseline. Natural systems change and evolve continuously. Restoration, therefore, should have another, broader meaning. In the Gulf, it must encompass reversing the progressive erosion of coastal land and habitats that buffer human communities from storm and sustain the area's biological productivity. In this context, restoration does not imply returning landforms to a particular map, but rather making the river, delta, and Gulf coastal and marine systems more resilient. The economies of the Gulf, fisheries, energy, and tourism, are as rooted in the environment as any in the developed world. Restoration or restored resilience represents an effort to sustain these diverse interdependent activities and the environment on which they depend for future generations. End of section 22.
Section 23 of the final report from the National Commission on the BP Deepwater Horizon oil spill and offshore drilling. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Casper. Final report from the National Commission on the BP Deepwater Horizon oil spill and offshore drilling. Chapter 8, Part 1. Part 3. Lessons learned. Industry, Government, Energy Policy. The private oil and gas industry is the lead actor in exploration and production of Gulf energy resources. In the wake of the BP Deepwater Horizon disaster, a crisis that was unanticipated on a scale for which companies had not prepared to respond, changes in safety and environmental practices, safety training, drilling technology, containment and cleanup technology, preparedness, corporate culture, and management behavior will be required if deepwater energy operations are to be pursued in the Gulf or elsewhere. Maintaining the public trust and earning the privilege of drilling on the outer continental shelf requires no less. As Chapter 8 explains, some of the required responses are underway. For other measures, there are useful precedents from other industries. Beyond the oil and gas industry's response, the inadequacies in permitting and regulatory standards, practices, and oversight revealed by the crisis have already caused significant changes in the federal rules and procedures for deepwater drilling. But further action, including the creation of an independent safety authority, is clearly warranted, as described in Chapter 9. Finally, the interplay of public incentives, security considerations, energy conservation and use, and alternate energy sources, among other factors, will shape future deepwater drilling in the Gulf and in other frontier areas, as discussed in Chapter 10. Because some of those frontiers are defined by greater well depths and pressures, and others are in settings as yet untapped, the Arctic in particular, with economies, environmental resources, and community characteristics different from those tested so severely in and along the Gulf Coast, learning the right lessons from the BP Deepwater Horizon and adapting them to different contexts must thoroughly inform the future of America's offshore oil policy. Chapter 8. Changing Business as Usual. Part 1. The Deepwater Horizon blowout, explosion, and oil spill did not have to happen. Previous chapters have explained the immediate and root causes for why they nonetheless did. The American public, government, and the oil and gas industry need to understand what went wrong so they can pursue the changes required to prevent such devastating accidents from recurring. This chapter examines how petroleum companies have been managing the risks associated with finding and producing oil, and how they can do it better, individually and as a responsible industry overall. The record shows that without effective government oversight, the offshore oil and gas industry will not adequately reduce the risk of accidents, nor prepare effectively to respond in emergencies. However, government oversight alone cannot reduce those risks to the full extent possible. Government oversight, see Chapter 9, must be accompanied by the oil and gas industry's internal reinvention, sweeping reforms that accomplish no less than a fundamental transformation of its safety culture. Only through such a demonstrated transformation will industry, in the aftermath of the Deepwater Horizon disaster, truly earn the privilege of access to the nation's energy resources located on federal properties. Offshore oil and gas exploration and production are risky, but even the most inherently risky industry can be made much safer, given the right incentives and disciplined systems, sustained by committed leadership and effective training. The critical common element is an unwavering commitment to safety at the top of an organization. The CEO and board of directors must create a culture and establish the conditions under which everyone in a company shares responsibility for maintaining a relentless focus on preventing accidents. Likewise, for the entire industry, leadership needs to come from the CEOs collectively, who can apply pressure on their peers to enhance performance. Properly managed, the presence of risk does not mean that accidents have to happen. As Magni Ognedal, Director General of Norway's Petroleum Safety Authority, put it, risk must be managed at every level and in every company involved in this business. In this way, risk in the petroleum sector can be kept at a level society is willing to accept, and we can reduce the probability that major accidents will hit us again. BP's safety culture. Note: Safety culture. The United Kingdom Health and Safety Executive formally defines the safety culture of an organization as the product of individual and group values, attitudes, and perceptions, competencies, and patterns of behavior that determine the commitment to and the style and proficiency of an organization's health and safety management. A more popular description is that safety culture means doing the right thing even when no one is watching. There are two kinds of safety: occupational safety, which refers to keeping people safe, and process safety, which refers to the procedures for minimizing risk more generally. End note. BP has proclaimed the importance of safety for its vast worldwide operations. Our goal of no accidents, no harm to people, and no damage to the environment is fundamental to BP's activities, stated the company's Sustainability Review 2009. We work to achieve this through consistent management processes, ongoing training programs, rigorous risk management, and a culture of continuous improvement. It added that creating a safe and healthy working environment is essential for our success. Since 1999, injury rates and spills have reduced by approximately 75%. Yet, despite the improvement in injury and spill rates during that decade, BP has caused a number of disastrous or potentially disastrous workplace incidents that suggest its approach to managing safety has been on individual worker occupational safety, but not on process safety. These incidents and subsequent analyses indicate that the company does not have consistent and reliable risk management processes, and thus has been unable to meet its professed commitment to safety. BP's safety lapses have been chronic. Refinery accidents. Between May 29th and June 10th, 2000, BP's Grangemouth complex on Scotland's Firth of Forth suffered 3 potentially life-threatening accidents: a power distribution failure leading to the emergency shutdown of the oil refinery, the rupture of a main steam pipe, and a fire in the refinery's fluidized catalytic cracker unit, which turns petroleum into gasoline. The UK Health and Safety Executive investigated the incidents. About the power loss, it said, "Subsequent investigations revealed a number of weaknesses in the safety management systems on site over a period of time, which contributed to the succession of events that resulted in the power distribution failure." It made virtually the same comment about the other 2 incidents. The executive's wider conclusions included: BP group policies set high expectations, but these were not consistently achieved because of organizational and cultural reasons. BP group and complex management did not detect and intervene early enough on deteriorating performance. BP failed to achieve the operational control and maintenance of process and systems required by law. The BP task force findings and recommendations properly addressed the way forward to ensure safe and reliable operations at the complex. North Sea platforms. It was not only BP's refineries that had problems. In November 2003, a gas line ruptured on BP Forties Alpha platform in the North Sea, flooding the platform with methane. It was a windy day and there was no spark to ignite the gas, so the platform avoided the fate of the Piper Alpha, operated by Occidental Petroleum, where a blown gas line led to explosions that killed 165 crew members and 2 rescuers in 1988. See Chapter 3. BP admitted breaking the law by allowing pipes to corrode on the Forties Alpha and paid a $290,000 fine. On the platform that Thursday, November 27, 2003, was a BP engineer named Oberon Houston, who later resigned from the company. He told the Commission that BP focused heavily on personnel safety and not on maintaining its facilities. He added that BP was preparing to sell the depleted field and was running it at minimum cost. The focus on controlling costs was acute at BP, to the point that it became a distraction. They just go after it with a ferocity that is mind-numbing and terrifying. No one's ever asked to cut corners or take a risk, but it often ends up like that. The Texas City refinery explosion. A deficient safety culture. On March 23, 2005, a blast at BP's Texas City refinery, the 3rd largest refinery in the United States, killed 15 people and injured more than 170. A U.S. Chemical Safety Board report on the Texas City refinery explosion found a recurring pattern. it concluded that BP Group did not systematically review its refinery operations and corporate governance worldwide to implement needed changes identified in the Health and Safety Executive Report and in its own task force report, even though the group chief executive told staff in October 2000 edition of BP's in-house magazine that BP would learn lessons from Grangemouth and other incidents. Testifying in 2007 about the Texas City event before a U.S. Senate subcommittee, Carolyn W. Merritt, chairman and CEO of the Chemical Safety Board, described the equipment that caused the blast as 1950s era and unsafe, and stressed that it was equipment that many companies around the world had long since eliminated. Merritt added that BP had in fact considered eliminating the equipment in 2002, which had by then already resulted in a number of serious releases, but had ultimately declined to do so for a variety of reasons, including cost pressures and BP's ability to take advantage of the existence of an exemption under U.S. Environmental Protection Agency air regulations. The Safety Board's report on Texas City noted that while most attention was focused on the injury rate, the overall safety culture and process safety management program had serious deficiencies. Despite numerous previous fatalities at the Texas City refinery, 23 deaths in the 30 years prior to the 2005 disaster, and many hazardous material releases, BP did not take effective steps to stem the growing risks of a catastrophic event. The report added, cost-cutting and failure to invest in the 1990s by Amoco, who merged with BP in 1998, and then by BP, left the Texas City refinery vulnerable to a catastrophe. BP targeted budget cuts of 25% in 1999 and another 25% in 2005, even though much of the refinery's infrastructure and process equipment were in disrepair. Also, operator training and staffing were downsized. The Safety Board further singled what it characterized as the organizational causes embedded in the refinery's culture, including BP Texas City lacked a reporting and learning culture. Reporting bad news was not encouraged, and often Texas City managers did not effectively investigate incidents or take appropriate corrective action. BP Group lacked focus on controlling major hazard risk. BP management paid attention to, measured, and rewarded personal safety rather than process safety. BP Group and Texas City managers provided ineffective leadership and oversight. BP management did not implement adequate safety oversight, provide needed human and economic resources, or consistently model adherence to safety rules and procedures. BP Group and Texas City did not effectively evaluate the safety implications of major organizational, personnel, and policy changes. At the Chemical Safety Board's investigation, BP established its own independent panel to review its safety procedures and find ways to improve them. That panel, chaired by former U.S. Secretary of State James Baker III, issued its report a few months before the Chemical Board report in 2007. The Baker panel was no more charitable in its assessment. The panel found that BP management had not distinguished between occupational safety, concern over slips, sprains, and other workplace accidents, and process safety, hazard analysis, design for safety, material verification, equipment maintenance, and process change reporting. And the panel further concluded that BP was not investing leadership and other resources in managing the highest risks. The Baker panel especially faulted BP for failing to learn the lessons of Grangemouth by repeating them in the events leading up to the Texas City refinery explosion. According to the panel, in its response to Grangemouth, BP missed an opportunity to make and sustain company-wide changes that would have resulted in safer workplaces for its employees and contractors. Underscoring the depth of the organizational problem facing BP, the panel singled out for criticism BP's overall approach to accident analysis. BP's investigation system has not instituted effective root cause analysis procedures to identify systemic causal factors. Prudhoe Bay pipeline leak. In March 2006, 1 year after the Texas City refinery explosion and 1 year before the Chemical Safety Board report on it, BP had yet another significant industrial accident. Its network of pipelines in Prudhoe Bay, Alaska, leaked 212,252 gallons of oil into the delicate tundra environment, the worst spill ever recorded on the North Slope. The leak went undetected for as long as 5 days. Upon analysis, the pipes were found to have been poorly maintained and inspected. BP paid more than $20 million in fines and restitution. Progress in follow-up on the safety recommendations. The Baker Panel report contained 10 recommendations intended to promote significant, sustained improvements in BP's process safety performance. Recommendation 9 advocated that BP establish an independent expert to monitor and report on its progress in executing the panel's other recommendations in its U.S. refineries, in refining management, and at the BP board and executive management levels. In the executive summary of the third annual report of that expert, covering January to December 2009, he remarked that delivery against milestones related to implementation of the recommendations remains a critical performance objective for the U.S. refineries. Virtually all of the milestones in the U.S. refining's 2009 plans were delivered on schedule. While significant gaps have been closed and most of the new systems, processes, standards, and practices required for continued process safety improvements have been developed, much work remains to be done to fully implement them. BP must now demonstrate improved capability for systematic management of these systems, processes, standards, and practices, so it can accelerate the overall pace of implementing the recommendations. The independent expert also noted, apropos of the Baker Panel report's final recommendation, that BP use the lessons learned from the Texas City tragedy to transform the company into a recognized industry leader in process safety management. BP is striving to transform the company into a recognized industry leader in process safety and has made significant improvements each year in response to all recommendations. However, much work remains to fully implement the recommendations. BP will be an industry leader when its process safety performance is superior to that of its peers, and its peers recognize BP as a true leader to emulate. In recent years in the Gulf of Mexico, BP's safety offshore drilling record was reportedly excellent. Deepwater Horizon. BP's safety culture failed on the night of April 10, 2010, as reflected in the actions of BP personnel on and offshore and in the actions of BP's contractors. As described in Chapter 4, BP, Halliburton, and Transocean did not adequately identify or address risks of an accident, not in the well design, cementing, or temporary abandonment procedures. Their management systems were marked by poor communications among BP, Transocean, and Halliburton employees regarding the risks associated with decisions being made. The decision-making process on the rig was excessively compartmentalized, so individuals on the rig frequently made critical decisions without fully appreciating just how essential the decisions were to well safety, singly and in combination. As a result, officials made a series of decisions that saved BP, Halliburton, and Transocean time and money, but without full appreciation of the associated risks. BP conducted its own accident investigation of Deepwater Horizon, but once again kept its scope extremely narrow. Professor Najmeddin Meshkati of the University of Southern California, Los Angeles, a member of the separate National Academy of Engineering committee investigating the oil spill, criticized BP's accident report for neglecting to address human performance issues and organizational factors, which in any major accident investigation constitute major contributing factors. He added that BP's investigation also ignored factors such as fatigue, long shifts, and the company's poor safety culture. Upon reading the BP report, this commission's chief scientific and engineering advisor, Richard Sears, commented that it appeared that for BP, the accident happened at 9:49 p.m. on April 20th, whereas in some ways the blowout began in early 2009 when they initially designed the well. The culture on the rig. BP was operator of the Macondo well, and in that capacity had both the overall responsibility for everything that went on, and was in the best position to promote a culture of safety on the rig, including in the actions of its two significant contractors, Halliburton and Transocean. But the extensive involvement of those contractors in the mistakes that caused the Macondo well blowout underscores the compelling need for a fundamental shift in industry culture that extends beyond BP. As described in Chapter 2, offshore drilling and energy production involve a complex interrelationship among companies. No single company, not even the major integrated oil companies, performs the full panoply of activities required for oil and gas drilling. All contract out for the services of other companies for critical aspects of their operations. For this same reason, whatever the specific contractual relationships, operating safely in this environment clearly demands a safety culture that encompasses every element of the extended drilling services and operating industry. Transocean, for instance, was a major contractor for the Macondo well, and is the world's largest operator of offshore oil rigs, including the Deepwater Horizon. Transocean personnel made up the largest single contingent on the rig at the time of the accident, and 9 of the 11 men who died on April 20th worked for the company. As described in Chapter 4, a number of the mistakes made on the rig can be traced directly to Transocean personnel, including inadequate monitoring of the Macondo well for problems during the temporary abandonment procedures, and failure to divert the mud and gas away from the rig during the first few minutes of the blowout. A survey of the Transocean crew regarding safety management and safety culture on the Deepwater Horizon, conducted just a few weeks before the accident, hints at the organizational roots of the problem. The research, conducted at Transocean's request, involved surveys and interviews with hundreds of employees onshore and on 4 rigs, including Deepwater Horizon, which was surveyed from March 12th to March 16th. The reviewers found Deepwater Horizon relatively strong in many of the core aspects of safety management, but there were also weaknesses. Some 46% of crew members surveyed felt that some of the workforce feared reprisals for reporting unsafe conditions, and 15% felt that there were not always enough people available to carry out work safely. Some Transocean crews complained that the safety manual was unstructured, hard to navigate, and not written with the end user in mind, and that there is poor distinction between what is required and how this should be achieved. According to the final survey report, Transocean's crews don't always know what they don't know. Frontline crews are potentially working with a mindset that they believe they are fully aware of all the hazards, when it's highly likely that they are not. Halliburton, BP's other major contractor for the Macondo well, is one of the world's largest providers of products and services to the energy industry. It has offices in 70 countries, and Halliburton-affiliated companies have participated in the majority of producing deepwater wells and contributed to most of the world's deepwater well completions. Yet, notwithstanding its clear experience and expertise in cementing, a $1.7 billion business for the company in 2009, Halliburton prepared cement for the Macondo well that had repeatedly failed Halliburton's own laboratory tests. See Chapter 4. And then, despite those test results, Halliburton managers onshore let its crew and those of Transocean and BP on the Deepwater Horizon continue with the cement job, apparently without first ensuring good stability results. Halliburton also was the cementer on a well that suffered a blowout in August 2009 in the Timor Sea off Australia. The Montara rig caught fire and a well leaked tens of thousands of barrels of oil over 2.5 months before it was shut down. The leak occurred because the cement seal failed, the government report into the accident found. However, the report said it would not be appropriate to criticize Halliburton because the operator exercised overall control over and responsibility for cementing operations. The inquiry concluded that Halliburton was not required or expected to value add by doing more than complying with the operator's instructions. In this, Montara offers yet another example of a lack of communication between operators and service providers, and of the gaps between the silos of expertise that exist in the deepwater oil and gas industry. Absence of adequate safety culture in the offshore U.S. oil and gas industry. As noted, the offshore oil and gas industry is inherently risky, beginning with the initial exploratory activities and continuing through the transportation of oil and gas produced from the wells. The drilling rigs themselves are dangerous places to work, dense with heavy equipment, hazardous chemicals, and flammable oil and gas, all surrounded by the open sea environment far from shore, where weather and water conditions can change rapidly and dramatically. The seriousness of these risks to worker safety and the environment are underscored by the sheer number of accidents, large and small, that have occurred in oil and gas drilling activities in the Gulf, even in the absence of a major spill since the 1979 Ixtoc spill until the Macondo blowout. See graphic. No operator or lessee is immune from these safety challenges. But the pervasive riskiness of exploring for and producing offshore oil and gas does not explain the extent to which approaches to safety differ among companies, nor why they differ within companies depending on where they are working. From 2004 to 2009, fatalities in the offshore oil and gas industry were more than 4 times higher per person hours worked in U.S. waters than in European waters, even though many of the same companies work in both venues. This striking statistical discrepancy reinforces the view that the problem is not an inherent trait of the business itself, but rather depends on the differing cultures and regulatory systems under which members of the industry operate. The American Petroleum Institute, expert or advocate? In the United States, the American Petroleum Institute, API, has played a dominant role in developing safety standards for the oil and gas industry, and it clearly possesses significant long-standing technical expertise. API produces standards, recommended practices, specifications, codes, technical publications, reports, and studies that cover the industry and are utilized around the world. In conjunction with API's quality programs, many of these standards form the basis of API certification programs, and the U.S. Department of the Interior has historically adopted those recommended practices and standards developed by technical experts within API as formal agency regulations. Based on this commission's multiple meetings and discussions with leading members of the oil and gas industry, however, it is clear that API's ability to serve as a reliable standard setter for drilling safety is compromised by its role as the industry's principal lobbyist and public policy advocate. Because they would make oil and gas industry operations potentially more costly, API regularly resists agency rulemakings that government regulators believe would make those operations safer, and API favors rulemaking that promotes industry autonomy from government oversight. According to statements made by industry officials to the Commission, API's proffered safety and technical standards were a major casualty of this conflicted role. As described by one representative, API proposed safety standards have increasingly failed to reflect best industry practices and have instead expressed the lowest common denominator, in other words, a standard that almost all operators could readily achieve. Because, moreover, the Interior Department has in turn relied on API in developing its own regulatory safety standards, API's shortfalls have undermined the entire federal regulatory system. As described in Chapter 4, the inadequacies of the resulting federal standards are evident in the decisions that led to the Macondo well blowout. Federal authorities lacked regulations covering some of the most critical decisions made on the Deepwater Horizon that affected the safety of the Macondo well. For instance, notwithstanding the enormously important role cementing plays in well construction, especially in the high-pressure conditions often present in deep-water drilling, there were no meaningful regulations governing the requirements for cementing a well and testing the cement used. Nor were there regulations governing negative pressure testing of the well's integrity, a fundamental check against dangerous hydrocarbon incursions into an underbalanced well. On many of these critical matters, the federal regulations either failed to account for the particular challenges of deep water drilling or were silent altogether. For years, API also led the effort to persuade the Minerals Management Service not to adopt a new regulatory approach, the Safety and Environmental Management System, SEMS, and has instead favored relying on voluntary recommended safety practices. Safety and environmental management systems are used in similar forms in other parts of the world, and many credit them with the better safety records achieved outside U.S. waters. See Chapter 3. Beginning early in the last decade, the trade organization steadfastly resisted MMS's efforts to require all companies to demonstrate that they have a complete safety and environmental management system, in addition to meeting more traditional prescriptive regulations. Despite the fact that this is the direction taken in other countries in response to the Piper Alpha rig explosion in the late 1980s. Indeed, many operators in the Gulf were used to this safety-based approach on their rigs in the North Sea and Canada. It was not until this past September, after the Macondo blowout, that the Department of the Interior was finally able to announce a new mandatory safety and environmental management system, almost 2 decades after the approach was adopted in the United Kingdom, where it is called the safety case. Moreover, API opposed revisions to the incident reporting rule that would have helped better identify safety risks. Decreasing safety-related research and development. Safely managing industrial hazards for oil and gas drilling requires experience and knowledge, knowing not only which actions to perform at various points on a checklist during a procedure, but also basic knowledge of the interactions of oil, gas, cement, drilling mud, sand, rock, and salt water that enables correct decisions when unexpected events occur. Yet such knowledge and experience within the industry may be decreasing. The chair of the University of Texas's Department of Petroleum and Geosystems Engineering, Tad Patzek, testified before Congress in 2010 that the oil and gas industry has eliminated most of its research capabilities, which 3 decades ago allowed it to rapidly expand deep-water production. Academic research has been important but small in scale and permanently starved of funding, Patzek continued. the depletion of industry research capabilities, and the starvation of academia that educates the new industry leaders have resulted in a scarcity of experienced personnel that can grasp the complexity of offshore operations and make quick and correct decisions. Nor, Patzek stressed, could industry depend upon contractors to fill the safety gap. The individual contractors have different cultures and management structures, leading easily to conflicts of interest, confusion, lack of coordination, and severely slowed decision making. End of section 23. Section 24 of the final report from the National Commission on the BP Deepwater Horizon oil spill and offshore drilling. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Casper. Final report from the National Commission on the BP Deepwater Horizon oil spill and offshore drilling. Chapter 8, Part 2. Hazardous industries can become safer. Even inherently risky businesses can be made much safer, given the right motivations and system safety management practices. Civil aviation and nuclear-fueled electric power are two good examples of industries that have had to manage the risk of catastrophic failures and losses. In the public sector, the U.S. Navy also faced the challenge of improving safety in its nuclear power vessels, and did so. The primary motivation for improving safety in each instance is that neither the public, as consumers and as voters, nor the government would allow such enterprises to operate if they suffered many accidents. People would not board planes if an unacceptable number crashed. The reaction to the contained partial core meltdown at the 3 Mile Island power plant in 1979 has kept the industry from expanding in the United States for more than 3 decades. And nuclear submarines carry highly skilled crews and are enormously expensive to build, not to mention carrying a fuel source that would pose wide dangers in case of a leak, all factors that compel the Navy to put a premium on safe practices. Civil aviation. The airline industry, for instance, is well aware that the industry as a whole suffers if the public lacks trust in the safety of any one company. The Federal Aviation Administration, FAA, is responsible for the safety of civil aviation, and the airline industry lends resources to bolster government oversight. The government enhances its oversight abilities by relying heavily on private designated engineering representatives, either consultants or employees of aircraft manufacturers such as Boeing. These engineers work for their employers and may approve or recommend approval of technical data provided to the FAA for the company. It is a good example of industry and government sharing experts. Boeing itself has worked closely with the FAA to improve safety performance. In the 1950s, only 20% of Americans were willing to fly, and there were 14 to 15 major accidents a year. Boeing had a strong incentive to improve performance and attitudes towards aviation if it were to grow its commercial business. Despite an enormous increase, 10 to 20-fold, in airline flight operations between 1955 and 1991, the number of accidents fell to approximately 4 to 5 per year, 1/4 the annual rate in the 1950s. The nuclear navy. Turning from the skies to the sea, between 1915 and 1963, the U.S. Navy lost about 1 submarine every 3 years to non-combat causes. In 1963, when the nuclear-powered USS Thresher was lost during a deep test dive, 112 Navy personnel and 17 civilians perished. The Navy investigation found that a deficient silver braze joint in a piping system had failed, flooding the engine room. The investigation went far beyond immediate causes, and found deficient specifications, shipbuilding practices, and maintenance practices, along with inadequate documentation of construction and maintenance actions and deficient operational procedures. After the Thresher loss, Admiral Hyman Rickover, then head of the Nuclear Navy, told his staff to establish a system to ensure that such an accident would never recur. The new sub-safe system was established within 54 days of the loss of the Thresher, and no sub-safe certified submarine has since been lost. Sub-safe has two goals, both crucial for submarines: maintaining the watertight integrity of the hull and maintaining operability and integrity of critical systems that allow control and recovery from a flooding hazard. The system covers the administrative, organizational, technical, design, material control, fabrication, testing, work control, auditing, and certification aspects of submarine development and operations. See sidebar. As important as procedures, SubSafe establishes a mindset, in this case a questioning attitude, and what the officers call chronic uneasiness, summarized in the saying, "Trust but verify." Another critical component of SubSafe is a separation of powers, no simple achievement in an organization as homogeneous and hierarchical as the Navy. In fact, there is always a dynamic tension among the platform program managers, responsible for the costs, schedule, and quality of ships under their control, the independent technical authority, and the independent safety and quality assurance authority, the Nuclear Navy's three-legged stool. The platform managers can select only from a set of acceptable design options to ensure that safety is not traded off for performance. The technical authority approves these acceptable options. The safety authority is responsible for administering SubSafe and enforcing compliance. Principles of the Naval SubSafe system: top management commitment to safety, clear and written safety requirements, education, not just training, regular rewriting of requirements, separation of powers and assignment of responsibilities, emphasis on rigor, technical compliance, and work discipline, documentation, capturing what is done and why it is done, participatory audit approach and requirements for objective quality evidence, program based on written procedures, not personality driven, continual certification of a facility, accountability and accompanying responsibility, special efforts to be vigilant against complacency. SubSafe involves a great deal of certification, of design, materials, fabrication, and testing, and the overall SubSafe certification must be maintained through the life of the vessel. Audits assure compliance, and the audits are treated not so much as exams by outsiders, but as constructive learning experiences. Continuous training and education of personnel are emphasized. Many of the civilian contracting companies that service the Nuclear Navy also service the offshore oil and gas industry, and seem to cope well with the rigorous nature of the SubSafe system. Learning from accidents. Exxon, Shell, and Bhopal. The Navy learned from the loss of the USS Thresher and set up an effective safety system. The American oil and gas industry must learn from the loss of the Deepwater Horizon and do the same today. The Exxon Valdez aftermath. Among the oil and gas companies, ExxonMobil's wake-up call came in 1989 when its Exxon Valdez tanker struck a reef in Prince William Sound, Alaska, and spilled approximately 11 million gallons of crude oil. Until the Deepwater Horizon disaster, this was the biggest spill in U.S. waters. The spill covered thousands of miles of pristine waters and coastal areas, killing marine mammals, fish, and seabirds, and damaging the livelihoods of the people who lived and worked in the region. A fatigued and overworked crew, inadequate safety escort vessels, and a single-hulled tanker have been cited among the causes of the accident. Exxon spent approximately $2.1 billion in cleanup costs, and pursuant to a settlement with the United States and Alaska, agreed to pay a criminal fine of $150 million, $125 million of which was forgiven in light of its cleanup efforts, $100 million in criminal restitution, and $900 million to settle civil claims, subject to a reopener provisions allowing for an additional $100 million. Footnote: a private civil lawsuit has been underway for the past 2 decades. A jury initially awarded the plaintiffs $287 million in actual damages and $5 billion in punitive damages, but the Supreme Court subsequently ruled that punitive damages could not exceed twice actual damages, or $507.5 million. Exxon Shipping Company versus Baker, Volume 554, U.S., page 471, 2008. End footnote. Following the spill, both government policy and industry practice changed dramatically. Congress enacted the Oil Pollution Act of 1990, and Exxon introduced its Operations Integrity Management System, OIMS, in 1992. ExxonMobil CEO Rex Tillerson told the Commission's November 9th hearing that OIMS is a rigorous 11-point set of elements designed to identify management and hazard risks. Its framework covers all aspects of safety, including management leadership and accountability, design, construction and maintenance of facilities, emergency preparedness, management of change, assessment of performance, and of course thorough inquiries into accidents and incidents. OIMS guides the activities of each of ExxonMobil's more than 80,000 employees, he continued, as well as our third-party contractors around the world. Over time, it has become embedded into everyday work processes at all levels. Through OIMS, ExxonMobil monitors, benchmarks, and measures aspects of our safety performance. Its structure and standards are shared and communicated the world over. Safety is not proprietary, Tillerson added, and for this reason ExxonMobil shares its best practices within our industry and across other industries. We seek to learn from others. The reported improvements in the company's safety and environmental performance have been impressive. In 2009, the company reported that it had received a rating of 10 out of 10 from Governance Metrics International, placing it among the top 1% of companies rated. Footnote: Governance Metrics International, GMI, is an independent governance research and ratings firm providing institutional investors an objective way of assessing corporate governance risk as well as governance leaders in their portfolios. End footnote. It also reported that it had had no spills from a marine vessel between 2006 and 2009, and that in 2009 it continued to lead the industry with combined employee and contractor workforce lost time incident rates at best ever levels. Shell's safety response. Shell, a longtime leader in Gulf of Mexico operations before BP surpassed it as described in Chapter 2, had had its own safety problems. 2 men died in a gas leak on the company's Brent Bravo platform in 2003. Former Shell senior manager Bill Campbell, who had earlier led a safety review, said after the accident that his 1999 warnings had been ignored by the company. Shell denied that it operated at high levels of risk. Shell subsequently tightened and simplified its safety rules. Shell also has promoted the use of the safety case worldwide, a risk management approach to regulation described in Chapter 3. It has adopted the safety case approach even in the United States, where it is not required to do so, and has promoted it for the industry more broadly. Marvin Odom, president of Shell Oil Company and director of Shell's Upstream Americas business, told the Commission's November 9th hearing that the safety case in deepwater drilling shows how we identify and assess the hazards on a rig, how we establish the barriers to prevent and control those hazards, how we assign the critical activities needed to maintain the integrity of those barriers. Odom said that Shell also encourages workers to call for work to stop when they suspect that something is proceeding improperly, and gives awards to these Goal Zero heroes, referring to the corporate goal of zero accidents. He added that audits are key to safety system, and that in 2009 DuPont administered its safety and culture survey in our drilling organization, comparing us to the world's best across a range of industries. While we ranked world-class overall, improvement areas were identified. Bhopal and responsible care. The chemical industry's Responsible Care Initiative was developed in Canada and launched in 1985 after the disastrous 1984 chemical leak in Bhopal, India. It operates in 53 countries and describes itself as the chemical industry's global voluntary initiative, under which companies through their national associations work together to continuously improve their health, safety, and environmental performance, and communicate with stakeholders about their products and processes in the manufacture and supply of safe and affordable goods that bring real benefits to society. The American Chemistry Council can expel member firms for non-compliance with responsible care. Subsequent analysis, however, suggests that the program's success has turned less on the availability of such formal sanctions and more on informal disciplinary mechanisms such as peer pressure and institutional norms of compliance. Executives from leading firms pressure their non-compliant counterparts at industry meetings to adopt and adhere to the industrial codes. Of course, in drawing lessons from prior accidents, it is essential that they be projected beyond the particular circumstances of the accident at hand to guide present and future performance, lest government regulators and industry leaders make the classic mistake of preparing to fight the last war. As discussed in Chapters 3 and 5, despite the steps taken in the aftermath of Exxon Valdez to enhance transportation safety and oil spill response from a tanker spill, too little effort was made to take those lessons and apply them more broadly to the risks associated with the future of offshore drilling in the deep water of the Gulf. Industry self-policing as a supplement to government regulation. One of the key responsibilities of government is to regulate, to direct the behavior of individuals and institutions according to rules. Many businesses and business groups are involved in internal standard setting, evaluation, and other activities that constitute self-policing or self-regulation. Such oversight can be conducted by a private entity established and supported by an industry to ensure safe operations by individual members, among other purposes, often because industry leaders recognize that a misstep by any one member necessarily has significant repercussions for them all. But even in industries with strong self-policing, government also needs to be strongly present, providing oversight and/or additional regulatory control, responsibilities that cannot be abdicated if public safety, health, and welfare are to be protected. The logic of self-policing. Industry standard setting and self-policing organizations are widespread in the United States and in most industrialized nations, typically for operations marked by technical complexity, such as the chemical, nuclear power, civil aviation, and oil and gas industries, where government oversight is also present. These processes coexist where there are, as a practical matter, relatively limited numbers of people with the requisite expertise and experience, making it hard for government to be able to rely solely on its own personnel, especially when government cannot compete with private sector salaries for those experts. Support for standard setting and self-policing also arises in industries whose reputations depend on the performance of each company, and where significant revenues are at stake. Witness both the airline industry's private designated engineering representatives, discussed above, and the Institute of Nuclear Power Operations, see below. Though the Navy is a government organization, SubSafe is also an example of self-policing to help assure the safety of its nuclear submarines. The limits of unregulated self-policing. Industry self-policing is not a substitute for government, but serves as an important supplement to government oversight. And the cost of forgetting that essential premise can be calamitous. In the financial sector, for example, the Securities and Exchange Commission's Consolidated Supervised Entities Program had, in 2004, delegated regulatory risk assessment of global investment bank conglomerates to the banks themselves. The program was designed to cover a regulatory gap left by Congress amid changes in global finance, but it was entirely voluntary. 4 years later, Securities and Exchange Commission Chairman Christopher Cox ended the program, declaring it a failure, indeed fundamentally flawed, after companies like Bear Stearns failed to adequately assess the risk of a sharp downturn in housing prices on their large leveraged investments in mortgage-backed securities. A second cautionary tale involves an environmental disaster. When political opposition stymied federal and state regulation of toxic coal ash and other residues from power generation, the electric utilities that had opposed regulations deferred to the Utilities Solid Wastes Activities Group's voluntary action plan to manage such wastes. The U.S. Environmental Protection Agency stepped back from regulating such hazards. And in 2008, an earthen dam containing coal ash gave way in eastern Tennessee, releasing more than 1 billion gallons of coal ash across a large portion of Roane County and polluting rivers that carried the hazardous wastes further afield. The nuclear model. The risk management challenges presented by nuclear power are in some respects analogous to those presented by deep-water drilling. The dependence on highly sophisticated and complex technologies, the low probability, catastrophic consequences nature of the risks generated, and the related tendency for a culture of complacency to develop over time in the absence of major accidents. For the nuclear power industry, it took a crisis, the partial meltdown in 1979 of the radioactive core in Unit 2 at the 3 Mile Island Nuclear Generating Station, to prompt a transformation of its safety culture. But that is what industry accomplished, and reportedly with significant positive results. For that reason, the nuclear power industry's method of transforming business as usual practices offers a useful analog as the oil and gas industry now seeks to do the same more than 30 years later. The first recommendation of the President's Commission that investigated the root causes of the 3 Mile Island accident was directed to the industry and made clear the extent to which the industry needed to transform its safety culture. The nuclear industry must dramatically change its attitudes towards safety and regulations. The Commission has recommended that the new regulatory agency prescribe strict standards. At the same time, the industry must also set and police its own standards of excellence to ensure the effective management and safe operation of nuclear power plants. 2 months later, in December 1979, the nuclear power industry created the Institute of Nuclear Power Operations, INPO, a nonprofit organization with the ambitious mission to promote the highest levels of safety and reliability, to promote excellence in the operation of commercial nuclear power plants. INPO's structure more closely resembles the utilities it regulates than it does the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, NRC, the federal regulatory agency whose work INPO is designed to complement. INPO's president answers to a board of directors consisting of senior industry executives, mainly CEOs. A few years after its founding, INPO established its own inspection process based on its studies of what needed inspecting and how to do so. Today, nuclear power plant inspections are thorough but not adversarial. Because many INPO inspectors are nuclear employees drawn from other power plants, a great deal of cross-fertilization of knowledge occurs, and strong peer relationships are created. INPO's normative system establishes a structured way of thinking about plant operations by translating these matters into the language of responsibility as it spells out what it means to occupy a particular role and what it means to behave in a manner appropriate to that position. Inspection teams and procedures. INPO inspection teams usually number about 20 people. 1/3 are permanent full-time inspectors, 1/3 are on loan from the industry for 18 to 24 months, and the remainder are peer evaluators on loan just for that particular inspection, but these cannot be from the utility being inspected. Each of the 66 nuclear sites, encompassing 104 reactors operated by 26 utilities, is inspected every 24 months. Inspectors rotate through assignments. Each inspector averages 4 to 5 inspections per year. Besides the major inspection of each site every 2 years, INPO performs a series of other evaluations and provides other safety-oriented services throughout the year. For example, utilities training programs are evaluated and accredited every 24 months. Importantly, INPO is not the sole source of plant inspections, but instead serves as a significant supplement. Nuclear insurers, the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, and the NRC also conduct inspections. INPO coordinates with the NRC and other inspectors to avoid schedule conflicts. Nor is there anything casual about an INPO inspection. It is thorough and careful, extending for 5 to 6 weeks. 2 weeks of preparation and analysis of pre-delivered data from the site, 2 weeks on the site, a week of internal review and report writing by functional and cross-functional sub-teams, and perhaps another week reviewing with the INPO president. Any lessons learned that are deemed valuable to the rest of the industry are posted on INPO's private online portal, but the name of the site is scrubbed from the text. All plants respond to INPO's assessment reports by documenting actions planned to address any reported problems. A poorly performing plant will receive higher attention from INPO to see if the plant's responsive actions are on track. INPO will also work to give them help or coordinate help from other stations. Furthermore, assessment results are never revealed to anyone other than the utility CEOs and site managers, but INPO formally meets with the NRC 4 times a year to discuss trends and information of mutual interest. And if INPO has discovered serious problems associated with specific plants, it notifies the NRC. The performance evaluation. INPO considers at each plant such metrics as consistency of operations, safety system performance, and workers' collective radiation exposure. But its plant performance assessments are the real backbone of its work. These exercises figuratively deconstruct and reconstruct the plants, looking into all aspects of operations, maintenance, and engineering. The inspection teams evaluate processes and behaviors that cross organizational boundaries, such as safety culture, self-assessment, corrective action, operating experience, human performance, and training. The performance of operations and training personnel during simulator exercises is included in each evaluation. Where possible, observations of plant startups, shutdowns, and major planned changes are also included. INPO strongly discourages a rule-bound, compliance-oriented approach that would encourage a mentality of ticking boxes, and in fact, its reports are not in checklist form. Many of the risk factors that nuclear companies must deal with are beyond their control. One issue that is clearly within the industry's control is standardization of design requirements, resulting advanced designs and operations. The industry has devoted significant time and resources to this issue over the past few decades. Good practice documents are written with an eye toward processes that are applicable across the industry. From the control room to the CEO. INPO directly connects those responsible for the day-to-day operations of nuclear plants with senior management. 2 INPO industry review groups, which act in an advisory capacity to senior management, enable lower-level employees involved in plant operations to communicate with vice presidents and division directors. Review groups also assess INPO programs and evaluate INPO's performance itself. The existence of these groups reflects INPO's commitment to tie together senior management and lower-level operational employees. INPO's influence. In addition to its individual site evaluations, INPO hosts an industry CEO conference, usually each November, which includes numerous speakers from nuclear organizations and also some non-nuclear companies, with a focus on nuclear safety. During this conference, the INPO president gathers only the 26 utility CEOs in a private room to reveal to all the executives the grades for each site based on the assessments. These grades range from 1, most favorable, to 5. Approximately 40% of the grades are INPO 1, 40 to 50% are INPO 2, and 10 to 15% are INPO 3 or 4. The last time any site was given a grade of 5 was in the late 1980s. An INPO 5 indicates a site with significant operational problems triggering a shutdown, and a grade of INPO 4 requires a verbal explanation by the affected CEO on the spot. This meeting is not intended to shame or punish, but to put the facts on the table. CEOs with low-rated plants typically will describe to their peers what comprehensive actions they are undertaking to address the causes of the problems. All CEOs recognize that it is in everybody's interest to help the lower performers operate better. At the larger dinner, with all conference attendees present, INPO announces and congratulates only the INPO-1 plants. A former chief nuclear officer of a major utility described INPO-1 as equivalent to receiving an Academy Award. Presentation of relative standings before the rest of the industry produces a high level of peer pressure. As one CEO put it, you get the whole top level of the utility industry focused on the poor performer. It also gives the industry the ability to clean out poor management. Because INPO's directors are industry peers, CEOs may become aware of a company taking too much risk and offer to loan people to help the underperformer come up to speed. The impact on insurance premiums. Although the Price-Anderson Act limits the liability of those who operate nuclear power plants in the case of an accident, owners of nuclear plants insure through Nuclear Electric Insurance Limited, an industry mutual insurance company, against losses associated with on-site problems such as power interruptions, decontamination, and physical property damage. Nuclear Electric Insurance Limited is allowed to visit INPO's office at least once a year to view the assessment ratings, but they are not provided with copies. And like any other insurance company, Nuclear Electric Insurance Limited sets insurance premiums based on its assessment of risk. Sites with top INPO ratings are charged lower premiums than stations with lower ratings. Nuclear Electric Insurance Limited, NEIL, requires that license holders be active members of INPO or that they notify NEIL formally and promptly if they stop being a member, and they must show NEIL how they will accomplish a level of oversight equivalent to what INPO provides. This has never occurred. In reality, NEIL's board would quickly discuss removal of insurance coverage should a member choose to drop out of INPO activities. So utilities have a tremendous financial incentive to carry out INPO's recommendations. Compensation competitive with industry. INPO has about 400 employees, including about 60 on long-term loan from its member utilities. Of the total staff and management cadre, 250 are nuclear technical personnel. INPO can do its job only if its employees possess technical expertise at least equal to that possessed by those in the industry INPO is charged with overseeing. To a certain extent, INPO achieves that standard by relying on experts on loan from industry for extended periods of time. But to ensure that INPO's own full-time personnel possess the requisite qualifications, industry salaries are benchmarked and INPO provides its employees comparable compensation. INPO has therefore not suffered from the expertise gap too often evident with government inspectors. Witness the issue raised at the founding of the Minerals Management Service as discussed in Chapter 3. INPO can pay these higher salaries because it is not subject to the same budgetary constraints faced by a public agency. Each utility contributes to INPO's budget based on the number of reactors it owns. Budgets are approved by INPO's board each autumn. INPO's fiscal year 2010 budget was $99 million, with more than $100 million budgeted for 2011. INPO clout and industry acceptance. INPO's ability to achieve widespread acceptance within the nuclear power industry was not preordained. The new self-policing enterprise had to earn the necessary reputation for fairness and integrity over time. A formative moment in gaining the necessary stature occurred in 1988 when INPO helped bring about the firing of a utility's corporate leadership following a plant shutdown. Beginning in December 1984, INPO inspectors reported pervasive safety problems at Philadelphia Electric's Peach Bottom nuclear plant, including incidents of employees literally sleeping on the job. When INPO was dissatisfied with the plant's response to these concerns, it scheduled more inspections and meetings with Philadelphia Electric officials and sent letters further detailing the depth of its concerns. These concerns prompted the NRC to order a shutdown of the plant, and when Philadelphia Electric submitted a recovery plan to the Commission to restart the plant, an INPO convened industry panel sharply condemned the plan as seriously flawed. INPO and the NRC worked closely and cooperatively, with INPO so harshly criticizing Philadelphia Electric's management that several top executives ultimately lost their jobs. From then on, the message within the industry was clear. INPO has a great deal of clout, and Peach Bottom became a symbol of INPO's new power. Although INPO has its detractors, footnote, the Union of Concerned Scientists has on occasion faulted INPO and the Nuclear Regulatory Commission for not inspecting some plants with sufficient rigor and skepticism, and has pointedly raised the issue whether the fact that industry pays for INPO's services presents a conflict of interest that compromises its essential impartiality. End footnote. INPO does appear to have helped the nuclear power industry improve and maintain performance and safety during the past 3 decades. INPO has helped the industry measure its progress in improving safety standards and has served as a vehicle for making advances in control room design, plant and personnel performance, training and qualification, self-regulation, emergency response, maintenance, and radiation protection, among other areas. During the past 30 years, the nuclear industry has improved plant efficiency, significantly reduced the number of automatic emergency reactor shutdowns per year, and reduced collective radiation accident rates by a factor of 6 compared to the 1980s. The industry has achieved these milestones in part through INPO's role in promoting a strong nuclear safety culture and presenting performance objectives and criteria to help the industry strive for and surpass safety goals. End of section 24. Section 25 of the final report from the National Commission on the BP Deepwater Horizon oil spill and offshore drilling. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Casper. Final report from the National Commission on the BP Deepwater Horizon oil spill and offshore drilling. Chapter 8, Part 3. An INPO for oil? In the aftermath of the Deepwater Horizon spill, could the oil and gas industry similarly improve its safety culture by creating a self-policing entity like INPO as a supplement to government oversight? There are clear parallels that would strongly support such an effort, but also some equally clear differences between the oil and gas industry and the nuclear power industry that at least caution against wholesale adoption of the INPO model. Similarities: need, incentive, and means. The reason the INPO model holds promise is because the oil and gas industry, like the nuclear power industry after 3 Mile Island, has both substantial economic resources and the necessary economic incentive to make it happen. INPO was formed because doing so was in the industry's self-interest. As the Deepwater Horizon disaster made unambiguously clear, the entire industry's reputation and perhaps its viability ultimately turn on its lowest performing members. Footnote: This was also the case in the INPO context. In part, industry mobilized to unify in reaction to a mutual internal threat, unsafe nuclear utilities. Joseph Reese, Hostages of Each Other. Chicago, The University of Chicago Press, 1994, page 44. End footnote. If any one company is involved in an accident with widespread and potentially enormous costs, like those that followed the Macondo blowout, everyone in the industry, companies and employees, suffers, as do regional economies and the nation as a whole. No one in industry or in government can afford a repeat of the Macondo explosion and spill. Also, as the enormous sums that BP was willing and able to expend to contain and respond to the Gulf spill make clear, see Chapter 5, the oil and gas industry possesses the financial means to fund a very healthy and effective self-policing organization akin to INPO. A second fundamental parallel is that no one in the oil and gas industry has the unilateral right to engage in offshore drilling on the outer continental shelf, any more than a utility has the right to construct and operate a nuclear power plant absent federal governmental approval. Indeed, the extent of governmental authority is even greater in the offshore context. The oil and gas industry does not own the valuable energy resources located on the outer continental shelf, which belong to the American people and are managed by the federal government on their behalf. As described in Chapter 3, the government accordingly possesses sweeping authority to dictate the terms of private access to those resources in its lease agreements with private parties. And, in particular, government could decide to condition such access, either directly or indirectly, on participation with an industry safety institute. A third clear parallel is the possibility, in both contexts, offshore drilling and nuclear power, for industry self-policing to supplement government regulation. As described in Chapter 3, government regulators need to improve their in-house technical expertise dramatically, but they are unlikely ever to possess technical expertise truly commensurate with that of the private industry. The salary differential, combined with the sheer depth of industry expertise on a wide variety of topics critical to understanding and managing offshore drilling operations, would make that goal illusory. Such expertise is, however, a prerequisite for the thorough, rigorous inspections required to ensure safe operation of dozens of deepwater exploration rigs and production platforms, the former operating in multiple locations and different geologies each year, a number that rises sharply if installations in shallower Gulf waters are included. By supplementing governmental oversight with the kind of self-policing accomplished by INPO for nuclear power, that gap in expertise can be sharply narrowed. Government can never abdicate its ultimate responsibility to ensure drilling safety, but it can effectively take advantage of industry expertise to meet that objective. Differences that warrant modifying the INPO model. But there are also clear differences between the two industries that would require a differently defined self-policing entity for offshore oil and gas. For instance, the U.S. nuclear power industry is based at a limited number of fixed sites, using a small number of known technological designs, and operated by an industry subject to comprehensive public regulation, from permission to construct facilities through detailed oversight of design, operations, and maintenance. The oil and gas industry is structured much differently. As described by ExxonMobil's Tillerson, his industry is moving to different locations, different environments, evolving, all kinds of technologies being introduced. For this reason, he explained, while the oil and gas industry can look at the principles around INPO in terms of how do you share best practices, how do you assess where the companies are operating at certain levels of competency, he appeared to suggest there would be limits in the application of every aspect of the INPO model to offshore drilling for oil and gas. The oil and gas industry is more fragmented and diversified in nature, from integrated global oil companies to independent exploration and drilling enterprises, and therefore less cohesive than the nuclear power operators who joined to establish INPO. Footnote: Prior to the 3 Mile Island accident, however, the nuclear power industry was reportedly far less cohesive than it became after that accident. See Rees, Hostages of Each Other, page 42. When officials describe the pre-3 Mile Island nuclear industry, a collective portrait emerges in which each nuclear utility behaved like an island unto itself or independent barony. In short, the industry was fragmented. Emphasis in original. End footnote. As a result, it could be more challenging to create an INPO-like organization, and oil and gas executives would need assurances that any industry-wide efforts to promote better safety did not subsequently serve as the basis for claims that industry had violated antitrust laws. Finally, concerns about potential disclosure to business competitors of proprietary information might make it harder to establish an INPO-like entity in the oil and gas industry. Technology and design apparently are more uniform in nuclear power than in offshore drilling. For this reason, Michael Bromwich, director of the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, Regulation and Enforcement, the successor to MMS, cautioned that an INPO-like approach might run into problems if companies perceived the potential for inspections of offshore facilities to reveal technical and proprietary and confidential information that companies may be reluctant to share with one another. Essential features of a self-policing safety organization for the oil and gas industry. Like the nuclear power industry in 1979, in the immediate aftermath of the 3 Mile Island accident, the nation's oil and gas industry needs now to embrace the potential for an industry safety institute to supplement government oversight of industry operations. Akin to INPO, such a new safety institute can provide the nation with the assurances of safety necessary to allow the oil and gas industry access to the nation's energy resources on the outer continental shelf. To be sure, the significant differences between the two types of industries warrant significant differences in the precise structure and operation of their respective industry safety institutes. But, as elaborated below, the basic successful principles upon which the INPO model is premised can serve as the touchstones for the oil and gas industry in establishing its own. Credibility. To be credible, any industry-created safety institute would need to have complete command of technical expertise available through industry sources, and complete freedom from any suggestion that its operations are compromised by multiple other interests and agendas. As a consensus-based organization, the American Petroleum Institute, API, is culturally ill-suited to drive a safety revolution in the industry. For this reason, it is essential that the safety enterprise operate apart from the API. As described above and in Chapter 3, API's long-standing role as an industry lobbyist and policy advocate, with an established record of opposing reform and modernization of safety regulations, renders it inappropriate to serve a self-policing function. In the aftermath of the Deepwater Horizon tragedy, the Commission strongly believes that the oil and gas industry cannot persuade the American public that it is changing business-as-usual practices, if it attempts to fend off more effective public oversight by chartering a self-policing function under the control of an advocacy organization. An industry-wide commitment to rigorous auditing and continuous improvement. The INPO experience makes clear that any successful oil and gas industry safety institute would require, in the first instance, strong board-level support from CEOs and boards of directors of member companies for a rigorous inspection and auditing function. Such audits would need to be aimed at assessing companies' safety cultures, from design, training, and operations through incident investigation and management of improvements, and encouraging learning about and implementation of enhanced practices. As at INPO, the inspection and auditing function would need to be conducted by Safety Institute staff, complemented by experts seconded from industry companies, able to analyze the full range of technologies and practices, and designed to promote cross-company learning and shared responsibility while protecting proprietary information. There would also need to be a commitment to share findings about safety records and best practices within the industry, aggregate data, and analyze performance trends, shortcomings, and needs for further research and development. Accountability could be enhanced by a requirement that companies report their audit scores to their boards of directors and insurance companies. The main goal is to drive continuous improvement in every company's standards and performance, measured against global benchmarks. The means to that end include the safety auditor's reviews, insurer evaluations of risk, and management recognition of and incentives for effective behavior. Senior leadership would be accountable to the company's board of directors, who in turn would be accountable to the investors. In a broader sense, the industry's safety institute could facilitate a smooth transition to a regulatory regime based on systems safety engineering and improved coordination among operators and contractors, the principles of the UK's safety case, that shifts responsibility for maintaining safe operations at all times to the operators themselves. It should drive continuous improvement in standards and practices by incorporating the highest standards achieved globally, including, but not exclusively, those set by the API. An initial set of standards and scope of operation. The industry needs to benchmark safety and environmental practice rules against recognized global best practices. The Safety and Environmental Management Program Recommended Practice 75, API RP 75, developed in 1993 by the API and incorporated by reference in the Department of the Interior's new workplace safety rules adopted in October 2010, is a reasonable starting point. Updates to those safety rules are needed immediately, but a new industry safety institution could make a credible start by requiring members to adopt all safety standards promptly, and mandating that the companies in turn require that their contractors and service providers comply with the new safety rules. Because the number of offshore drilling operations subject to potential inspection is much greater than the number of nuclear sites INPO must review, although the number of exploratory rigs on the outer continental shelf is comparable to the number of nuclear plant sites, any new oil and gas industry safety institution will likely need, as a practical matter, to phase in its inspections over time. Accordingly, the Safety Institute will need to identify those operations that present the greatest risks because of the type of drilling, for example, deep water or ultra-deep water, the challenges of drilling in a particular kind of or less well-known geologic formation, or the location of the operation in a remote frontier area where containment and response resources may be fewer. Footnote: given the speed with which companies are moving into ever deeper, less well understood geologic formations, the Institute will have to move quickly. End footnote. Over time, the Safety Institute might move to cover more offshore operations to reduce the risk of accidents that can lead to loss of life or property or environmental damage. Industry responsibilities for containment and response. Industry responsibilities do not end with efforts to prevent blowouts like that at the Macondo well. They extend to efforts to contain any such incidents as quickly as possible and to mitigate the harm caused by spills through effective response efforts. As described in Chapter 5, once a spill occurs, the government must be capable of taking charge of those efforts. But government depends upon the resources and expertise of private industry to contain a blown-out well and to respond to a massive subsea oil spill. Chapter 5 also explains how woefully unprepared both government and industry were to contain or respond to a deep-water well blowout like that at Macondo. All parties lacked adequate contingency planning, and neither government nor industry had invested sufficiently in research, development, and demonstration to improve containment or response technology. Notwithstanding its promises in the aftermath of Exxon Valdez that industry would commit significant funds to support more research and development in response technology, through the Marine Spill Response Corporation, for example, those commitments were soon forgotten as memories dimmed. From now on, the oil and gas industry needs to combine its commitment to transform its safety culture with adequate resources for containment and response. Large-scale rescue, response, and containment capabilities need to be developed and demonstrated, including equipment, procedures, and logistics, and enabled by extensive training, including full-scale field exercises and international cooperation. To that end, at least 2 industry spill containment initiatives have emerged that build on ideas and equipment that were deployed in response to the Macondo blowout and spill. The nonprofit Marine Well Containment Company, created in July 2010 by 4 of the 5 major integrated oil and gas companies, with BP subsequently announcing its intention to join, is a significant step toward improving well containment capability in the Gulf of Mexico. The 4 founding companies have committed $1 billion for startup costs to develop the Marine Well Containment Company's rapid response system, which includes modular containment equipment that can be used to collect oil flowing from a blown-out deep-water well. The system is designed to mobilize within 24 hours and be operational within weeks, ready to contain spills 10,000 feet below the surface at volumes up to 100,000 barrels per day. Although many of the details surrounding the company's governance and membership structure have not yet been finalized, membership is open to all oil and gas operators in the Gulf of Mexico. Non-members will be able to gain access through service contracts. The second spill containment initiative is being coordinated by Helix Energy Solutions Group, which played a major role in the Macondo well containment efforts. Helix is seeking industry participation to make permanent modifications to the equipment it used in responding to the Macondo blowout and spill. It offers more modest containment capacity than the Marine Well Containment Company, less than the 100,000 barrels per day without additional investment, but at a lower cost. Although Helix maintains that it is not in competition with the Marine Well Containment Company, its system appears to be attracting the interest of many of the independent oil and gas producers in the Gulf, who have expressed concerns about the cost of and access to the Marine Well Containment Company. The Marine Well Containment Company and Helix spill containment proposals are promising, but they have at least 2 fundamental limitations. First, the systems are not designed to contain all possible catastrophic failures, only the next Deepwater Horizon type spill. For instance, while both systems are designed to contain quickly the kind of blowout that happened at Macondo, They would not be able to contain a spill of the type that occurred in the Gulf of Mexico in 1979 during the Ixtoc oil spill, where the rig collapsed on top of the well. In addition, neither the Marine Well Containment Company's planned capabilities nor Helix's go past 10,000 feet, despite the fact that current drilling technology extends beyond this depth. Second, and perhaps most important, it seems that neither the Marine Well Containment Company nor the Helix system is structured to ensure the long-term ability to innovate and adapt over time to the next frontiers and technologies. What resources, if any, either initiative will dedicate to research and development going forward are unclear. The Marine Well Containment Company, in particular, could become another Marine Spill Response Corporation, as described in Chapter 5, an industry nonprofit initiative created in response to a major oil spill that becomes underfunded and fails to innovate over time, if it does not implement specific policies and procedures to monitor and guarantee its long-term readiness, as well as funding and investment levels. The primary long-term goal of a spill containment company or consortia should be to ensure that an appropriate containment system is readily available to contain quickly spills in the Gulf of Mexico with the best available technology. Any spill containment company or consortia should ensure that it remains focused on this goal, even when doing so potentially conflicts with the short-term interests of its founding companies in the case of Marine Well Containment Company or the parent company in the case of Helix. An independent advisory board with representatives from industry, the federal government, state and local governments, and environmental groups could help keep any spill containment initiative focused on innovative, adaptive, effective spill response over the long term. As next-generation equipment is developed, industry must ensure that its containment technology is compatible with its wells. For instance, it may be useful to consider design modifications to blowout preventer stacks that would allow for more expeditious hookups of injection and evacuation networks and hoses, reducing the capital costs and increasing the flexibility of the spill containment companies or consortia. Capping and containment options should also be developed in advance to contain blowouts from platform wells. Managing liability. The market has a financial mechanism for encouraging risk-managing behaviors, the cost of insurance. In the wake of Deepwater Horizon oil spill, early reports indicated that insurance premiums rose by as much as 15 to 25% in shallow waters and up to 50% for deepwater rigs. An energy underwriter predicted that premiums for deepwater operations would rise 25 to 30% and by 100% for deepwater drilling. Companies insure for many perils, and a major reinsurer has represented to the Commission that there is ample additional coverage for most risks. The significant exception is third-party liability, about which there remains considerable uncertainty. The liability cap. Under the Oil Pollution Act of 1990, the Act, responsible parties, including the lessees of offshore facilities, are strictly liable for removal costs and certain damages resulting from a spill. Compensable damages are defined in the Act. Removal costs themselves are unlimited, but there is a cap on liability for damages. For offshore facilities, $75 million. The cap does not apply in cases of gross negligence, violation of an applicable regulation, or acts of war, and does not limit the amount of civil or criminal fines that might be imposed for violations of federal law, such as the Clean Water Act, nor does it limit damages under state law. As it became apparent that the damages from the Deepwater Horizon oil spill were likely to be orders of magnitude greater than the existing cap, Congress began to consider raising that cap significantly to as much as $10 billion, or even eliminating it altogether. The arguments in favor of such a change are straightforward. The amount of potential damage caused by a major spill clearly exceeds the existing caps, and one cannot fairly assume that the responsible party causing a future spill will, like BP, have sufficient resources to fully compensate for that damage. Nor should the spill's victims or federal taxpayers have to pay the bill for industry's shortcomings. Increasing liability limits would also serve as a powerful incentive for companies to pay closer attention to safety, including investing more in technology that promotes safer operations. Notwithstanding these arguments in favor of at least raising the liability cap, legislative efforts quickly stalled when members of Congress learned more about the potential impact on the structure of the oil and gas industry. A substantial portion of the offshore industry in the Gulf is made up of smaller independent operators who fear that they would be unable to afford the dramatically higher insurance premiums that would result from a significant raising or elimination of the cap. The concern is that lifting the liability cap immediately could have a harmful anti-competitive impact on the independents and their thousands of employees and other commercial interests. Both large and small firms argue that the result would be detrimental, among other reasons because the independent producers develop many smaller and end-of-life oil fields that the larger firms find uneconomic. Apart from the handful of major companies like BP, none in the oil and gas industry have the ability to self-insure against a major accident. But under current law, no company operating in the Gulf has had to demonstrate financial capacity to cover liabilities amounting to anything close to the cost of the BP spill, extending into the tens of billions of dollars. Analysts have suggested that the insurance industry could adjust over time to the demand for capacity. In fact, Munich Re announced on September 12, 2010, that it has developed a new concept for insuring offshore oil drilling, which has the potential to create coverage on the order of $10 to $20 billion per drilling operation. Other proposals include mutual insurance funds that would pool risks. The effectiveness of such mechanisms is currently unknown. Congress and industry are seeking a series of more nuanced measures that, while raising the cap, also seek to anticipate and mitigate the potentially adverse impact on the smaller independent operators in the Gulf, without distorting incentives to avoid accidents to begin with, or to be adequately prepared to respond to and contain spills that do occur. None of these proposals had been enacted by the end of 2010. The challenge of change. Changing institutional culture and behavior is rarely easy. Business interests naturally prefer stable laws and market conditions that allow planning and investments, which can run into the billions of dollars for extensive deepwater operations in the Gulf, based on a clear understanding of what the future holds. But in the aftermath of the Deepwater Horizon spill, the operating environment and legal regime have been in constant flux. Beginning with a drilling moratorium, the industry has been struggling since the spring to recover from the nation's loss of trust in the safety of its operations, especially in the deepwater Gulf. The oil and gas industry needs now to regain that trust, but doing so will require it to take bold action to make clear that business will no longer be conducted as usual in the Gulf. Industry must seize the opportunity to demonstrate that it is fully committed to subjecting its own internal operations to fundamental change, and not merely because it is being forced to do so. Underscoring the sincerity and depth of their commitment to embracing a new safety culture, company leaders will need to lead the effort to guarantee that risk management improves throughout the industry, to ensure that the mistakes made at the Macondo well are not repeated. And those leaders must also demonstrate an equal commitment to ensuring adequate containment and response technology and resources in case another spill happens. Only then will the oil and gas industry truly demonstrate that it is ready, willing, and able to engage in the kind of responsible offshore drilling practices upon which the nation's basic energy supplies depend. End of section 25. Section 26 of the final report from the National Commission on the BP Deepwater Horizon oil spill and offshore drilling. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Casper. Final report from the National Commission on the BP Deepwater Horizon oil spill and offshore drilling. Chapter 9. Investing in Safety, Investing in Response, Investing in the Gulf. Part 1. Introduction. The President asked this commission to develop options for guarding against and mitigating the impact of oil spills associated with offshore drilling, in recognition of the compelling need to balance the nation's interest in offshore energy resources with protection of our rich marine and coastal environments. To that end, previous chapters of this report have detailed the complex web of decisions, actions, and circumstances that set the stage for the BP Deepwater Horizon disaster. Among the chief actors in that web was the government itself, which played a key role both in setting the policies that shaped offshore oil and gas activities in the Gulf over the course of many decades, and in overseeing responses to the spill once it began. This chapter presents the Commission's recommendations for addressing the causes and consequences of the spill. With a focus on the government's role, recommendations targeted to industry are presented in Chapter 8. The recommendations reflect the government's sweeping sovereign authority as both owner of the seabed and water column and as the regulator of activities, with the overriding responsibility to manage and protect the valuable resources of the Outer Continental Shelf, OCS, on behalf of current and future generations of Americans. They are grouped in 7 distinct areas. A. Improving the safety of offshore operations. B. Safeguarding the environment. C. Strengthening the oil spill response planning and capacity. D. Advancing well containment capabilities. E. Overcoming the impacts of the Deepwater Horizon spill and restoring the Gulf. F. Ensuring financial responsibility. G. Promoting congressional engagement to ensure responsible offshore drilling. The sections that follow summarize the context and rationale for each of the Commission's specific recommendations. Other chapters of this report, as well as staff working papers published by the Commission and available at www.oilspillcommission.gov, provide additional detail and further support for the recommendations. Chapter 10 presents additional recommendations concerning the future of offshore drilling, including prospective drilling in the Arctic. A. Improving the safety of offshore operations. As detailed in Chapters 3 and 4 and in staff working papers, federal efforts to regulate the offshore oil and gas industry have suffered for years from cross-cutting purposes, pressure from political and industry interests, a deepening deficit of technical expertise, and severely inadequate resources available to government agencies tasked with the leasing function and regulation. In the aftermath of the Deepwater Horizon oil spill, the Department of the Interior has already taken a series of significant and important steps to improve regulatory oversight of offshore drilling. But given the deep-rooted problems that had existed at the department's Minerals Management Service, MMS, before the spill occurred, and the near certainty that the oil and gas industry will seek to expand into ever more challenging environments in the years ahead, a more comprehensive overhaul of both leasing and the regulatory policies and institutions used to oversee offshore activities is required. The necessary overhaul, to be successful, must address three core issues. 1. Reducing and managing risk more effectively, using strategies that can keep pace with a complex and rapidly evolving industry, particularly in high-risk and frontier areas. 2. Assuring the independence and integrity of government institutions charged with protecting the public interest. And 3. Securing the resources needed to provide a robust capability to execute the leasing function and adequate regulatory oversight. 1. The need for a new approach to risk assessment and management. As described in Chapter 3 and staff working papers, neither the industry's nor the federal government's approaches to managing and overseeing the leasing and development of offshore resources have kept pace with the rapid changes in the technology, practices, and risks associated with the different geological and ocean environments being explored and developed for oil and gas production. Nor do these approaches reflect the significant changes that have occurred in the structure of the oil and gas industry itself, especially the rise of specialized service contractors and the general trend toward outsourcing multiple functions. When the operator directly regulated by the government does not itself perform many of the activities critical to well safety, regulators face additional challenges due to the separation of these functions. However, MMS did not change its regulatory oversight to respond to these industry changes by making the service companies more accountable. In other countries, operators of drilling are required to demonstrate to the regulators their own fitness and risk management systems. Also missing has been any systematic updating of the risk assessment and risk management tools used as the basis for regulation. MMS attempted under several administrations to promulgate regulations that would have required companies to manage all of their activities and facilities, and those of their contractors, under a documented Safety and Environmental Management System, SEMS. But in the face of industry opposition, MMS did not adopt such a requirement until September 2010, after the BP Deepwater Horizon disaster. Industry objections also derailed a past MMS proposal to expand data reporting requirements as part of an effort to track and analyze offshore incidents and to identify safety trends and lagging and leading indicators. The proposal was abandoned when the Office of Management and Budget agreed with industry complaints about compliance cost. Industry also complained about the potential for overlap with Coast Guard reporting requirements. As a result, there has historically been no legal requirement that industry track or report instances of uncontrolled hydrocarbon releases or near misses, both indicators that could point to a heightened potential for serious accidents. The United States has the highest reported rate of fatalities in offshore oil and gas drilling among its international peers, but it has the lowest reporting of injuries. This striking contrast suggests a significant underreporting of injuries in the United States and highlights the need for better data collection to ensure needed attention to worker safety. Government agencies that regulate offshore activity should reorient their regulatory approaches to integrate more sophisticated risk assessment and risk management practices into their oversight of energy developers operating offshore. They should shift their focus from prescriptive regulations covering only the operator to a foundation of augmented prescriptive regulations, including those relating to well design and integrity, supplemented by a proactive, risk-based performance approach that is specific to individual facilities, operations, and environments. This would be similar to the safety case approach that is used in the North Sea, which requires the operator and drilling rig owners to assess the risks associated with a specific operation, develop a coordinated plan to manage those risks, integrate all involved contractors in a safety management system, and take responsibility for developing and managing the risk management process. Footnote: the term safety case is a shorthand expression for a comprehensive and structured set of safety documentation that provides a basis for determining whether a risk management system for a specific vessel or equipment is adequately safe for a given application in a given environment. End footnote. To accomplish these goals of creating a new approach to risk assessment and management, the Commission offers the following 3 recommendations. Recommendations: A1. The Department of the Interior should supplement the risk management program with prescriptive safety and pollution prevention standards that are developed and selected in consultation with international regulatory peers and that are at least as rigorous as the leasing terms and regulatory requirements in peer oil-producing nations. A2. The Department of the Interior should develop a proactive, risk-based performance approach specific to individual facilities, operations, and environments, similar to the safety case approach in the North Sea. A3. Working with the International Regulators Forum and other organizations, Congress and the Department of the Interior should identify those drilling, production, and emergency response standards that best protect offshore workers and the environment, and initiate new standards and revisions to fill gaps and correct deficiencies. These standards should be applied throughout the Gulf of Mexico, in the Arctic, and globally wherever the international industry operates. Standards should be updated at least every 5 years, as under the formal review process of the International Organization for Standardization, ISO. More specifically, the following actions are needed to truly transition to a proactive, risk-based performance approach. Engage a competent independent engineering consultant to review existing regulations for adequacy and fit for purpose as a first step toward benchmarking U.S. regulations against the highest international standards. Following this review, develop and implement regulations for safety and environmental protection that are at least as rigorous as the regulations in peer oil-producing nations. A new regulatory entity for safety and environment, as described below, should ensure that while engaged in petroleum activities, all drilling and production platforms are certified and operating at the highest level of international regulatory practice. Require operators to develop a comprehensive safety case as part of their exploration and production plans, initially for ultra-deep water, more than 5,000 feet areas, areas with complex geology, and any other frontier or high-risk areas such as the Arctic. In addition, for lease sales in those and other areas, prospective lessees should be required to demonstrate competence based on experience, financial capacity, and expertise as a pre-qualification for bidding. Expand safety environmental management system requirements to include regular third-party audits at 3 to 5 year intervals and certification. These plans should be expanded for frontier areas to encompass the full range of risk assessment and management. For both new and transferred leases, require the operator to participate in a new safety institute or agree to expert audits, and to contribute to safety and environmental research and development. Approval to transfer leases sold prior to this requirement should be conditioned on the new requirements based on risk factors related to the specific requirements of the lease. The lease stipulation should also include the requirement that the operator possess adequate capability to contain and respond to an oil spill, and sufficient financial capacity to compensate for damages caused by a spill. To cultivate and maintain government expertise on offshore drilling safety, 1. Establish a process under the auspices of the National Academy of Engineering to identify criteria for high-risk wells and develop methodology to assess those risks. This process should include, to the extent that the National Academy deems appropriate, input from experts in the U.S. Geological Survey, the Department of Energy, NOAA, and academia. Furthermore, the Department of the Interior should develop in-house competence to perform such sophisticated risk assessments. Such evaluations could guide the transition to a system where all operators and contractors are required to demonstrate an integrated, proactive risk management approach prior to leases being granted or receiving permits for exploration wells and major development projects. As noted above, these efforts should initially focus on areas with complex geology, ultra-deep water, and any other frontier or high-risk areas, such as the Arctic. 2. Establish a coordinated interagency research effort to develop safer systems, equipment, and practices to prevent failures of both design and equipment in the future. The federal government has relevant expertise in areas such as the application of remote sensing and diagnostics, sensors and instrumentation, and command electronics that could and should be transferred to the offshore industry. Footnote: Secretary of Energy Stephen Chu advised the Commission on the capacity within the Department of Energy, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, the Federal Aviation Administration, and elsewhere in the federal government to undertake sophisticated risk and technology assessments. The Department of Energy and the national laboratories have the depth and breadth of research and technical experience in such areas as high-performance computing, image processing, mechanical structural stress analysis, complex fluid flow simulations, and other areas that proved instrumental in diagnosing the state of the Macondo well blowout preventer and in assessing plans to stop the leak. End footnote. The Ultra-Deepwater and Unconventional Natural Gas and Other Petroleum Resources Program, an existing research and development program created by statute and managed by the Secretary of Energy, should be refocused toward mitigating the risks of offshore operations. Develop more detailed requirements for incident reporting and data concerning offshore incidents and near misses. Such data collection would allow for better tracking of incidents and stronger risk assessments and analysis. In particular, such reporting should be publicly available and should apply to all offshore activities, including incidents related to helicopters and supply vessels, regardless of whether these incidents occur on or at actual drilling rigs or production facilities. In addition, Interior, in cooperation with the International Regulators Forum, should take the lead in developing international standards for incident reporting in order to develop a consistent global set of data regarding fatalities, injuries, hydrocarbon releases, and other accidents. Sharing information as to what went wrong in offshore operations, regardless of location, is key to avoiding such mistakes. Lead in the development and adoption of shared international standards, particularly in the Gulf of Mexico and the Arctic. Transparent information and data sharing within the offshore industry and among international regulators is critical to continuous improvement in standards and risk management practices. The United States shares the waters of the Gulf of Mexico and its subsurface resources with Cuba and the Republic of Mexico. After many decades of declining investment and production in the Mexican part of the Gulf by Pemex, the national oil company, a recent Mexican Supreme Court ruling has created the opportunity for U.S. and other foreign oil and gas companies to enter Mexican waters. Pemex has indicated its intention to auction deepwater contracts beginning in 2012. Separately, Cuba has already leased blocks 50 miles off the coast of Florida, with reported plans for 7 exploration wells by 2014. Agreement on standards for operations should be part of any negotiation to define the maritime boundary between the United States, Mexico, and Cuba in the eastern Gulf of Mexico. The need for international standards for activities in the Arctic is also unquestioned. The United States has already awarded leases in the region, and now it is incumbent on the United States to push for such standards. Provide protection for whistleblowers who notify authorities about lapses in safety. All offshore workers have a duty to ensure safe operating practices to prevent accidents. To ensure all workers, regardless of employer, will take appropriate action whenever necessary, Congress should amend the Outer Continental Shelf Lands Act or specific safety statutes to provide the same whistleblower protection that workers are guaranteed in other comparable settings. 2. The need for a new independent agency. As described in detail in Chapter 3, primary responsibility for regulating the offshore oil and gas industry prior to the Deepwater Horizon accident was consolidated in a single agency, MMS. MMS was not only responsible for offshore leasing and resource management, it also collected and dispersed revenues from offshore leasing, conducted environmental reviews, reviewed plans and issued permits, conducted audits and inspections, and enforced safety and environmental regulations. And though the revenue management and resource management functions of MMS were separated into 2 distinct divisions, the mingling of distinct statutory responsibilities, each of which required different skill sets and fostered different institutional cultures, led inevitably to internal tensions and a confusion of goals that weakened the agency's effectiveness and made it more susceptible to outside pressures. At the core of this tension was a trade-off between, on the one hand, promoting the expeditious and orderly development of offshore resources, as mandated by the Outer Continental Lands Act of 1978, while also ensuring, on the other hand, that offshore development proceeded in a manner that protected human health, safety, and the environment. Over the course of many years, political pressure generated by a demand for lease revenues and industry pressure to expand access and expedite permit approvals and other regulatory processes often combined to push MMS toward elevating the former goal over the latter. At the same time, the fact that MMS lacked either a clearly articulated mission or adequate guidance for balancing its different missions led to inefficient management and a tendency to defer to industry, which successfully sought congressional and political intervention to shorten time frames for plan and permit reviews, blocked royalty valuation rulemaking, and advocated to delay and weaken rules aimed at improving the safety management of operations. All of these problems were compounded by an outdated organizational structure, a chronic shortage of resources, a lack of sufficient technological expertise, and the inherent difficulty of coordinating effectively with all the other government agencies that had statutory responsibility for some aspect of offshore oil and gas activities. Besides MMS, other offices of the Department of the Interior, as well as the Departments of Transportation, Commerce, Defense, and Homeland Security, and the Environmental Protection Agency, EPA, were involved in some aspect of the industry and its many-faceted facilities and operations, from workers on production platforms to pipelines, helicopters, drilling rigs, and supply vessels. Not surprisingly, the Macondo well failure in April 2010 turned a harsh spotlight on all these bureaucratic inadequacies and shortcomings. And shortly after the accident, Interior Secretary Ken Salazar renamed MMS the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, Regulation, and Enforcement, acronym BOE-MRE, and announced a plan to split its responsibilities into 3 separate offices. Footnote: the use of BOE-MRE will be limited here to actions since MMS was renamed. End footnote. Although the proposed reorganization of Interior's offshore leasing, safety, and revenue management program represents a significant improvement, it does not adequately address the deeper problem of fully insulating the department's safety and environmental protection functions from the pressures to increase production and maximize lease revenues. Recommendations. A4. Congress and the Department of the Interior should create an independent agency within the Department of the Interior with enforcement authority to oversee all aspects of offshore drilling safety, operational and occupational, as well as the structural and operational integrity of all offshore energy production facilities, including both oil and gas production and renewable energy production. A5. Congress and the Department of the Interior should provide a mechanism, including the use of lease provisions for the payment of regulatory fees, for adequate, stable, and secure funding to the key regulatory agencies, Interior, Coast Guard, and NOAA, to ensure that they can perform their duties, expedite permits and reviews as needed, and hire experienced engineers, inspectors, scientists, and first responders. See recommendation G2. The roles and responsibilities of the former MMS should be separated into 3 entities with clearly defined statutory authorities. One entity would be responsible for offshore safety and environmental enforcement. Another would perform functions related to leasing and environmental science. And the third would manage natural resource revenues. The Safety and Environment Enforcement Authority or entity, in particular, should have primary statutory responsibility for overseeing the structural and operational integrity of all offshore energy-related facilities and activities, including both oil and gas offshore drilling and renewable energy facilities. A new Office of Safety should consolidate responsibility for safety, including infrastructure and operational integrity, as well as spill prevention and response, for all offshore fossil fuel and renewable resource development activities, structures, and workers. It should be an independent agency housed at the Department of the Interior to facilitate coordination with a new office for leasing and environmental science. Congress should enact an organic act to establish its authorities and responsibilities, consolidating the various responsibilities now under the Outer Continental Shelf Lands Act, the Pipeline Safety Act, and Coast Guard authorizations. The new office should have primary authority over facilities, structures, and units for offshore oil and gas drilling, production, and renewable energy that are engaged in energy-related activities, including authority to establish and enforce specific safety and environmental protection requirements for these units, as well as requirements for operators who may be leasing the facilities. Congress should review and consider amending, where necessary, the governing statutes for all agencies involved in offshore activities to be consistent with the responsibilities functionally assigned to those agencies. The safety-related responsibilities of the new Offshore Safety Agency should be included in a separate statute. Further specifics regarding the Commission's recommended organizational structure for new offices to regulate safety and leasing are discussed below. To ensure that Interior has the ability to provide adequate leasing capabilities and regulatory oversight for the increasingly complex energy-related activities being undertaken on the OCS, budgets for these new offices, as well as existing agencies, should come directly from fees paid by the offshore industry, akin to how fees charged to the telecommunications industry pay for the expenses of the Federal Communications Commission, which is essentially fully funded by such regulated industry payments. Through this mechanism, Congress, through legislation, and Interior, through lease provisions, could expressly oblige lessees to fund the regulation necessary to allow for private industry access to the energy resources on the OCS, including renewables. Under existing law, the oil and gas industry already pays inspection fees that currently amount to about $10 million per year, or about 3% of BOE MRE's annual budget, but this amount can and should be increased significantly. See Recommendation G2. Implementing the Commission's recommendation to reorganize the former MMS into 3 offices and to enhance these offices' technical capacities will require a sustained effort over a period of years. The President or Interior Secretary should effect this reorganization to the extent possible administratively and request congressional enactment to confirm its permanence and provide for the statutory recognition of a term of office for the Director of Safety and Environmental Regulation. Proposed reorganization of the former Minerals Management Service. Offshore Safety Authority. This office would exercise independent statutory authority over technical and operational safety in all phases of OCS energy resource development projects, including the planning, designing, constructing, operating, and decommissioning of facilities and projects, and will have overall responsibility for fostering safe and environmentally sound offshore energy operations. The new agency would oversee all non-economic aspects of the operations and structures involved in drilling and production of oil and gas, pipelines and wind towers, wave, tidal, and other renewable technologies located on the federal offshore zone. The new Safety and Environment Authority would also have the lead coordination role in relation to other regulators, with independent authority over offshore oil and gas activities, including EPA, NOAA, and the Coast Guard. Key responsibilities include reviewing and approving or denying all permits under exploration, development, and production plans, inspecting all offshore operations by expert teams through scheduled and unannounced inspections, auditing or otherwise requiring certification of operator health, safety, and environmental management systems, evaluating eligibility for lessees based on safety and environmental qualifications, reviewing and approving the safety and feasibility of any environmental mitigation activities prescribed by the National Environmental Policy Act, NEPA, documents, and other environmental consultations, authorizations, or permits, in addition to enforcing such requirements over the duration of an operation. Collecting and analyzing leading and lagging indicators from all active parties for full risk evaluation. Promulgating all structural integrity, process, and workplace safety rules and regulations in order to create a foundation of prescriptive regulations to supplement performance-based safety case regulations. Providing technical review and comment on the 5-year leasing program and individual lease sites. Providing technical review of spill response and containment plans. Reviewing and approving all spill response and containment plans, and advising the new safety authority on environmental considerations. Investigating all accidents and other significant events that could have potentially turned catastrophic. The organization and staffing composition should be decided during a transition period when the areas and activities are analyzed and categorized by risk. The director of the new organization should be a qualified executive with a relevant engineering or technical background, and should be appointed by the President for a 5 to 6 year term and confirmed by the Senate. In addition, the new agency should have classifications and salary scales for engineering and technical staff and inspectors similar to those of the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. Leasing and Environmental Science Office. This office would act as the leasing and resource manager for conventional and renewable energy and other mineral resources on the OCS. Charged with fostering environmentally responsible and efficient development of the OCS, the office would ensure that the American people both receive fair market value for the rights conveyed and that the nation's rich marine environment remains protected. The United States cannot afford a repetition of the kind of contractual drafting mistake that, as described in Chapter 3, is literally costing the nation tens of billions of dollars in lost revenues. Key responsibilities include conducting OCS resource planning processes, including the 5-year leasing program and individual lease sales, conducting individual lease sales for oil, gas, and renewable energy facilities offshore, promulgating rules and regulations with respect to lease terms, resource access and use, approving non-engineering or operations aspects of exploration, development, and production plans, subject to review by the new safety authority to ensure no conflicts with permitting requirements for infrastructure and operations, reviewing and approving all spill response and containment plans, and advising the new safety authority on environmental considerations, making resource management decisions, such as those related to timing of reservoir abandonment and shared reservoir issues, unitization, commingling, and optimizing oil and gas recovery, reviewing and approving permits for seismic activities, conducting NEPA reviews at all relevant phases, and coordinating other environmental reviews when appropriate, administering the Environmental Studies Program. The Leasing and Environmental Science Office would include 2 distinct divisions, a Leasing and Resource Evaluation Division and an Environmental Science Division. To provide an important and equitable voice for environmental concerns during the 5-year planning process and lease awards, the Environmental Science Division would be structured with a separate line of reporting to the Assistant Secretary overseeing offshore drilling, and the Environmental Science Division would be led by a Chief Scientist. The Chief Scientist's responsibilities would include, but not be limited to, conducting all NEPA reviews and coordinating other environmental reviews when appropriate, and administering the Environmental Studies Program. The Chief Scientist's expert judgment on environmental protection concerns would be accorded significant weight in the leasing decision-making process, including on questions concerning whether and where leasing should occur, and what environmental protection and mitigation conditions should be placed on leases that are issued. The new organization and process would also include enhanced review of environmental decisions and enforcement by the safety authority. It should track all mitigation efforts from NEPA documents and other environmental reviews to assist the new safety authority in its environmental enforcement duties. Office of Natural Resources Revenue. Revenue collection and auditing functions would remain with the Assistant Secretary for Policy, Management, and Budget, as per the recent reorganization implemented by Secretary Salazar. End of section 26.
Section 27 of the final report from the National Commission on BP Deepwater Horizon oil spill and offshore drilling. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chris Hawkins, Gaithersburg. The final report from the National Commission on BP Deepwater Horizon oil spill and offshore drilling. Investing in Safety, Investing in Response, Investing in the Gulf, Part 2. B. Safeguarding the Environment. The adequacy of the existing regulatory regime to assure the environmental safety of offshore drilling, as distinct from worker or occupational safety, has come under a great deal of scrutiny since the Deepwater Horizon incident. In its work on this question, the Commission focused on two issues. One, the application of NEPA requirements to the offshore leasing process, and two, the need for better science and greater interagency consultation to improve decision-making concerning the management of offshore resources. 1. The need to revise and strengthen NEPA policies and practices in the offshore drilling context. The Commission has reviewed the leasing and permitting processes that MMS followed in the Gulf of Mexico before the Deepwater Horizon incident. The results lead the Commission to conclude that the breakdown of the environmental review process for OCS activities was systemic and that the Interior's approach to the application of NEPA requirements in the offshore oil and gas context needs significant revision. In particular, the application of tiering, the use of categorical exclusions, the practice of area-wide leasing, and the failure to develop formal NEPA guidance for the agency all contributed to this breakdown. Tiering. Under MMS, the NEPA process for offshore oil and gas leasing relied heavily on tiering, a practice under which a broad environmental impact statement was used to cover general matters across a large area, while issues specific to a particular site or a smaller area were addressed through subsequent narrow statements of environmental analysis. Tiering was meant to encourage more thorough reviews at a subsequent stage of the offshore leasing process, and to avoid the duplication of general information that would have been covered in the previous environmental reviews. As applied by MMS, however, tiering was not always consistent with the original purpose. Instead, it created a system where a deeper environmental analysis at more geographically targeted and advanced planning stages did not always take place. Categorical exclusions. The Council on Environmental Quality's implementing regulations for NEPA define categorical exclusions as a category of actions which do not individually or cumulatively have a significant effect on the human environment, and for which, therefore, neither an environmental assessment nor an environmental impact statement is required. MMS has historically applied categorical exclusions to both exploration plans and development operations coordination documents in the Gulf of Mexico. Although there are legitimate differences between the Gulf and other regions of the OCS, the basis for such a wide disparity in the use of categorical exclusions is questionable. And in the aftermath of the BP Deepwater Horizon spill, it is difficult to argue that the deepwater drilling is an activity that does not present at least some potentially significant risk of harm to the environment of the Gulf. There is no doubt why, prompted by the comprehensive review of MMS's use of categorical exclusions by the Council on Environmental Quality, Interior announced in August 2010 that it would restrict its use of categorical exclusions for offshore oil and gas development to activities involving limited environmental risk while it undertakes a comprehensive review of its NEPA process. Area-wide leasing. OCS lease sales cover such large geographic areas that meaningful NEPA review is difficult. A decision to dramatically increase the size of the lease sales, known as area-wide leasing, was made over 20 years ago at the request of the industry. It has necessitated environmental analysis of very large areas at the lease sale stage. For example, the final environmental impact statement for the 2007 to 2012 multi-lease sales in the Gulf of Mexico covered more than 87 million acres, while the final environmental impact statement for the Chukai Sea Lease Sale 193 covered about 34 million acres. Given that 2008 lease sales in the central Gulf of Mexico and the Chukai Sea attracted almost $3.7 billion and almost $2.7 billion in high bids, respectively, it is appropriate to conduct environmental reviews on a finer geographic scale before private sector commitments of this magnitude are made to purchase leases. NEPA guidance. Though expected to prepare a handbook on NEPA requirements, MMS never developed formal NEPA guidance. As the Government Accountability Office noted in a review of the MMS Alaska Region Office, the lack of comprehensive NEPA guidance handbook combined with high staff turnover leaves the process for meeting NEPA requirements ill-defined for the analysis charged with developing NEPA documents. BOEMRE is currently in the process of developing an internal NEPA guidance document, a step that should ensure a higher level of NEPA consistency and transparency across regions. Recommendation: B1. The Council on Environmental Quality and the Department of Interior should revise and strengthen the NEPA policies, practices, and procedures to improve the level of environmental analysis, transparency, and consistency at all stages of the OCS planning, leasing, exploration, and development process. Interior should take the following steps to strengthen NEPA review of the offshore leasing process. The new Office of Leasing and Environmental Science should, in conjunction with the Council on Environmental Quality, develop and make a public formal NEPA handbook within 1 year. The handbook should address the issue of tiering and provide guidelines for applying NEPA in a consistent, transparent, and appropriate manner to decisions affecting OCS oil and gas activities. Interior should require, through this formal NEPA handbook, environmental impact statements for both the 5-year plan and for specific lease sale before plans for the exploration, development, and production are approved in the areas with complex geology, in ultra-deep water, and in the Arctic and other frontier areas. Exploration plans and development and production plans in all other areas should be subject to NEPA review consistent with the Council on Environmental Quality's implementing regulations. In less well-explored areas, Interior should reduce the size of lease sales so their geographic scope allows for a meaningful analysis of potential environmental impacts and identification of areas of ecological significance. A bidder on tracks in these areas and all other areas should be able to demonstrate, in addition to financial pre-qualification and ability to contain a maximum size spill, experience operating in similar environments and a record of safe, environmentally responsible operation, either in the United States or as verified by a peer regulator for another country. The distinction between the OCS and less well-explored areas in the Gulf should be defined by the new entity in charge of leasing and environmental science. Congress should amend the Outer Continental Shelf Lands Act to extend the 30-day deadline for approving exploration plans to 60 days. In addition, MMS should not consider such plans officially submitted until all of the required content necessary for environmental reviews and other analysis are complete and adequate to provide a sound basis for decision-making. Exploration and development plans would be considered high-level plans for purpose of agency review and approval under a reorganized regulatory structure. The Office of Safety and Environment, separate from the Office or Division of Leasing, would be responsible for permitting and approving well designs, drilling plans, and any structures. 2. The need for greater interagency consultation. Under OCSLA, it is up to the Secretary of Interior to choose the proper balance between environmental protection and resource development. In making leasing decisions, the Secretary is required to solicit and consider suggestions from any interested agency, but he or she is not required to respond to the comments or accord them any particular weight. Similar issues arise at the individual lease sale stage and at the development and production plan stage. As a result, NOAA, the nation's ocean agency with the most expertise in marine science and the management of living marine resources, effectively has the same limited role as the general public in the decisions on selecting where and when to lease portions of the OCS. A more robust and formal interagency consultation process is needed, with the goal of identifying precise areas that should be excluded from the lease sales because of their high ecological importance or sensitivity. In addition to NOAA, other federal agencies that should be involved include the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and EPA. Strengthened interagency coordination on offshore oil and gas activities will also be important in implementing the final recommendation of the Interagency Ocean Policy Task Force. These recommendations, adopted by President Obama by executive order on July 19, 2010, mandate a new national ocean policy that includes a framework for coastal and marine spatial planning, as well as a comprehensive, adaptive, integrated, transparent ecosystem and science-based process for analyzing current and anticipated uses of ocean, coastal, and Great Lakes areas. Coastal and marine spatial planning applies a multi-sector approach in the effort to simultaneously reduce user conflicts and environmental impacts associated with ocean and coastal activities. Integrating 5-year leasing plans and associated leasing decisions with the coastal and marine spatial planning process will be an important step toward assuring the sustainable use of ocean and coastal ecosystems. It could also reduce uncertainty for industry and provide greater predictability for potential users of different areas. To ensure that offshore oil and gas development and production proceed in ways that minimize adverse impacts to the natural and human environment, decisions about these activities must be grounded in strong science. With respect to funding the necessary science, the Outer Continental Shelf Lands Act requires Interior to study the assessment and management of environmental impacts on the Outer Continental Shelf and coastal areas that might be affected by oil and gas or other mineral developments. Initiated in 1973, funding for the Environmental Studies Program at Interior peaked in 1976 at roughly $55 million, but had fallen to less than $20 million during most of the 1990s and 2000s. It was only recently increased to approximately $30 million. Future research must be conducted in a systemic way that strategically enhances understanding of the impacts of oil and gas activities and provides regulators with the timely and scale-appropriate information required for sound decisions. Long-term studies that provide critical scientific information on OCS frontier or lesser-known areas, or systemic efforts to fill data gaps in areas with existing oil and gas activity can help ensure that the selection of new leasing areas is informed by full understanding of potential impacts on important ecological resources. In frontier areas, it will be important to collect data on prevailing environmental conditions on a broad geographical scale, not just at individual lease sites. Additionally, post-development ecological monitoring is critical to the understanding of the impacts of oil and gas activities and to facilitate an adaptive approach to environmental management. Expanded coordination and cooperation on scientific research efforts with NOAA, the U.S. Geological Survey, and other agencies with relative expertise can improve the quality of science available for OCS decision-making. Much of this research will also be relevant to the other offshore activities, including the development of offshore wind resources. Recommendations. B2. The Department of Interior should reduce risks to the environment from OCS oil and gas activities by strengthening the science and interagency consultations in the OCS oil and gas decision-making process. B3. Congress, by enacting legislation, and the Department of Interior, through its lease provision, should require the oil and gas industry to pay fees that support environmental science and regulatory review related to OCS, oil and gas activities, to enable cooperating agencies to carry out these responsibilities. See Recommendation G2. Several actions are needed to implement these recommendations. Congress should amend the Outer Continental Shelf Lands Act to provide NOAA with a formal consultative role during the development of 5-year lease plan and lease sale stages. Consultation should occur no later than 60 days in advance of the final Department of Interior decisions to lease plans and sales. Specifically, NOAA should provide comments and recommendations concerning specific geographic areas that should be excluded from the leasing program or treated in a specific manner due to their ecological sensitivity or for other reasons relevant to NOAA's ocean and coastal science expertise. Interior must adopt NOAA's recommendations unless the department determines that doing so would be inconsistent with important national policy interests. Moreover, Interior must publish in writing its rationale for rejecting NOAA's recommendation. The Department of Energy, NOAA, the U.S. Geological Survey, and other interested agencies should establish a joint research program to systematically collect critical scientific data, fill research gaps, and provide comprehensive, ecosystem-based scientific reviews of OCS areas that are currently or will likely be open for oil and gas leasing, and for offshore areas being considered for the siting of sources of renewable energy such as wind power. This program should build on existing data, should aim to supplement data collected from individual lease sites by industry to develop information for broader geographic areas, and should engage the non-federal scientific community through such mechanisms as a National Oceanographic Partnership Program. The research should outline and develop the necessary data for 1. Decision-making related to future leasing, exploration, and development, 2. Measuring and monitoring impacts on ecological resources, and 3. Providing necessary data for natural resource damage assessment should an oil spill occur. The National Academy of Sciences should regularly evaluate the government studies program in this area, preferably at 5-year intervals. Together with NOAA, the new Division of Environmental Science, under the direction of the Chief Scientist in the Office of Leasing and Environmental Science, should develop an environmental monitoring program or set of protocols to be implemented by oil and gas companies at lease sites once exploration and development and production activities begin. Areas of ecological interest and areas where data gaps exist should be targeted for monitoring programs. In addition, monitoring should be conducted in a way that is independently verifiable and allows for comparisons across individual sites. Companies should provide all monitoring data to the federal government. NOAA and other federal agencies with appropriate expertise should be encouraged to act as cooperating agencies in NEPA reviews of offshore energy production activities, including exploration and development plans and drilling permit applications. Federal agencies that submit comments to Interior as part of a NEPA process should receive a written response indicating how the information was applied and if it was not included, why it was not included. C. Strengthening oil spill response, planning, and capacity. Just as the events of April 20th, 2010 exposed a regulatory regime that had not kept up with the industry it was responsible for overseeing, the events that unfolded in subsequent weeks and months made it dismayingly clear that neither BP nor the federal government was prepared to deal with a spill of the magnitude and complexity of the Deepwater Horizon disaster. This section discusses the Commission's recommendations in the area of oil spill response and planning. Broadly speaking, they address three critical issues or gaps in the government's existing response capacity. 1. The failure to plan effectively for large-scale, difficult-to-contain spill in deep water environment or potentially in the Arctic. 2. The difficulty of coordinating with state and local government officials to deliver an effective response. And 3. A lack of information and understanding concerning the efficacy of specific response measures such as dispersants and berms. 1. The need for improved oil spill response planning. Oil spill response planning and analysis across the government needs to be overhauled in light of the lessons of the Deepwater Horizon blowout. A common interagency approach to analyzing oil spill risks and a common understanding of the issues and impacts involved are needed and must be consistently incorporated in environmental reviews, consultations, and authorizations. Environmental review and spill planning currently occurs at different levels within the government and industry. These reviews and plans have not been sufficiently coordinated to ensure either searching review of industry plans or adequate preparation. One of the most common threads that runs through many of the environmental review documents prepared for the Gulf of Mexico oil and gas activities in the years leading up to the Deepwater Horizon spill was the reliance on MMS, oil spill risk and impact analysis. To the extent that any of these documents contained errors or incomplete information, those gaps and errors carried through to subsequent environmental reviews by other agencies. The government's spill response planning occurs largely outside of MMS. The National Contingency Plan, mandated by the Clean Water Act, prescribes the nationwide response structure for spills of oil or releases of hazardous substances and creates tiered planning process. Regional response teams include representation from federal agencies and state governments and develop regional contingency plans as well as pre-authorization protocols for certain response strategies. The area committees, which develop area contingency plans, similarly include federal and state representatives but are led by the Coast Guard. The Coast Guard and EPA co-chair the regional teams. The area contingency plans are the most specific and most relied upon during the response of a spill. While industry spill response plans must be consistent with the requirements of the National Contingency Plan and area contingency plans, those industry plans presently require only the approval of BOE-MRE. Its regulations outline what needs to be included in these plans and direct the company to include information about a worst-case scenario, including how to calculate the volume of oil, determine its trajectory, and a response strategy. As noted above, MMS, oil spill risk and impacts modeling formed the basis of the required analysis. These response plans were not distributed to any federal agencies for review and comment outside of MMS. Additionally, only a small number of plans developed for the Gulf were sent to existing Office of Leasing and Environment for detailed environmental review within MMS or shared with other government agencies with relevant expertise, such as NOAA or the Coast Guard. Finally, no provision was made for any form of public review or comment, and plans were not available to the public after they received MMS approval. Recommendation C1. The Department of Interior should create a rigorous, transparent, and meaningful oil spill risk analysis and planning process for the development and implementation of better oil spill response. Several steps are needed to implement a rigorous, transparent, and meaningful oil spill risk analysis and planning process. Interior should review and revise its regulations and guidance for industry oil spill response plans in light of the lessons learned from the Deepwater Horizon experience. A new process for reviewing spill response plans is needed. This process should ensure that all critical information and spill scenarios are included in the plans, including oil spill containment and control methods to ensure that operators can deliver the capabilities indicated in the response plans. In addition, the new entity within the Interior that is charged with overseeing offshore safety and environmental protection will have to verify operator capability to perform according to the plans. Interior must ensure that adequate technical expertise exists within the staff responsible for reviewing and approving spill response plans. In addition to the Department of Interior, other agencies with relevant scientific and operational expertise should play a role in evaluating spill response plans to verify that operators can conduct the response and containment operations detailed in their plans. Specifically, oil spill response plans, including source-controlled measures, should be subject to interagency review and approved by the Coast Guard, EPA, and NOAA. Other parts of the federal government, such as the Department of Energy national laboratories that possess relevant scientific expertise, could be consulted. This would help remedy the past failure to integrate multiple area, regional, and industry response plans by involving the agencies with primary responsibility for government spill response planning and oversight of industry planning. Plans should also be made for a public comment period prior to the final approval, and response plans should be made available to the public following their approval. Interior should incorporate the worst-case scenario calculations from industry oil spill response plans into NEPA documents and other environmental analysis or reviews. This does not mean that Interior would be required to conduct a worst-case scenario analysis under NEPA, but it does mean that Interior would use industry's worst-case estimates for potential oil spill situations in its environmental analysis. 2. The need for a new approach to handling spills of national significance. The Macondo well blowout caused the largest accidental oil spill in history, one that presented an unprecedented challenge to the response capability of both government and industry. Clearly, neither was adequately equipped. In fact, it was quickly evident that even the response capacity indicated in industry spill response plans did not exist. Though in the National Contingency Plan permitted the government to designate the spill as one of national significance, this designation did not trigger any procedures other than allowing the federal government to name a national incident commander. The spill's magnitude calls into question whether the National Contingency Plan establishes an appropriate relationship between the federal government and the responsible party. As the public demanded in the weeks and months following the Deepwater Horizon spill that the government demonstrate control of the response. The responsible party that caused the spill is clearly legally responsible for containing the spill and mitigating its harmful consequences. The federal government, not the responsible party, must be in charge of those efforts. As the spill demonstrated, the government unfortunately lacked both the expertise and the capacity to oversee aspects of the response at the outset of the spill, particularly the effort to control the well. Only as the full scope of the disaster unfolded and the government gathered and focused resources from a variety of agencies was the government ultimately able to take charge. Recommendation C2. EPA and the Coast Guard should establish distinct plans and procedures for responding to a spill of national significance. Under the existing law, EPA is the federal agency responsible for developing a national contingency plan, which is the federal government's blueprint for responding to both oil spills and hazardous substances releases. In light of the Deepwater Horizon oil spill, EPA should amend or issue new guidance on the National Contingency Plan to add distinct plans and procedures for spills of national significance. In those amendments, EPA should increase government oversight of the responsible party based on the National Contingency Plan's requirement that the government direct the response where a spill poses a potential threat to public health or welfare. Augment the national response team and regional response team structures to establish additional frameworks for providing interagency scientific and policy-making expertise during a spill. Further, EPA, NOAA, and the Coast Guard should develop procedures to facilitate review and input from the scientific community, for example, by encouraging disclosure of underlying methodologies and data. Create a communications protocol that accounts for participation by high-level officials who may be less familiar with the National Contingency Plan structure, and create a communication center within the National Incident Command, separate from the Joint Information Center established in partnership with a responsible party, to help transmit consistent and complete information to the public. 3. The need to strengthen state and local involvement. The response to the Deepwater Horizon disaster showed that the state and local elected officials had not been adequately involved in oil spill contingency planning, though career responders in state government had participated extensively in such planning. Before the Deepwater Horizon spill, state and local elected officials were not regular participants in area committee meetings or familiar with the local area contingency plans. The Coast Guard and area committee member agencies had done little to reach out to state and local elected officials. These state and local officials were more familiar with hurricane response under the Stafford Act, in which the federal government provides funding and supports state and local governments, but does not control emergency response operations. As a result, state and local political officials had incorrect expectations about their roles. They understandably wanted to be responsive to the citizens who were concerned about the spill, and, regardless of the official response plans, sought state and local governmental assistance. Unfamiliarity with and lack of trust in the federal response manifested itself in competing state structures and attempts to control the response operations that undercut the efficiency of the response overall. Federal responders improved their relationship with state and local officials as the response progressed, but had better coordination and communication existed sooner, that relationship could have been more productive in the early days of the spill response. Moreover, increased citizen involvement before a spill occurs could create better mechanisms to utilize local citizens in response efforts, provide an additional layer of review to prevent industry and government complacency, and increase public trust in response operations. Recommendation C3. EPA and the Coast Guard should bolster state and local involvement in oil spill contingency planning and training, and create a mechanism for local involvement in spill planning and response similar to the Regional Citizens Advisory Councils mandated by the Oil Pollution Act of 1990. EPA and the Coast Guard, as the chair and vice chair of the National Response Team, should issue policies and guidance for increased state and local involvement in oil spill contingency planning and training. This guidance should provide protocols to include local officials from areas at high risk for oil spills in training exercises. Establish liaisons between the Unified Command and affected local communities at the outset of a spill response. Add a local on-scene coordinator position to the Unified Command structure. Provide additional clarification and guidance to federal, state, and local officials on the differences between emergency response under the Stafford Act and under the National Contingency Plan. In addition, a mechanism should be created for ongoing local involvement in spill planning and response in the Gulf. In the Oil Pollution Act of 1990, Congress mandated Citizens Council for Prince William Sound and Cook Inlet. In the Gulf, such a council should broadly represent the citizens' interest in the area, such as fishing and tourism, and possibly include representation from oil and gas workers as ex officio, non-voting members. The citizens group should be funded by the Gulf leaseholders. The Commission further recommends that federal regulators be required to consult with the Council on relevant issues, that operators provide the Council with access to records and other information, and that entities, either in industry or in government, declining the Council's advice, submit their reasons to the Council in writing. 4. The need for increased research and development to improve spill response. The technology available for cleaning up oil spills has improved only incrementally since 1990. Federal research and development programs in this area are unfunded. In fact, Congress has never appropriated even half the full amount authorized by Oil Pollution Act of 1990 for oil spill research and development. In addition, the major oil companies have committed minimal resources to in-house research and development related to the spill response technology. Oil spill removal organizations are underfunded in general and dedicate few, if any, resources to research and development. Though some commentators and industry representatives have argued that more research and development would not have allowed for a more effective spill response because no technology will ever collect more than a fraction of the spilled oil, the fact is that neither industry nor government has made significant investments in improving the menu of response options or significantly improved their effectiveness. Thus, any argument about the limited potential of response technology is speculative. After the Deepwater Horizon spill, agencies, industry, and entrepreneurs focused attention on developing new response technologies for the first time in 20 years, and a number of promising options emerged within a relatively short period of time, including beach cleaning machines, subsea dispersant delivery systems, and new situ burning techniques. End of section 27.
Section 28 of the Final Report from the National Commission on the BP Deepwater Horizon Oil Spill and Offshore Drilling. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Casper. Final Report from the National Commission on the BP Deepwater Horizon Oil Spill and Offshore Drilling. Chapter 9. Investing in Safety, Investing in Response, Investing in the Gulf. Part 3. Recommendation C-4. Congress should provide mandatory funding for oil spill response research and development, and provide incentives for private sector research and development. Specifically, Congress should provide mandatory funding, that is, funding not subject to the annual appropriations process, at a level equal to or greater than the amount authorized by the Oil Pollution Act of 1990, to increase federal funding for oil spill response research by agencies such as Interior, the Coast Guard, EPA, and NOAA, including NOAA's Office of Response and Restoration. To be sure, such mandatory appropriations are rarely done, but they are not unprecedented. Congress has included such a provision when, as here, Congress seeks to target appropriations to support a discrete category of activities where Congress perceives that the need is high and the concern is great that the desired activity will otherwise go unfunded over a sustained period of time. For instance, Congress has provided for an annual mandatory appropriation of $100 million for emergency highway repairs for those damaged by natural disasters or catastrophic failures. Congress also provided for mandatory funding for 5 years for several farm conservation programs in the Farm Security and Rural Investment Act of 2002. By similarly removing oil spill research and development funding from the ordinary appropriations process, Congress can avoid the experience that followed the Exxon Valdez spill, when support for response research and development decreased over time. Moreover, Congress can comply with its pay-as-you-go rules by supporting increased research and development funding with a fee on offshore leases. See Recommendation G2. An advisory board made up of experts from relevant offices of the Department of the Interior, U.S. Geological Survey, Department of Energy, EPA, and NOAA, as well as from professional societies, academia, industry, and non-governmental organizations, should be established to develop a research agency and roadmap. In addition, to promote increased research investments by industry, the Coast Guard should revise its effective daily recovery capacity regulations to encourage the development and use of more efficient oil recovery equipment. At the same time, EPA should revise its oiled water discharge regulations and streamline its permitting process for open water testing. Finally, Congress and the administration should encourage private investment in response technology more broadly, including through public-private partnerships and a tax credit for research and development in this area. 5. The need for new regulations to govern the use of dispersants. The decision to use dispersants involves difficult trade-offs. If dispersants are effective, less oil will reach shorelines and fragile marsh environments, but more dispersed oil will be spread throughout the water column. Prior to the Deepwater Horizon incident, the federal government had not adequately planned for the use of dispersants to address such a large and sustained oil spill, and did not have sufficient research on the long-term effects of dispersants and dispersed oil to guide its decision-making. Officials had to make decisions about dispersant use without important relevant information or the time to gather such information. Under the circumstances, however, the Commission believes that the National Incident Commander, Federal On-Scene Coordinators, and EPA Administrator made reasonable decisions regarding the use of dispersants at the surface and in the subsea environment. Recommendation C5. EPA should update and periodically review its dispersant testing protocols for product listing or pre-approval, and modify the pre-approval process to include temporal duration, spatial reach, and volume of the spill. EPA should update its dispersant testing protocols and require more comprehensive testing prior to listing or pre-approving dispersant products. The Coast Guard and EPA, as co-chairs of the regional response teams and leaders of the area contingency plan drafting process, should modify pre-approvals of dispersant use under the National Contingency Plan to establish procedures for further consultation based on temporal duration, spatial reach, or volume of the spill and volume of dispersants that responders are seeking to apply. EPA and NOAA should conduct and encourage further research on dispersants, including research on the impacts of high-volume and subsea use of dispersants, the long-term fate and effects of dispersants and dispersed oil, and the development of less toxic dispersants. 6. The need to reevaluate the use of offshore barrier berms in spill response. Offshore barrier berms generally do not constitute a viable spill response measure for several reasons. These reasons include the time and cost of construction and the highly variable and dynamic marine environments that limit effectiveness and pose the potential for negative environmental impacts resulting from dredging and filling. Thus, for instance, barrier berms constructed off the shores of Louisiana in response to the Deepwater Horizon spill could not be considered a success. Only a fraction of the project, approximately 6%, was completed by the time the well was capped, and no estimate of the amount of oil trapped by the berms is much more than 1,000 total barrels. In fact, the Louisiana berms project stands out as the most expensive and perhaps most controversial response measure deployed to fight the Deepwater Horizon spill. The decision to approve the project as one of the oil spill response techniques to be funded by the responsible party was based primarily on the demands of local and regional interests rather than on a scientific assessment of its likely efficacy. Recommendation C6. The Coast Guard should issue guidance to establish that offshore barrier berms and similar dredged barriers generally will not be authorized as an oil spill response measure in the National Contingency Plan or any area contingency plan. D. Advancing well containment capabilities. As described in Chapter 5, The most obvious, immediately consequential, and plainly frustrating shortcoming of the oil spill response set in motion by the events of April 20th, 2010, was the simple inability of BP, of the federal government, or of any other potential intervener to contain the flow of oil from the damaged Macondo well. Clearly, improving the technologies and methods available to cap or control a failed well in the extreme conditions thousands of feet below the sea is critical to restoring the public's confidence that deep-water oil and gas production can continue, and even expand into new areas, in a manner that does not pose unacceptable risks of another disaster. Better technology and methods are also needed to gather accurate information in the event of an accident or failure. This section discusses the Commission's recommendations for advancing well containment capabilities in the wake of the Macondo well blowout. 1. The need for government to develop greater source control expertise. As described in Chapter 5, at the time of the Macondo well blowout on April 20th, the U.S. government was unprepared to oversee a deep-water source control effort. Though the public expected federal authorities to take charge once the accident occurred, neither MMS nor the Coast Guard had the expertise or resources to supervise BP's well containment efforts. Once the Secretary of Energy's science team, the U.S. Geological Survey, the national laboratories, and other sources of scientific expertise became involved, the government was able to substantively supervise BP's decision-making, forcing the company to fully consider contingencies and justify its chosen path. The government's oversight effort was assisted by outside industry experts, although their involvement also raised some concerns about conflicts of interest, sharing of proprietary information, and potential liability for the participants that were never resolved. Recommendation D1. The National Response Team should develop and maintain expertise within the federal government to oversee source control efforts. The National Response Team should create an interagency group, including representation from the Department of the Interior, Coast Guard, and the Department of Energy and its national laboratories, to develop and maintain expertise in source control, potentially through public-private partnerships. The proposed Ocean Energy Safety Institute at the Department of the Interior could play a role in developing such expertise. In addition, the EPA should amend the National Contingency Plan to define and institutionalize the role of federal agencies and the national laboratories that possess relevant scientific expertise in source control, and create a mechanism for involving outside industry experts in source control design and oversight. 2. The need to strengthen industry's spill preparedness. Beyond attempting to close the blowout preventer stack, no proven options for rapid source control in deep water existed when the blowout occurred. BP's initial exploration plan for the area that included the Macondo prospect identified only one response option by name, a relief well, which would take months to drill. Although BP was able to develop new source control technologies in a compressed time frame, the containment effort would have benefited from prior preparation and contingency planning. Recommendation D2. The Department of the Interior should require offshore operators to provide detailed plans for source control as part of their oil spill response plans and applications for permits to drill. Consistent with the enhanced planning process described above in Recommendation C1, oil spill response plans should be required to include detailed plans for source control. These plans should demonstrate that an operator's containment technology is immediately deployable and effective. BOE MRE has recently issued a notice to lessees requiring operators to demonstrate, as part of the spill response planning process, that they have access to and can deploy surface and subsea containment resources that would be adequate to promptly respond to a blowout or other loss of well control. In enforcing this notice, BOE MRE must ensure that operators provide detailed descriptions of their technology and demonstrate that it is deployable and effective. In applications for permits to drill, the Department of the Interior should require operators to provide a specific source control analysis for each well. The analysis must demonstrate that an operator's containment technology is compatible with the well. The Department of the Interior could implement this requirement through amendments to existing regulations or through a notice to lessees. The latter option could be implemented more quickly, though the former might be more permanent. As with oil spill response plans, source control plans should be reviewed and approved by agencies with relevant experience, including the Department of the Interior and the Coast Guard. 3. The need for improved capability to develop accurate flow rate estimates. As described in Chapter 5, early flow rate estimates were highly variable and difficult to determine accurately. However, the understated estimates of the amount of oil spilling from the Macondo well appear to have impeded planning for and analysis of source control efforts like the Coffer Dam and especially the Top Kill. U.S. Geological Survey Director Marcia McNutt stated that if a similar blowout occurs in the future, the government will be able to quickly and reliably estimate oil flow using the oceanographic techniques that eventually provided an accurate estimate of the flow rate from the Macondo well. Recommendation D3. The National Response Team should develop and maintain expertise within the federal government to obtain accurate estimates of flow rate or spill volume early in a source control effort. The National Response Team should create an interagency group, including representation from the Department of the Interior, the Coast Guard, the national laboratories, and NOAA, to develop and maintain expertise in estimating flow rates and spill volumes, potentially through consultation with outside scientists. In addition, EPA should amend the National Contingency Plan to create a protocol for the government to obtain accurate estimates of flow rate or spill volume from the outset of a spill. This protocol should require the responsible party to provide the government with all data necessary to estimate flow rate or spill volume. 4. The need for a more robust well design and approval process. Among the problems that complicated the Macondo well containment effort was a lack of reliable diagnostic tools. The Deepwater Horizon blowout preventer had one pressure gauge, accurate to plus or minus 400 pounds per square inch. This meant BP and the government could not get accurate pressure readings, which in turn hampered their ability to estimate the oil flow rate, undertake reservoir modeling, and plan for source control operations. In addition, the blowout preventer lacked a means of indicating whether and to what extent its rams and annular preventers had closed. Without such instruments, the government and BP expended significant resources on basic data collection, such as obtaining gamma-ray images of the blowout preventer and adding pressure sensors to the top hat after it was deployed. Meanwhile, the presence of rupture discs in the Macondo well's 16-inch casing led to concerns about well integrity that further complicated the source control effort. BP had not considered the impact of these discs on post-blowout containment when it designed the well. Recommendation D4. The Department of the Interior should require offshore operators seeking its approval of proposed well design to demonstrate that well components, including blowout preventer stacks, are equipped with sensors or other tools to obtain accurate diagnostic information, for example, regarding pressures and the position of blowout preventer rams. and wells are designed to mitigate risks to well integrity during post-blowout containment efforts. E. Overcoming the impacts of the Deepwater Horizon spill and restoring the Gulf. As described in chapters 6 and 7, even before the Macondo well was finally capped and the oil stopped flowing, major efforts were underway to mitigate and begin to repair the environmental and economic harm caused by the spill. Those efforts are continuing and likely will for years. Nevertheless, any effort to draw lessons learned from the Deepwater Horizon spill for the purpose of developing options, as the Commission's charter states, to guard against and mitigate the impact of any oil spills associated with offshore drilling in the future would necessarily be incomplete without an early appraisal of progress toward longer-term restoration in the Gulf. This section describes the actions and initiatives that have been launched to assess and overcome the impacts of the spill, and presents the Commission's recommendations for steps that should be taken to ensure the following three goals are met. The environment and economy of the Gulf region recovers as completely and quickly as possible, not only from the direct impacts of the spill, but from the decades of degradation that preceded it. The people of the Gulf are fairly compensated for the direct and indirect impacts of the spill, and lessons learned from restoration efforts in the Gulf, including advances in scientific understanding, data collection, mitigation technologies and techniques, planning and institutional coordination, result in enhanced capacity to remedy the impacts of future offshore oil spills and better manage the myriad economic, environmental, and social interests that must be balanced in the Gulf and other critical offshore areas. 1. The need for improved understanding of oil spill impacts, particularly in the deep water environment. A sophisticated understanding of the full range of impacts from a large-scale oil spill is critical to effective recovery and restoration efforts. Because, however, the concentration and toxicity of oil dissipate rapidly within the first few days to weeks of exposure to the elements, the window of opportunity to collect data in the aftermath of an accident is narrow. For this reason, advanced planning and rapid response mechanisms are essential to capitalize on research opportunities. Independent scientists, many of whom are longtime scholars of the Gulf ecosystem or have unique capabilities, were eager to study the spill and contribute to the injury assessment. However, the independent science community's ability to participate early on was hampered by a lack of timely access to the response zone. This had the effect of diminishing what was learned from the spill. Recommendation E1. The Coast Guard, through the Federal On-Scene Coordinator, should provide scientists with timely access to the response zone so that they can conduct independent scientific research during an oil spill response and long-term monitoring in the future. The National Science Foundation, in consultation with the new National Ocean Council, should expand on its rapid grant program to create a framework under which independent science during a spill can be coordinated, with an emphasis on data sharing, communication, and timely access within the response zone. By ensuring that independent scientists can receive expedited funding after an oil spill, government will gain a more complete understanding of spill-related environmental impacts. A demonstrated commitment to independent science will also serve to bolster public confidence and trust. The rush to study the impacts of the Deepwater Horizon spill put a strain on existing scientific resources in the Gulf. Independent industry and government scientists all wrangled for funding, equipment, and vessels, often duplicating efforts in the process. A program that effectively coordinates research initiatives and resources will provide a significant added value to the scientific community under exigent conditions. 2. The need for fair, transparent, compensatory restoration based on natural resource damage assessments. As described in Chapter 6, the Deepwater Horizon spill caused substantial damage to natural resources and habitats across the Gulf Coast and in the deepwater offshore environment. Damages to natural resources are formally assessed subject to regulations established under the Natural Resource Damage Assessment provisions of the Oil Pollution Act. The Act requires that the public be compensated for injury to and lost use of public resources. The regulation provides that compensation should be in place and in kind wherever possible, thereby favoring restoration measures with a connection to the oil spill impacts. The Deepwater Horizon spill is unprecedented in that 5 Gulf states were affected, each with its own restoration agenda, even though most of the damage occurred in Louisiana. The damage offshore is unprecedented and unknown. The trustees responsible for the damage assessment are under pressure to approve projects with an equitable, that is, each state receives an equal portion, allocation of resources that may not be entirely consonant with the in-place, in-kind requirement. Footnote: the Natural Resource Damage Assessment Regulation provides for the designation of affected state, federal, and tribal trustees to conduct the damage assessment of natural resources, achieve agreement on restoration goals, and design and implement restoration projects to meet those goals. In this case, the trustees comprise designated federal and state officials who are encouraged to work together and achieve consensus on restoration goals and projects through a trustee council. While the regulation supports cooperation, it does not explicitly require consensus by the trustees. If certain trustees disagree with the direction of the Natural Resource Damage Assessment process, they are free to break away from the council and seek reimbursement for natural resource damages on their own. End footnote. Another challenge for the trustees is assessing and providing compensatory restoration for the potentially significant marine and deepwater impacts associated with this spill. Historically, most applications of the Natural Resource Damage Assessment process have focused on coastal restoration, but the Macondo well, which spilled oil 5,000 feet below the surface, may have damaged organisms in the water column or on the seafloor, for which there should be compensation as well. Recommendation E2. The trustees for natural resources should ensure that compensatory restoration under the Natural Resource Damage Assessment process is transparent and appropriate. Restoration decisions must be transparent, appropriate, and apolitical. The trustees should appoint an independent scientific auditor to ensure that projects are authorized on the basis of their ability to mitigate actual damages caused by the spill, with special care taken to assess and compensate poorly understood marine impacts. Further, any potential settlement agreement between the responsible party and the trustees should provide for long-term monitoring of affected resources for a period of at least 3 to 5 years, as well as enhancement beyond the baseline. Footnote: enhancement is a term coined during settlement negotiations after the Exxon Valdez oil spill of 1989. It requires the responsible party to fund restoration beyond that needed merely to return injured resources to baseline conditions. Rather, any funding should be sufficient to ensure that restoration leaves the affected system better off than before a spill. End footnote. By hewing closely to the in-place and in-kind principles that underpin natural resource damage assessment regulations, trustees will help ensure that injured public resources and the communities that rely on them are made whole to the fullest extent possible, regardless of state and federal boundaries. A focus on ocean impacts will provide an invaluable opportunity, missed during the Ixtoc spill of 1979, to assess and remediate damage to marine ecosystems after an oil spill. 3. The need to address human health impacts, especially among response workers and in affected communities. As described in Chapter 6, the National Contingency Plan overlooks the need to respond to widespread concerns about human health impacts. For smaller oil spills, the response effort is generally carried out by trained oil spill response technicians. But given the scale of the response to the Deepwater Horizon spill and the need to enlist thousands of previously untrained individuals to clean the waters and coastline, many response workers were not screened for pre-existing conditions. This lack of basic medical information, which could have been collected if a short medical questionnaire had been distributed, limits the ability to draw accurate conclusions regarding long-term physical health impacts. Additionally, residents of coastal communities may believe that they suffered adverse health consequences resulting from both chemical exposure from the spill itself and the mental stress occasioned by the spill's assault on their livelihoods. Adequate funding and resources were not in place to deal with claims of physical and mental illness among Gulf Coast residents resulting from or exacerbated by the spill, response actions, and the resulting impacts. Whether allegations that the spill created health problems for responders and Gulf Coast residents are warranted does not change the perception among some that government has not been responsive to health concerns. The National Contingency Plan contains no specific guidance for responding to public health impacts of an oil spill or hazardous substances release. By contrast, the National Response Framework, which provides the structure for a national response to terrorist attacks, major disasters, and other kinds of emergencies, incorporates a protocol for responding to public health exigencies. Recommendation E3. The EPA should develop distinct plans and procedures to address human health impacts during a spill of national significance. EPA should amend the National Contingency Plan to add distinct procedures to address human health impacts during a spill of national significance. Spills of this magnitude necessarily require a significant cleanup effort, potentially exposing workers to toxic compounds in oil and dispersants. Additionally, residents of coastal communities may suffer adverse health consequences due to both chemical exposure from the spill itself and the mental stress occasioned by the assault on their livelihoods or way of life. With respect to worker health and safety, existing authorities should be strengthened to ensure consistent application of medical screening and surveillance procedures for both formal response contractors and ad hoc citizen responders. Regarding public health, a medical services protocol similar to the Public Health and Medical Services Annex of the National Response Framework should be incorporated to ensure emergency medical care, timely dissemination of public health information, and medical monitoring and surveillance. Furthermore, a public health protocol requiring the collection of adequate baseline data and long-term monitoring would allow researchers to assess the human dimensions of oil spills with greater accuracy. Without sound data on the causal or correlative relationships between chemical, i.e. oil and dispersants, exposure, and human health, a number of response methods may be used inappropriately, including the provision of appropriate protective gear for cleanup workers. 4. The need to restore consumer confidence. As described in Chapter 6, images of spewing oil and oiled beaches in newspapers and on television set the stage for public concern regarding the safety of Gulf seafood. Additional factors contributed to the lingering impression that the public could not trust government assurances that the seafood was safe. The unprecedented volumes of dispersants used, confusion over the flow rate and fate of the oil, frustration about the government's relationship with BP in spill cleanup, and lawsuits filed by fishermen contesting the government's assurance of seafood safety. The economic blow to the Gulf region associated with this loss of consumer confidence is sizable. BP gave Louisiana and Florida $68 million for seafood testing and marketing, as well as money to assess impacts on tourism and fund promotional activities. As of early December, BP was considering a similar request from Alabama. In future spills, however, there is no guarantee that a responsible party will have the means or the inclination to compensate such losses. Such indirect financial harms are currently not compensable under the Oil Pollution Act. Nevertheless, losses in consumer confidence are real, and Congress, federal agencies, and responsible parties should consider ways to restore consumer confidence in the aftermath of a spill of national significance. Recommendation E4. Congress, federal agencies, and responsible parties should take steps to restore consumer confidence in the aftermath of a spill of national significance. 5. The need for a long-term restoration effort that is well-funded, scientifically grounded, and responsive to regional needs and public input. As described in Chapter 7, a lack of sustained and predictable funding, together with failed project coordination and long-term planning, have resulted in incomplete and often ineffective efforts to restore the Gulf's natural environment. Currently, no funding source exists to support regional restoration efforts. Estimates of the cost of Gulf restoration vary widely, but according to testimony before the Commission, fully restoring the Gulf will require $15 billion to $20 billion, or a minimum of $500 million per year over 30 years. While a number of different sources currently provide funding to individual states for restoration, none of these sources provides funds for Gulf-wide coastal and marine restoration, and none is sufficient to support the sustained effort required. Most policymakers agree that without a reliable source of long-term funding, it will be impossible to achieve restoration in the Gulf. Several Gulf states and the federal government have filed or are expected to file suit against BP and other companies involved in the spill, which will likely create opportunities to direct new restoration funds to the region. In some cases, congressional action will be required to ensure that funds are directed to this purpose. Meanwhile, Congress has already begun considering other potential funding sources, including a higher per-barrel tax on oil production, increased royalties or fees, and direct appropriations for Gulf-wide restoration through the normal federal budget process. Although many of these proposals face political hurdles, the fact remains that resources are needed if progress on coastal restoration is to continue. Inaction is a prescription for further degradation, since many Gulf ecosystems were already fragile and deteriorating before the spill. Maintaining the status quo amounts to accepting their continued decline, with the longer-term risks and vulnerabilities this entails. In order for funding to be most effectively directed at long-term restoration, a decision-making body is needed that has authority to set binding priorities and criteria for project funding. The Gulf Coast Ecosystem Restoration Task Force is now in place. It was recommended by a September 2010 report on restoration from Secretary of the Navy Ray Mabus to the President, and subsequently established by presidential executive order. According to the language of the executive order, the job of the task force is to begin coordinating the different restoration projects being undertaken by various jurisdictions in the Gulf, coordinating related science activities, and engaging stakeholders. However, as many in Congress and the administration have suggested, the task force lacks some features necessary to effectively direct long-term restoration efforts in the Gulf. Most importantly, the ability to set binding goals and priorities. a number of critical issues remain to be addressed, including how to allocate funding in a way that addresses the relative restoration needs of individual states, how to balance the roles and interests of the state and federal governments, how to ensure that decisions are made efficiently and quickly, how to incorporate good science without unduly slowing valuable projects, and how to incorporate meaningful public input. End of section 28. Section 29 of the final report from the National Commission on the BP Deepwater Horizon oil spill and offshore drilling. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Casper. Final report from the National Commission on the BP Deepwater Horizon oil spill and offshore drilling. Chapter 9. Investing in Safety, Investing in Response, Investing in the Gulf. Part 4. Recommendation E5. Congress should dedicate 80% of the Clean Water Act penalties to long-term restoration of the Gulf of Mexico. E6. Congress and federal and state agencies should build the organizational, financial, scientific, and public outreach capacities needed to put the restoration effort on a strong footing. The Commission's recommendations share much common ground with those outlined in Secretary Mabus's report this past September. For instance, the Commission recommends that Congress, recognizing that dedicated, sustained funding is necessary to accomplish long-term Gulf of Mexico ecosystem restoration, should direct 80% of the Clean Water Act penalties to support implementation of a region-wide restoration strategy. Directing such payments to the Gulf could, for the next 10 years, provide significant funding. If litigation arising from the spill results in civil or criminal penalties, a global settlement of litigation should include supplemental environmental projects and community service projects that direct payments to the Gulf. Footnote: Supplemental environmental projects are projects that a defendant agrees to undertake as part of a settlement with government of an enforcement action, and that are above and beyond those necessary to comply with applicable legal requirements. End footnote. Should Clean Water Act penalties not be redirected toward Gulf ecosystem restoration, Congress should consider other mechanisms for a dedicated funding stream not subject to annual appropriations. The Commission recommends that Congress establish a joint state-federal Gulf Coast Ecosystem Restoration Council. The structure of the Exxon Valdez Oil Spill Trustee Council should inform the structure of the Gulf Coast Council on the question of the relative representation of the federal and state governments on the council. The Gulf Coast Council should implement a restoration strategy for the region that is compatible with existing state restoration goals. The strategy should set long and short-term goals with criteria for selecting projects for funding. Key criteria should include 1. National significance, 2. Contribution to achieving ecosystem resilience, and 3. The extent to which national policies, such as related to flood control, oil and gas development, agriculture, and navigation, directly contributed to the environmental problem. Experience in major restoration endeavors, including those in the Gulf, has shown that, absent binding goals to drive the process, restoration projects are insufficiently funded, focused, or coordinated. Establishing a region-wide council to coordinate agency activities represents a necessary first step. But without authority to set priorities and resolve conflicts, such a council will be hampered in its ability to achieve environmental goals. The Commission recommends that a region-wide council for the Gulf be given authority to set priorities that will govern the expenditure of funds and resolve any conflicts regarding eligibility of projects. The Council should further define specific categories of projects that could meet each of the 3 criteria listed above. Projects could be categorized in a number of ways, for example, by habitat, key estuaries, seagrass, wetlands, coral reefs; by goal, biological productivity and ecosystem function, improving resilience, restoring fisheries; or by specific project type, river diversion, beach nourishment. The Commission believes that having a comprehensive, binding strategy to guide the restoration effort is critical to success. By elaborating on the goals set by the governing entity, and by providing specific milestones and restoration objectives, such a strategy would focus the overall effort and help ensure that projects are not duplicative. The strategy could also include a map that ties projects to specific places and provide a useful mechanism for public involvement. Congress should also ensure that the priorities and decisions of the Gulf Coast Council are informed by input from a Citizens Advisory Council that represents diverse stakeholders. Finally, but essentially, restoration decisions must be rooted in science. An approach that draws heavily on information and advice from scientists will result in project selection and funding allocations that are more likely to lead to an effective region-wide restoration strategy. It will also advance transparency in decision-making and enhance credibility with the public. The Commission accordingly recommends the establishment of a Gulf Coast Ecosystem Restoration Science and Technology Program that would address these issues in 3 ways. 1. By creating a scientific research and analysis program supported by the Restoration Fund that is designed to support the design of scientifically sound restoration projects. 2. By creating a science panel to evaluate individual projects for technical effectiveness and consistency with the comprehensive strategy. And 3. By supporting adaptive management plans based on monitoring of outcomes scaled both to the strategy itself and to the individual projects or categories of projects included in it. 6. The need for better tools to balance economic and environmental interests in the Gulf. Federal agencies charged with managing activities within the U.S. exclusive economic zone have tended to work largely in isolation from one another. Responsive to the recommendations of the 2004 U.S. Commission on Ocean Policy, President Obama in June 2009 directed 24 federal departments and agencies to provide in-depth recommendations about how federal policy can address inefficiencies in the nation's traditionally ad hoc management of its seas. The Interagency Ocean Policy Task Force reported in the summer of 2010. Its recommendations were subsequently included in a presidential executive order issued on July 15, 2010, that created a new National Ocean Council to coordinate federal marine policy. Prominent recommendations included a requirement that key regional and federal authorities develop and implement coastal and marine spatial planning for ocean users and the public. This system is designed to optimize marine productivity. More broadly, scientific advice grounded in peer-reviewed empirical research inform strategy and decision-making in ocean management, including for energy, shipping, national defense, sustainable fisheries, and conservation. Recommendation E7. The appropriate federal agencies, including EPA, Interior, and NOAA, and the trustees for natural resources, should better balance the myriad economic and environmental interests concentrated in the Gulf region going forward. This would include improved monitoring and increased use of sophisticated tools like coastal and marine spatial planning. Many of these tools and capacities will also be important to manage areas of the OCS outside the Gulf. The Commission recommends that as part of management and restoration efforts in the marine environment, greater attention should be given to new tools for managing ocean resources, including monitoring systems and spatial planning. Marine scientists have emerged from the Deepwater Horizon incident with more precise questions to investigate and a better sense of monitoring needs in the Gulf of Mexico, which, because of its multiple uses and economic value, should be a national priority. To that end, the National Ocean Council should work with the responsible federal agencies, industry, and the scientific community to expand the Gulf of Mexico Integrated Ocean Observing System, including the installation and maintenance of an in situ network of instruments deployed on selected production platforms. Participation in this system by industry should be regarded as a reasonable part of doing business in the nation's waters. Coastal and marine spatial planning has the potential to improve overall efficiency and reduce conflicts among ocean users. Congress should grant funds for the development of regional planning bodies at the amount requested by the President in the fiscal year 2011 budget submitted to Congress. Ocean management should also include more strategically sited marine protected areas, including but not limited to the national marine sanctuaries, which can be used as mitigation banks to help offset harm to the marine environment. Given the economic and cultural importance of fishing in the Gulf region and the importance of Gulf seafood to the rest of the country, scientifically valid measures, such as catch-share programs, should be developed to prevent overfishing and ensure the continuity of robust fisheries. Marine spatial planning was designed to ensure that myriad ocean management decisions are compatible and consistent, that they make sense. In the decades since marine protection began, scientists have developed a much more robust understanding of the Gulf's physical and ecological processes. Now, for example, marine protected areas can be used and should be used to ensure the continuity and robustness of fisheries into the future. Rationalizing ocean use around this much improved scientific understanding, for example, by identifying which parts of the ocean are appropriate or inappropriate for certain uses, should serve to maximize the productivity of natural systems and end inefficient or harmful practices that have accumulated over time. F. Ensuring financial responsibility. As described in Chapter 6, oil spills cause a range of harms, both economic and environmental, to individuals and ecosystems. The Oil Pollution Act makes the party responsible for a spill liable for compensating those who suffered as a result of the spill through property damage, lost profits, and other economic injuries, and for restoring injured natural resources. The Act also provides an opportunity to make claims for compensation from a dedicated Oil Spill Liability Trust Fund. The Oil Pollution Act, however, imposes limits on both the amount for which the responsible party is liable and the amount of compensation available through the trust fund. In the case of the Deepwater Horizon spill, BP, a responsible party, has placed $20 billion in escrow to compensate private individuals and businesses through the independent Gulf Coast Claims Facility. But if a less well-capitalized company had caused the spill, neither a multi-billion-dollar compensation fund nor the funds necessary to restore injured resources would likely have been available. It is critical that compensation to victims be paid in full, and that the process for receiving compensation is swift and efficient. The Commission offers recommendations that would increase assurances that responsible parties are able to compensate victims, and at the same time strengthens incentives to prevent accidents in the first place, and that the Oil Spill Liability Trust Fund provide any compensation not provided by the responsible parties. It also recommends a close review of the Gulf Coast Claims Facility process to determine its effectiveness in adjudicating compensation claims and its value as a model for future spills of national significance. 1. The need to increase existing limitations on responsible party liability. Liability for damages from spills from offshore facilities is capped under the Oil Pollution Act at $75 million, unless it can be shown that the responsible party was guilty of gross negligence or willful misconduct, violated a federal safety regulation, or failed to report the incident or cooperate with removal activities, in which case there is no limit on damages. See Chapter 8. Claims up to $1 billion above the $75 million cap for certain damages can be made to and paid out of the Oil Spill Liability Trust Fund, which is currently supported by an 8-cent per barrel tax on domestic and imported oil. The Oil Pollution Act also requires responsible parties to establish and maintain evidence of financial responsibility, generally based on a worst-case discharge estimate. In the case of offshore facilities, generally financial responsibility ranges from $35 million to $150 million. The financial responsibility requirement provides a direct link between the Oil Pollution Act and insurance, as the Act provides that financial responsibility may be established by any one or by any combination of the following methods, if determined by the Secretary of the Interior to be acceptable: evidence of insurance, surety bond, guarantee, letter of credit, qualification as a self-insurer, or other evidence of financial responsibility. There are two main problems with the current liability cap and financial responsibility dollar amounts: lack of adequate safety incentives, a threshold problem with any damages cap that limits liability well below levels that may actually be incurred is that such a cap distorts the incentives of industry participants to adopt cost-effective safety precautions. Decisions regarding safety precautions are made for a variety of reasons, some of which cannot be influenced by policy measures. The relatively modest liability cap and financial responsibility requirements provide little incentive for oil companies to improve safety practices. Inadequate damages compensation. BP's damages from the Deepwater Horizon spill will total in the tens of billions of dollars. The company has already paid claims that measure in the billions and has waived the statutory $75 million cap, but there is no guarantee that other companies in the future will agree to waive the cap, and if an oil company with more limited financial means than BP had caused the Deepwater Horizon spill, that company might well have declared bankruptcy long before paying fully for all damages. In the case of a large spill, the Oil Spill Liability Trust Fund would likely not provide sufficient backup. Thus, a significant portion of the injuries caused to individuals and natural resources, as well as government response costs, could go uncompensated. Any discussion of increasing liability caps and financial responsibility requirements must balance two competing public policy concerns. First, the goal of ensuring that the risk of major spills is minimized, and in the event of a spill, victims are fully compensated. And second, that increased caps and financial responsibility requirements do not drive competent independent oil companies out of the market. A realistic policy solution also requires an understanding of the host of complex economic impacts that could result from increases to liability caps and financial responsibility requirements. Recommendation F1. Congress should significantly increase the liability cap and financial responsibility requirements for offshore facilities. To address both the incentive and compensation concerns noted above, Congress should significantly raise the liability cap. Financial responsibility limits should also be increased, because if an oil company does not have adequate resources to pay for a spill, the application of increased liability has little effect. Should a company go bankrupt before fully compensating for a spill, its liability is effectively capped. If, however, the level of liability imposed and the level of financial responsibility required are set to levels that bear some relationship to potential damages, firms will have greater incentives to maximize prevention and minimize potential risk of oil spills, and also have the financial means to ensure that victims of spills do not go uncompensated. Legislative attempts to raise the cap and financial responsibility requirements to significantly higher levels have been met with the argument that these changes will cause insurance carriers to drop oil pollution coverage, leading to an exodus of small and independent companies from the offshore drilling market. The counter-argument is that oil companies should bear the social costs of their activities, and if those costs are too large or unpredictable to be insurable, then it is appropriate that these companies exit the market. There is legitimacy to aspects of both arguments. A company should not be able to cause billions of dollars of damage and walk away simply because its operations contribute to the economy of the Gulf. Nor should smaller companies that can demonstrate the ability to drill safely and to pay for damages resulting from a large spill be forced out of the market. However, smaller companies that cannot demonstrate financial responsibility and meet risk requirements set and monitored by the Department of the Interior or a third party should not be allowed to make others pay for the costs of their accidents. One option for keeping competent independents in the market is a mutual insurance pool. Under such an arrangement, individual companies engaged in offshore drilling would pay premiums into a pool, which would pay out damages caused by a company as a result of a spill. A possible downside is that the mutual pool could have the effect of undercutting incentives individual firms might otherwise have to improve safety practices. But this problem could be addressed, for example, by tying premium levels to the financial and safety risk posed by an individual company's activities. This option would allow companies to demonstrate financial responsibility for the cost of spills, at least to the limit paid out by the pool. Another option would be to phase in increases in the liability cap and financial responsibility requirements, which would allow the insurance industry a period of adjustment. Although any increase in liability limits and financial responsibility requirements would test the capacity of the offshore drilling insurance market, over time such a change would almost certainly stimulate an increase in insurance capacity. A phased-in approach would allow Congress to reassess any concerns about limited capacity in the insurance industry in light of actual experience. Finally, regardless of how insurance is provided, smaller firms should be encouraged to partner with firms of greater financial resources. It should be noted that joint ventures between larger and smaller companies already exist. Thus, a policy change may not be necessary to encourage such arrangements. 2. The need to increase limitations on payments from the Oil Spill Liability Trust Fund. If liability and financial responsibility limits are not set at a level that will ensure payment of all damages for spills, then another source of funding will be required to ensure full compensation. The federal government could cover additional compensation costs, but this approach requires the taxpayer to foot the bill. Therefore, Congress should raise the Oil Spill Liability Trust Fund per incident limit, because the current limits are clearly inadequate. Recommendation F2. Congress should increase the limit on per incident payouts from the Oil Spill Liability Trust Fund. Raising the Oil Spill Liability Trust Fund's per incident limit will require the fund to grow through an increase of the per barrel tax on domestic and imported oil production. An alternative would be to increase the trust fund through a surcharge by mandatory provisions in drilling leases, triggered in the event that there are inadequate sums available in the fund. An increase in the Oil Spill Liability Trust Fund's per incident limit would not provide an incentive to offshore facilities to mitigate risks, because risks are pooled and the Oil Spill Liability Trust Fund is funded by parties other than those who engage in offshore drilling activities. But raising the limit would help ensure that victims have access to compensation without the need to seek further specific funding from Congress or otherwise burdening the taxpayer. 3. The need for better auditing and monitoring of risk. The Interior Department currently determines financial responsibility levels based on potential worst-case discharges as required by the Oil Pollution Act. Although the agency's analysis to some degree accounts for the risk associated with individual drilling activities, it does not fully account for the range of factors that could affect the cost of a spill, and thus the level of financial responsibility that should be required. Interior should analyze a host of specific risk-related criteria when determining financial responsibility limits applicable to a particular company, including but not limited to geological and environmental considerations, the applicant's experience and expertise, and applicable risk management plans. This increased scrutiny would provide an additional guard against unqualified companies entering the offshore drilling market. Recommendation F3. The Department of the Interior should enhance auditing and evaluation of the risk of offshore drilling activities by individual participants, operator, driller, other service companies. The Department of the Interior, insurance underwriters, or other independent entities should evaluate and monitor the risk of offshore drilling activities to promote enhanced risk management in offshore operations and to discourage unqualified companies from remaining in the market. If liability and financial responsibility limits are raised, increased liabilities will be borne by insurance carriers, which will have a strong incentive to promote new safety techniques and methods, as well as to monitor risk. Insurance carriers might insist on certification of operators by an independent entity devoted to identifying the best safety practices and monitoring risk, such as a self-policing safety organization for the oil and gas industry, as recommended in Chapter 8. Insurers or a self-policing safety organization for the industry also could provide a guard against unqualified companies entering the offshore drilling market. 4. The need for assessment of the existing claims process. The Oil Pollution Act holds the responsible party liable for private claims brought by individuals or businesses for removal costs and certain damages. All claims must first be presented to the responsible party, but if the responsible party denies a claim, the claimant may pursue an in-court action or present an uncompensated claim for payment to the Oil Spill Liability Trust Fund. The Gulf Coast Claims Facility, which is independently administered on behalf of BP, the responsible party, has established a claims processing mechanism that attempts to resolve claims against the responsible party outside of the courts. Kenneth Feinberg, formerly Special Master for the September 11th Victim Compensation Fund, administers the $20 billion escrow account through the claims facility. Eligible claims include 1. Removal and cleanup costs, 2. Physical damages to real or personal property, 3. Lost profits or impairment of earning capacity, 4. Loss of subsistence use of natural resources, and 5. Physical injury or death. The facility does not pay claims brought by the government or related to real estate, the moratorium, or the Vessel of Opportunity program. To date, some claimants have been dissatisfied with decisions to deny certain claims and with the amount and timeliness of compensation received from approved claims, which has required Feinberg to reconsider the rules and processes in place for reimbursement. The United States Department of Justice sent a letter to Feinberg on September 17, 2010, urging expediency. In response, the claims facility noted that the large number of fraudulent and undocumented claims have slowed the process. Nonetheless, after the September 17th letter, Feinberg made several adjustments to the program, including streamlining processing time and removing geographic proximity to the oil spill as bar against payment. Feinberg also extended the time frame within which claimants could receive interim payments without waiving their right to pursue litigation. As of December 11, 2010, the claims facility has paid more than $2.4 billion in claims to more than 164,000 claimants. The Commission believes it would be useful to evaluate the effectiveness of the claims facility as a means of informing the compensation process in future large spills. Recommendation F4. The Department of Justice's Office of Dispute Resolution should conduct an evaluation of the Gulf Coast Claims Facility once all claims have been paid out, in order to inform claims processes in future spills of national significance. The evaluation should include a review of the process, the guidelines used for compensation, and the success rate for avoiding lawsuits. G. Promoting congressional engagement to ensure responsible offshore drilling. The Commission's recommendations in this report include some directed to Congress for specific legislation, and others directed to various specific federal agencies, responsible parties, and the oil and gas industry in general. The several recommendations directed to Congress, however, also highlight a further lesson: the need for Congress to engage more systematically in ensuring the safety of drilling in the OCS and environmental protection. This includes more active congressional oversight, and also includes congressional action to ensure that those in government responsible for safety oversight and environmental protection review have the resources necessary to do their jobs. To that end, this final set of recommendations addresses the need for Congress itself to take affirmative steps to ensure responsible offshore drilling. 1. The need for congressional awareness and engagement. In the years between the Exxon Valdez spill and the spring of 2010, Congress, like much of the nation, appears to have developed a false sense of security about the risks of offshore oil and gas development. Congress showed its support for offshore drilling in a number of ways, but did not take any steps to mitigate the increased perils that accompany drilling in ever deeper water. Until the Deepwater Horizon exploded, 11 rig workers lost their lives, and millions of barrels of oil spilled into the Gulf of Mexico, Congress had not introduced legislation to address the risks of deep water drilling. The congressional committee structure makes it much harder to focus on safety and environmental issues associated with offshore oil and gas development. In the 111th Congress, multiple committees in both chambers claimed jurisdiction over offshore energy development. The House Natural Resources Committee, for example, had jurisdiction over mineral land laws and claims and entries thereunder, and mineral resources of public lands. Its subcommittee on energy and mineral resources was specifically charged with oversight of conservation and development of oil and gas resources of the outer continental shelf. But the House Committee on Energy and Commerce oversaw exploration, production, storage, supply, marketing, pricing, and regulation of energy resources, including all fossil fuels, as well as national energy policy generally. Similarly, the jurisdiction of the Senate Committee on Energy and Natural Resources included extraction of minerals from oceans and outer continental shelf lands, and its subcommittee on energy was responsible for oversight of oil and natural gas regulation generally. By contrast, the Senate Committee on Environment and Public Works claimed oversight over environmental aspects of outer continental shelf lands. Yet during the 110th and 111th Congresses, none of the subcommittees of Environment and Public Works claimed oversight specifically over OCS lands issues. In neither the House nor the Senate are any of these committees charged with directly overseeing the safety and environmental impacts of offshore development, separate from the conflicting goal of resource development and royalties. The House Committee on Education and Labor and the Senate Committee on Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions both emphasize occupational safety and health, but neither committee appears to focus on process safety, the vital approach identified by this commission's investigation that encompasses procedures for minimizing adverse events such as effective hazard analysis, management of risk, communication, and auditing. Finally, no oversight of any of these matters has been conducted by any of the several House or Senate committees or subcommittees responsible for the nation's tax policies or overall appropriations process, notwithstanding the significant impact those policies and appropriations have on both the extent of energy industry activities on the OCS and the government's ability to oversee that activity effectively. After the Deepwater Horizon explosion and resulting oil spill, numerous committees took an interest in offshore safety and environmental issues and held hearings. In short, it took a catastrophe to attract congressional attention. Recommendation G1. Increase and maintain congressional awareness of the risks of offshore drilling in two ways. First, create additional congressional oversight of offshore safety and environmental risks. Second, require the appropriate congressional committees to hold an annual oversight hearing on the state of technology, application of process safety, and environmental protection to ensure these issues receive continuing congressional attention. The House and Senate Rules Committee should each assign a specific committee or subcommittee to oversee process safety and environmental issues related to offshore energy development. These committees should also be given the task of overseeing the Offshore Safety Authority, the creation of which this commission has separately recommended. Congress should require the Secretary of the Interior to submit an annual public report on energy offshore development activities to the applicable congressional committees. This report should focus on the department's progress in improving its prescriptive safety regulations, steps taken by industry and the department to improve facility management, the department's progress in implementing a stronger environmental assessment program, including developing improved NEPA guidelines, and on any other steps taken by industry or the department to address safety and environmental concerns offshore. The report should also detail the industry's safety and environmental record during the previous 12 months. Finally, the report should highlight any areas in which the department believes industry is not doing all that it can to promote safety and the environment, and any areas where additional legislation could be helpful to the department's efforts. Congress should require the Department of the Interior's Office of the Inspector General to submit an independent annual public report to the applicable congressional committees. The report should provide an independent description of the Offshore Safety Authority's activities over the previous 12 months, including its efforts to improve offshore safety and to investigate accidents and other significant offshore incidents. The report should also include the Inspector General's evaluation of the authority's efforts and the Inspector General's recommendations for improvement. 2. The need for adequate funding for safety oversight and environmental review. Many of the earlier recommendations require adequate congressional funding in order to be implemented effectively. For instance, the new Offshore Safety Authority at Interior cannot be expected to succeed in meaningfully overseeing the oil and gas industry if Congress does not ensure that it has the resources to do so. Agencies cannot conduct the scientific and environmental research necessary to evaluate impacts of offshore development if they do not receive adequate support from Congress. In short, Congress needs to make funding the agencies regulating offshore oil and gas development a priority in order to ensure a safer and more environmentally responsible industry in future. BOE-MRE currently receives a portion of its funding from offsetting collections from industry. In its fiscal year 2011 budget justification, it requested that just less than half of its budget, $174.9 million, come from these collections. The oil and gas industry, however, should do significantly more and provide the funds necessary for regulation of offshore oil and gas operations and oil spill preparedness planning. The amount of funding needs to keep pace as industry moves into ever more challenging depths and geologic formations, because the related challenges of regulatory oversight likewise increase. This could be accomplished many different ways. Congress could, for instance, raise the inspection fees already imposed on facilities operating on the OCS, currently offsetting about 3% of BOE-MRE's annual budget, or impose a differently based annual regulatory fee on new and existing licenses. Or Congress could instruct the Department of Interior to include lease provisions that require the imposition of regulatory fees. Interior already possesses broad authority to include in leases such rental and other provisions as the Secretary may prescribe at the time of offering the area for lease. No matter the precise mechanism, the oil and gas industry would be required to pay for its regulators, just as fees on the telecommunications industry support the Federal Communications Commission. Regulation of the oil and gas industry would no longer be funded by taxpayers, but instead by the industry that is being permitted to have access to a publicly owned resource. Future Congresses would therefore have less incentive to reduce agency funding. Recommendation G2. Congress should enact legislation creating a mechanism for offshore oil and gas operators to provide ongoing and regular funding of the agencies regulating offshore oil and gas development. The President asked this commission to recommend not only improvements to federal laws, regulations, and industry practices applicable to offshore drilling, but also organizational or other reforms of federal agencies or processes necessary to ensure such improvements are implemented and maintained. In carrying out this charge, the Commission has been mindful of the dangers of fighting the last war, that is, addressing the specific failures revealed by the Deepwater Horizon disaster, but neglecting to anticipate future problems whose contours are yet unknown. Our recommendations for a new approach to risk assessment and management, a new independent agency responsible for safety and environmental review of offshore drilling, stronger environmental review and enforcement, a reorientation of spill response and containment planning, and a revision of liability rules to better protect victims and provide proper incentives to industry, aim to establish an oversight regime that is sufficiently strong, expert, well-resourced, and flexible to prevent the next disaster, not the last. The oil and gas industry, remarkable for its technological innovation and productivity, needs government oversight and regulation that can keep pace. End of section 29.
Section 30 of the final report from the National Commission on the BP Deepwater Horizon oil spill and offshore drilling. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Dorr. Final report from the National Commission on the BP Deepwater Horizon oil spill and offshore drilling. Chapter 10, American Energy Policy and the Future of Offshore Drilling. Introduction. The BP Deepwater Horizon disaster undermined public faith in the oil and gas industry, in government regulators, and even in America's ability to respond to crises. The disaster raised serious questions about our nation's ability to manage and protect for current and future generations the invaluable natural resources of the outer continental shelf and the multiple uses they sustain, the patrimony of all Americans. Based on the Commission's thorough and vigorous accounting of this tragedy, the central lesson to be drawn from the catastrophe is that no less than an overhauling of both current industry practices and government oversight is now required. The changes necessary will be transformative in their depth and breadth, requiring an unbending commitment to safety by government and industry to displace a culture of complacency. Drilling in deep water does not have to be abandoned. It can be done safely. That is one of the central messages of this report. The reforms proposed herein are intended to do for this industry what new policies and practices have done for other high-risk industries after their disasters. The potential for such a transformation to ensure productive, safe, and responsible offshore drilling is significant and provides reason for optimism even in the wake of a disaster. The significance of the Deepwater Horizon disaster, however, is broader than just its relevance to the future of offshore drilling. The disaster signals the need to consider the broader context of the nation's patterns of energy production and use, now and in the future, the elements of America's energy policy. The explosion at the Macondo well and the ensuing enormous spill, particularly jarring events because of the belief they could never happen, force a re-examination of many widely held assumptions about how to reconcile the risks and benefits of offshore drilling, and a candid reassessment of the nation's policies for the development of a valuable resource. They also support a broader re-examination of the nation's overall energy policy. Offshore oil and gas will continue to be an important part of the nation's domestic energy supply for many decades. Offshore wells yield 1/3 of current U.S. oil production, and in recent decades, helped offset declines in production elsewhere in the United States. U.S. production peaked in 1970. That already crucial role is likely to increase. The area of federal jurisdiction, the Outer Continental Shelf, contains an estimated 85 billion barrels of oil in technically recoverable resources, more than all onshore resources and those in the shallower state waters combined. The future of domestic oil production will rely to a substantial extent on current Outer Continental Shelf sources and further development of deposits there, in progressively deeper, more distant waters, and perhaps in such challenging environs as the Alaskan Arctic. Whether we explore for and produce oil and gas from those prospective reserves, and if so, under what conditions, depends crucially on taking to heart the lessons we learn from the Deepwater Horizon disaster and the energy policies we put in place. Important decisions about whether, when, where, and how to engage in offshore drilling cannot be made wisely if they are made in a vacuum. Policies about offshore drilling should be powerfully shaped by economic, security, pace of technology, safety, and environmental concerns. Offshore drilling will certainly be an important part of any national energy policy, but it is only a part of the picture, and its relative importance today will not and should not be the same a half-century from now. The nation must begin a transition to a cleaner, more energy-efficient future. Non-renewable oil and gas resources are just that, non-renewable, which means any nation forging an energy policy for the future must develop the technologies that provide maximum energy efficiency and create renewable substitutes. Otherwise, the nation's security and well-being will be increasingly dependent on diminishing supplies of non-renewable resources, and even more dependent on supplies from foreign sources. Domestic consumption of oil has exceeded domestic production since the late 1940s, making the country increasingly dependent on imports, which now supply about 52% of U.S. needs, compared to 42% in 1990. In the near term, oil from federal offshore lands helps moderate America's dependence on imported supplies, lessening the current trade deficit and contributing to national security. The government also reaps significant revenues from the leasing of federal lands and the collection of royalties on production, typically billions of dollars per year. The development of offshore energy resources contributes substantially to local economies, supporting businesses small and large, and employing tens of thousands of workers. But any sensible energy policy must recognize the substantial risks that accompany these real benefits, in addition to the dangers of an economy and national security dependent on non-renewable energy supplies. The impressive technologies developed for offshore drilling and production have not been accompanied by comparable improvements in safety and environmental protection. As Americans now know, 3 major companies failed to apply rigorous process safety measures to their drilling operations in the Gulf of Mexico. Halliburton and Transocean, which service drilling operations throughout the Gulf, along with BP, underscoring the systematic nature of the offshore industry's problems. This commission has documented and explained these tragic failures, and in this report has recommended a comprehensive integrated set of reforms required to improve the performance of the offshore oil and gas industry, as appropriately overseen by an effective regulatory authority. A safe offshore oil and gas industry matters, both because the costs of needlessly risky behavior are so high and because the nation is so dependent on offshore energy supplies. In light of present knowledge, inaction is a policy of dangerous default, of continuing to rely on chance and luck to avoid a next time. American citizens will demand and will hold the oil and gas industry and government officials responsible for creating the conditions under which a robust offshore oil and gas industry can operate safely and coexist with human health, environmental protection, and other economic activities, weighing national security, the economy, human safety, and the environment. In contemporary America, petroleum is woven into every aspect of our lives. The continuous availability of oil products Gasoline, diesel, and jet fuel powers the mobility that has become key to a strong economy. Military operations, the movement of food and other commercial products, and personal travel would all grind to a halt without oil, at least as our society is organized today. Yet growing demand for oil around the world, particularly in the huge and rapidly developing economies of Asia, ensures heightened competition for supplies, putting upward pressure on oil prices. That poses a long-term challenge for the United States, which is not and cannot be self-sufficient in oil supply. At the same time, scientific evidence has continued to mount on the interconnections among the use of all carbon-based fuels, including oil and natural gas, the growing concentrations of greenhouse gases, and global climate change. Energy policy thus embraces considerations of national security, the economy, environmental protection, the need to limit climate change, the pace of development of renewable energy sources and non-petroleum dependent vehicles, human health and safety, and unique regional conditions. Security and petroleum resources. The major American security risk derives from oil's predominant role in transportation. 72% of oil consumed in the United States in 2009 was used for transportation, and 94% of transportation relied on oil. As the National Academy of Sciences recently concluded, the nation, quote, needs to lower its dependence on fragile supply chains for some energy sources, particularly petroleum at present and possibly natural gas in the future, and to avoid the impacts of this dependence on our nation's economy and national security, end quote. The good news is that energy-efficient technologies exist today that can in the near term moderate the nation's demand for oil and change the mix of supplies of electricity and energy over time. But changing existing reliance on oil in general, and oil imports in particular, will require a major overhaul of our energy and transportation systems, a challenging shift that would require strong public leadership and would take decades to effect even if we agreed on the course of action tomorrow. Recent events have made clear the magnitude of the stakes. The United States has repeatedly been surprised by sudden interruptions in the oil supply from various unexpected events, underscoring the nation's potential vulnerability. These include politically motivated production cuts by oil exporting countries, the oil embargo of 1973 to 1974, border wars between oil exporters, between Iraq and Iran in 1980-1988, and Iraq and Kuwait in 1990 to 1991, strife and unrest within several oil exporting countries, and severe weather events affecting offshore oil production or coastal refineries, Hurricanes Katrina and Rita in 2005 and Ike in 2008, all in the Gulf of Mexico. Energy planners also worry about the possibility that the Straits of Hormuz, the only sea passage to the open ocean for the bulk of Persian Gulf petroleum exports, could be closed, or that a major oil pipeline somewhere in the world could be ruptured by accident or attack. Even absent an actual interruption in supplies, our reliance on foreign oil is a national security concern. Hostile exporting nations can use the threat of interrupting supplies to pressure the United States. Money spent on foreign oil can also end up in the hands of terrorists or be used to build nuclear or develop biological weapons in nations flouting the international atomic and biological regulatory regimes. The ultimate nightmare would be an America depleted of petroleum, which has failed to make a sufficient transition to alternative sources, facing another Pearl Harbor or the aftershocks of 9/11. Since Colonel Drake first struck oil at his Pennsylvania site in 1859, the United States has already extracted over 200 billion barrels of oil from its territory, more than our estimated remaining reserves. The United States did not relinquish its position as the world's leading producer until 1974, but now it finds itself credited with only 1.4% of the world's proved oil reserves, while consuming 22% of the global supply annually. The use of advanced extraction technologies and a relatively favorable investment climate have enabled the United States to remain the world's third largest oil producer, despite its relatively meager reserves. Would the country's security interests be better served by developing domestic oil resources as rapidly as possible, or by reserving some for future generations? President Harry Truman argued that federal offshore oil resources should become part of the Naval Petroleum Reserve System, leaving the oil in the ground for later development. See Chapter 3. In recent decades, the concept of the Naval Petroleum Reserve has been superseded by a more readily accessible Strategic Petroleum Reserve, which currently contains more than 700 million barrels of unrefined crude oil stored in Louisiana and Texas salt caverns along the Gulf Coast, where it is available for national emergencies, such as sudden disruptions of supply. That provides some insurance, but only about 75 days of supply at the current rate of U.S. imports, and clearly not sufficient to displace any long-term decline in domestic production or respond to a spike in demand. The United States has kept some areas of the outer continental shelf off limits for oil and gas production to protect their unique and valuable environmental characteristics, to avoid incurring risks to major industries such as fishing and tourism, or to maintain open waters for testing of military armaments and training exercises over the Gulf. One way of viewing these areas where drilling is prohibited, Atlantic coast, eastern Gulf of Mexico and Florida coast, and the coasts of Northern California, Oregon, and Washington, is as energy sources held in reserve. National economic implications. The domestic oil and gas sector is a major employer, particularly in fuel-producing regions. Fluctuations in oil and gas prices generally pass quickly through to energy-intensive sectors of the economy: trucking, airlines, agriculture, and petrochemicals such as plastics. Although energy's share of the economy has diminished in recent decades, Americans paid $740 billion for oil and gas products in 2007, and energy prices still have a major impact on inflation. Because oil and gas behave and are traded as commodities, their prices can undergo large changes even apart from immediate supply and demand factors. This volatility from all sources can make it difficult for businesses and individuals to plan and adhere to their budgets for energy costs. Price jolts stemming from undependable supplies can have major adverse effects on the whole economy. Economists Hillard Huntington and Stephen Brown have found that, quote, historical experience shows that the gross domestic product, GDP, losses associated with oil supply shocks can be considerable, end quote. Most strikingly, they noted that 10 of the 11 U.S. recessions since World War II were preceded by sharply rising oil prices. Given Americans' consumption of petroleum products in excess of domestic supply, the country runs a staggering trade imbalance. Between 2004 and 2009, the U.S. trade balance for oil and gas ranged between negative $186 billion and negative $414 billion per year, typically exceeding the much-publicized trade deficit with China. Economic theories of comparative advantage may suggest that particular trade deficits are not worrisome, but the large sustained trade deficit incurred to import petroleum, particularly, makes energy a significant factor in America's overall trade, deficit, and financing strategies and challenges. Environmental and safety challenges. This report has documented in painful detail the far-reaching environmental consequences of catastrophic accidents involving the extraction of oil from offshore sources and the associated risks to workers' safety from drilling, refinery operations, and the emergency cleanup of spills. Further environmental damage occurs when oil products are used as transportation fuels. Emissions released when fuel is burned are generally controlled under federal law, but can still, in combination with emissions from combustion to generate electricity, create conditions that can cause serious health consequences for the American public and serious ecological consequences for our natural systems, forests, and waters. And the combustion of all fossil-based carbon fuels, oil, gas, and coal, has long-term impacts on the increasing volume of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere and the warming climate. Transportation fuels contribute 1/3 of U.S. carbon emissions, making them the nation's second largest source contributing to climate change. Criteria for balanced energy policy. Reconciling the multiple, sometimes conflicting aims that underlie any transportation-related American petroleum energy policy depends on 6 criteria. Maintaining a sufficient reserve of petroleum to protect American national security should access to foreign sources be lost or become unreliable. Requiring energy-efficient automobiles and other vehicles, among other sources of consumption, to reduce fuel use and promoting energy-efficient transit alternatives. Promoting the development of clean and domestically produced alternative fuels or sources of power for transportation. Managing the inherent risks of domestic production of oil and gas, including from offshore areas, while considering the short and long-term availability of these fuels. Requiring safe operations to protect human health, and protecting the natural environment, including steps to limit climate change. Reasonable people can disagree about the relative importance of these criteria, and have over time. President Truman ordered a postponement of mineral development on the outer continental shelf in order to ensure oil and gas would be there later for strategic purposes. During the 1970s, Congress adopted legislation to maximize environmental protection and then to expand energy production, as discussed in Chapter 3, but over the long term, none can be pursued to the exclusion of the others. It is notable, moreover, that various policies have had significant effects on U.S. energy use and production. For example, the country has achieved intermittent but sizable increases in automobiles' fuel efficiency, major reductions in tailpipe emissions from gasoline-fueled vehicles, and less reliance on oil to generate electricity. At several points during the past 4 decades, consumption of oil in the United States actually declined for several years, in some cases reflecting adverse economic conditions, and in others, successful public policies and adoption of technological advances. The United States today pursues many discrete policies bearing on all of these issues. Vehicle fuel efficiency standards, subsidies for ethanol production for fuel, research into alternative fuels, varying incentives for production of electricity by wind and solar power, and so on. In the aggregate, they are, de facto, the nation's energy policy, but they do not constitute a comprehensive, coherent strategy, such as recently called for by both the National Research Council and the President's Council of Advisors on Science and Technology, one that encompasses all of these elements, identifies trade-offs and priorities, and implements them through incentives, investments in research and development, regulations, and tax policy. Difficult though it may be to arrive at such a consensus, it would provide guidance on balancing the risks and rewards of oil and gas development in especially challenging or sensitive locations, offshore or elsewhere. It is possible and imperative to manage that balance over time for offshore development of oil and gas as part of that overall policy. Learning from the Macondo disaster, the Gulf of Mexico. This report describes in great detail what went wrong on the Deepwater Horizon and in the drilling of the Macondo well, and the well blowout's staggering cost. As the nation considers exploring for and producing energy from offshore frontiers, we have a new opportunity to do things right. Some of those frontiers are in deeper waters or unexplored areas of the Gulf of Mexico. Others are at the far extreme of the country in both distance and climate in Alaska. Improving safety and environmental integrity immediately. It will take several years to fully implement the stringent new safety regime this commission has recommended. Essential changes from doing business as usual in the Gulf of Mexico. But it is not necessary to put deepwater drilling on hold until all the changes are in place. The national and regional energy and economic imperatives can be reconciled effectively with the equally urgent needs to assure human safety and environmental integrity in the Gulf context, now and in the long term. Several benchmarks must be met for exploratory drilling to resume on existing leases and for operations to begin on new ones. Operators must assure that better practices for maintaining well integrity and the isolation of hydrocarbons are used at all times, and they must insist upon heightened vigilance throughout all the steps, from the inception of well design to the consideration of changes during drilling operations. Similarly, protocols for testing of blowout preventers must be put in place and enforced. The industry must also demonstrate that it is deploying readily available and effective systems for containment and response. As the energy industry works to satisfy these requirements, the Department of the Interior must work promptly to reorganize its divisions, augment its regulatory staff, and enhance their skill. The American public has every reason to insist that Congress provide regulators with adequate resources to do their vital job, and that the industry apply its resources and expertise to improving practices. Both must focus on the substantial challenges of making offshore drilling safe, reliable, and productive. The circumstances demand a shared commitment by government and industry to work for immediate and long-term reforms that allow deepwater exploratory drilling to resume quickly and safely. And to that end, industry should be ready to pay fees as part of their lease agreements in order to ensure that government overseers have the resources required to get the job done in a rigorous and timely fashion. Emerging challenges from ultra-deepwater drilling. That shared commitment must extend beyond current conditions. While correcting the many problems revealed at the Macondo well, both industry and government must anticipate and adjust to new challenges arising in the Gulf. Current technology enables drilling in water twice as deep as Macondo. Drilling at such depths requires all parties to set their standards still higher for difficult issues, such as remote containment systems in water depths with extreme pressures and very limited human access, as well as different geological pressures and formations and mixes of hydrocarbons. Desire to tap resources in deeper waters should be accompanied by equivalent investments in subsea equipment, operator training, research and development for containment and response technologies, demonstrated financial capacity, and continuous improvement in and communication of industry practices devoted to safety. The emerging international challenge. Drilling for oil in the Gulf of Mexico is not solely a matter of U.S. consideration. Both Mexico and Cuba have expressed interest in deepwater drilling in the Gulf in the near future. Pemex, Mexico's state-owned petroleum company, and Cuba, through both the Spanish company Repsol and the large Russian oil and gas production company Gazprom, in which the Russian government maintains a controlling stake, have either actually drilled exploratory and production wells or are likely soon to do so. Potential drilling sites are close enough to waters and land within U.S. jurisdiction. Cuba's mainland lies only 90 miles from Florida's coast, and the contemplated wells only 50 miles, that if an accident like the Deepwater Horizon spill occurs, fisheries, coastal tourism, and other valuable U.S. natural resources could be put at great risk. It is in our country's national interest to negotiate now with these near neighbors to agree on a common, rigorous set of standards, a system for regulatory oversight, and the same operator adherence to the effective safety culture called for in this report, along with protocols to cooperate on containment and response strategies and preparedness in case of a spill. Though some precedent exists for a direct agreement between the United States and Cuba, Mexico may prove an important partner in developing such an agreement covering the entire Gulf of Mexico. In any event, the U.S. objectives should be to prevent drilling by companies unwilling or unprepared to meet the high safety standards essential to extracting oil and gas resources responsibly, and to have a verification process to ensure compliance. Beyond the Gulf of Mexico, frontier regions. The nation's demand for domestic oil production will push the boundaries of technology and geography. The industry will develop new exploration and extraction techniques and equipment in new areas in the decades ahead. Drilling safely in the Gulf of Mexico requires a new industry safety culture, and significantly improved regulatory oversight. Those reforms and further heightened vigilance will be required for oil exploration and production in frontier offshore regions. When the Macondo blowout dumped enormous volumes of oil into the Gulf waters, scientists and policymakers realized how little was known about biological systems, environmental conditions, and even key aquatic and coastal species. Leasing of vast acreage combined with weak policies and limited funding had resulted in inadequate studies of unique habitats and sensitive environmental features where greater caution should be exercised. What information was available was often not shared or was disregarded in leasing and permitting decisions, and little, if any, research or policy existed to address human health impacts and the risks to responders from a major spill, or the far-reaching effects of such a disaster on other businesses dependent on the region's resources. In addition to these challenges, each frontier area presents important differences in implementing any drilling program. Different geologies, hydrocarbon formations, coastal communities and environments, and climate conditions, to mention some. Federal waters of the United States other than the central and western Gulf of Mexico, parts of Southern California, and the Lower Cook Inlet in Alaska would be regarded as frontier territory. In the late 1970s, attention turned briefly to areas off Northern California and Massachusetts, Georges Banks, and in the early 1980s, the potential of the outer continental shelf off Alaska attracted considerable investment. See Chapter 2. In recent years, the focus has turned to exploring in the Atlantic Ocean off the state of Virginia, in the eastern Gulf of Mexico, and most notably to taking another serious look at offshore regions in the Alaskan Arctic. Drilling water depths of 10,000 feet or more anywhere in the Gulf of Mexico might also be considered opening a new frontier, given the new technologies required. In March 2010, President Obama and Interior Secretary Ken Salazar announced a plan to open the eastern Gulf and parts of the Atlantic coast, including offshore Virginia, to oil and gas exploration, subject to studies of the suitability of doing so in each area and to the lifting of a congressional moratorium restricting drilling in the eastern Gulf. But on December 1st, in the wake of the Deepwater Horizon experience and the resulting broad restructuring of regulations and the federal oversight capabilities, Secretary Salazar announced that the administration would not proceed with drilling in areas where there are no active leases during the next 5-year leasing plan. As a result, exploration and production in certain frontier areas, the eastern Gulf and off the Atlantic and Pacific coasts, are deferred. The Secretary also indicated that plans for 2011 drilling in Alaska's Beaufort Sea would be subjected to additional environmental assessments. There will consequently be a continuing examination of the various stages of drilling, if pursued, consistent with national energy policy and with a full awareness of the risks and of the values that must be balanced in each region, and with assurance that operators rigorously adhere to the best practices of a functioning safety culture. By their very location and nature, these frontier areas differ from the Gulf of Mexico and in important respects from each other. Environmental and biological conditions are at least as well understood along the Atlantic coast as in the Gulf, and there are also important facilities, such as Coast Guard installations, in place. In contrast, equivalently detailed geological and environmental information does not exist for the Arctic exploration areas of greatest interest for energy exploration, and industry and support infrastructures are least developed or absent there. In the near term, the Alaskan frontier is likely to attract the greatest attention and to require the closest scrutiny, given the potential energy resources and the physical and environmental challenges of pursuing them safely. Large prospects in offshore Alaska. The interest in offshore Alaska reflects the likelihood of finding significant new sources of oil. The Chukchi and Beaufort Sea areas off Alaska's north coast rank behind only the Gulf of Mexico in estimated domestic resources. The most recent federal lease sales for the Beaufort Sea from 2003 to 2008 netted $98 million, reflecting high levels of industry interest. and despite its remoteness and harsh conditions, the Chukchi Sea, with vast potential resources, attracted over $2.6 billion in high bids for almost 2.8 million acres, including $2.1 billion from Shell Oil Company during a 2008 lease sale. If deemed feasible, new offshore Alaskan oil production may be well timed to offset the sustained decline in output elsewhere in Alaska. Oil production in the state, primarily from the onshore field at Prudhoe Bay, has decreased by more than two-thirds from the 1988 peak of 2 million barrels per day to 645,000 barrels per day in 2009. Depending on future prices, this decline could constitute a threat to the state's economy, which is highly dependent on oil and gas revenues and related employment. The Energy Information Administration projects that Alaska's production will continue to decline to just 420,000 barrels per day by the end of this decade. Such declines could threaten the viability of the Trans-Alaska Pipeline system, which transports oil from the North Slope to the port at Valdez. Despite the Energy Information Administration's pessimism about long-term production trends in Alaska, other projections show a potential upswing. An optimistic scenario developed in a 2009 study by Northern Economics for Shell Exploration and Development projects production from multiple Alaska outer continental shelf sites beginning in 2018 and eventually peaking at 1.8 million barrels of oil per day. New pipelines would need to be built to connect these reservoirs, if brought into production, to the Trans-Alaska Pipeline system. But finding and producing those potentially important supplies of oil offshore Arctic Alaska requires the utmost care, given the special challenges and risks associated with this frontier. Many of these challenges also arise elsewhere in the world, as Russia, Norway, Canada, and Denmark, Greenland, evaluate their Arctic oil and gas resources. The Alaskan Arctic is characterized by extreme cold, extended seasons of darkness, hurricane-strength storms, and pervasive fog, all affecting access and working conditions. The Chukchi and Beaufort Seas are covered by varying forms of ice for 8 to 9 months a year. These conditions limit exploratory drilling and many other activities to the summer months. The icy conditions during the rest of the year pose severe challenges for oil and gas operations and scientific research, and oil spill response efforts are complicated year-round by the remote location and the presence of ice at all phases of exploration and possible production. The geological pressures in hydrocarbon deposits in shallow seas off Alaska are likely to be substantially below those encountered at Macondo, reducing some of the risks of a major blowout and challenges of containment. But oil spilled off Alaska, from blowouts, pipeline or tanker leaks, or other accidents, is likely to degrade more slowly than that found in the Gulf of Mexico because of lower water temperatures, reduced mixing of the oil into the water due to the presence of ice, and the shallower depths throughout which oil would travel from the wellhead to the surface. Some think the slow weathering could facilitate the skimming and in situ burning of escaped oil under ideal weather conditions, but the slow pace of natural dispersion means that oil would linger much longer in the marine environment, and serious questions remain about how to access spilled oil when the area is iced over or in seasonal slushy conditions. The Arctic ecosystem, the need for scientific information and informed decision-making, and Alaska Native peoples. The stakes for drilling in the U.S. Arctic are raised by the richness of its ecosystems. The marine mammals in the Chukchi and Beaufort are among the most diverse in the world, including seals, cetaceans, whales, walruses, and bears. The Chukchi Sea is home to roughly 1/2 of America's and 1/10 of the world's polar bears. In November 2010, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service ruled that a large part of the polar bear's critical habitat included sea ice in the Beaufort and Chukchi Seas. The Chukchi and Beaufort Seas also support millions of shorebirds, seabirds, and waterfowl, as well as abundant fish populations. It is known that these are vibrant, living systems, but scientific research on the ecosystems of the Arctic is difficult and expensive. good information exists for only a few species, and even for those, just for certain times of the year or in certain areas. As a result, the Commission recommends an immediate, comprehensive federal research effort to provide a foundation of scientific information on the Arctic, with periodic review by the National Academy of Sciences and annual stock assessments for marine mammals, fish, and birds that use the Beaufort and Chukchi Seas. This initiative should be coordinated with the state of Alaska, Native organizations, academic institutions, non-governmental organizations, the private sector, and international partners. The information generated should be capable of informing decision-making related to oil and gas leasing, exploration and development, and production in the Arctic. Measuring and monitoring impacts of oil and gas development on Arctic ecological resources, natural resource damage assessment should an oil spill occur, and protocols in any treaty negotiated among the Arctic nations. The existing gaps in data also support an approach that distinguishes in leasing decisions between those areas where information exists and those where it does not, as well as where response capability may be less and the related environmental risks may therefore be greater. The need for additional research should not be used as a de facto moratorium on activity in the Arctic, but instead should be carried out with specific timeframes in mind in order to inform the decision-making process. The Inupiat Eskimos of Alaska's remote Arctic and subarctic communities rely heavily for their subsistence on resources from the marine environment, particularly bowhead whales. Bowhead whales can reach 60 feet in length and weigh more than 120,000 pounds. They migrate from Russian to Canadian waters and back through the Chukchi and Beaufort Seas. They are the most important subsistence animal for the coastal communities of northwest and northern Alaska. Whale hunting and the customs surrounding it are also an important part of their cultural heritage. Oil and gas development has the potential, directly or indirectly, to affect hunting success or the habitats of species important to subsistence. Of course, offshore development could play a positive economic role in the native communities. Some Inupiat whaling captains also work in the oil industry, for instance. An Arctic Regional Citizens Council could help assure the active participation of the people who know this region the best in planning and response. Arctic spill response and containment. The remoteness and weather of the Arctic frontier creates special challenges in the event of an oil spill. Successful oil spill response methods from the Gulf of Mexico or anywhere else cannot simply be transferred to the Arctic. Industry and academic organizations are conducting research on response to oil on ice, but more needs to be done. A comprehensive interagency research program to address oil spill containment and response issues in the Arctic should be developed, funded, and implemented within the federal government. Spill trajectory and weather models based on Arctic conditions must also be developed. This research should be funded promptly by the Oil Spill Liability Trust Fund, and the resulting analysis should inform when and where leasing occurs. The National Contingency Plan requires the Coast Guard to oversee oil spill planning and preparedness, and to supervise an oil spill response in coastal waters. Current federal emergency response capabilities in the region are very limited. The Coast Guard operations base nearest to the Chukchi region is on Kodiak Island, approximately 1,000 miles from the leasing sites. The Coast Guard does not have sufficient ice-class vessels capable of responding to a spill under Arctic conditions. 2 of its 3 polar icebreakers have exceeded their service lives and are non-operational. In addition to overseeing spill response, the Coast Guard provides search and rescue capabilities in other areas. Without a presence in the Arctic, it would be very difficult for the Coast Guard to conduct any emergency search and rescue operations. To deal with these serious concerns about Arctic oil spill response, containment, and search and rescue, the Commission recommends 3 approaches before the Department of the Interior makes a fully informed determination that drilling in a particular area is appropriate. First, the Department of the Interior should ensure that the containment and response plans proposed by industry are adequate for each stage of development, and that the underlying financial and technical capabilities have been satisfactorily demonstrated in the Arctic. Second, the Coast Guard and the oil companies operating in the Arctic should carefully delineate their respective responsibilities in the event of an accident, including search and rescue, and then must build and deploy the necessary capabilities. Third, Congress should provide the resources to establish Coast Guard capabilities in the Arctic, based on the Coast Guard's review of current and projected gaps in its capacity. International standards for Arctic oil and gas. The Arctic is shared by multiple countries, many of which are considering or conducting oil and gas exploration and development. The extreme weather conditions and infrastructure difficulties are not unique to the U.S. Arctic. The damages caused by an oil spill in one part of the Arctic may not be limited to the waters of the country where it occurred. As a result, the Commission recommends that strong international standards related to Arctic oil and gas activities be established among all the countries of the Arctic. Such standards would require cooperation and coordination of policies and resources. The Arctic Council has begun work in this direction, updating its voluntary Arctic offshore oil and gas operation guidelines in 2009. The International Standards Organization is also developing international standards for Arctic offshore structures that would apply to the activities of petroleum and natural gas industries in Arctic and cold regions. These guidelines are expected to specify requirements and provide recommendations and guidance for the design, construction, transportation, installation, and removal of offshore structures in the Arctic. Additional work is needed to strengthen these guidelines and standards, ensuring that they are both consistent and mandatory across the entire Arctic, and the United States could play an important leadership role in securing these vital safeguards. Bringing the potentially large oil resources of the Arctic outer continental shelf into production safely will require an especially delicate balancing of economic, human, environmental, and technological factors. Both industry and government will have to demonstrate standards and a level of performance higher than they have ever achieved before. One lesson from the Deepwater Horizon crisis is the compelling economic, environmental, and indeed human rationale for understanding and addressing the prospective risks comprehensively before proceeding to drill in such challenging waters. Conclusion. Creating and implementing a national energy policy will require enormous political effort and leadership, but it would do much to direct the nation toward a sounder economy and a safer and more sustainable environment in the decades to come. In the meantime, decisions about offshore drilling, one crucial element in any discussion of energy supply, remain controversial. The reaction to the December 1st decision to defer offshore exploration and production in the eastern Gulf of Mexico and along the Atlantic and Pacific coasts illustrates the polarization of opinion. Energy companies seeking to pursue potential reserves in brand new frontiers criticized the announcement for closing off too many areas. Others, more concerned about environmental protection and national security, however, question why the Secretary was even considering allowing future drilling in these areas at all. And there were sharp differences in response among public officials in different regions, reflecting their local economies and sources of revenues. These reactions echo the divided opinions presented to this commission throughout its work. Though the commission heard many ideas for improving safety and other aspects of offshore drilling, we also heard from Americans who advocate no future drilling whatsoever. They cited the adverse effects of fossil fuels on the climate, environmental damage, safety, and other factors. Whether additional offshore drilling proceeds soon, in the longer term, or never depends on evolving public opinion. Given Americans' consumption of oil, finding and producing additional domestic supplies will be required in coming years, no matter what sensible and effective efforts are made to reduce demand, in response to economic, trade, and security considerations and the rising challenge of climate change. The extent to which offshore drilling contributes to augmenting that domestic supply depends importantly on rebuilding public faith in existing offshore energy exploration and production. That rebuilding begins with a clear, independent explanation of what happened at the Macondo well in April 2010, and of the reforms required in the wake of that terrible tragedy. That has been the work of this commission, published in this report, the forthcoming separate report of the Commission's Chief Counsel, and background materials available on the Commission's website. Together, they present a clear, independent, unvarnished picture of what happened and why, and of the major reforms the nation must adopt. This commission proposes in this report a series of recommendations that will enable the country and the oil and gas industry to move forward on this one critical element of U.S. energy policy: continuing safe, responsible offshore oil drilling to meet our nation's energy demands over the next decade and beyond. Our message is clear. Both government and industry must make dramatic changes to establish the high level of safety in drilling operations on the outer continental shelf that the American public has the right to expect and to demand. It is now incumbent upon the Congress, the executive branch, and the oil and gas industry to take the necessary steps. Respect for the 11 lives lost on that tragic day last April requires no less. End of Section 30. End of the final report from the National Commission on the BP Deepwater Horizon oil spill and offshore drilling.